Chapter 1371. Spiritual Mountain, the Holy Land of West Earth's Buddhist Sect. It was the supreme, sacred mountain in the hearts of countless believers. All the experts of West Earth's Buddhist sect were gathered there. After Gu Fei forced the young cultivator to retreat, the Buddhist sect's supreme expert at the peak of Spiritual Mountain made his move. The devil-subduing Vajra scepter turned into a golden true dragon and rushed down from the peak. The terrifying fluctuations of a saint-level cultivator reverberated between the heavens and earth. It was as though a golden holy dragon had appeared between the heavens and earth, shaking the entire sacred mountain. Boom! Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He didn't dodge and directly punched towards the golden dragon that was rushing down from the sky. The aura of the fist striking the dragon's head was shocking. The devil-subduing Vajra scepter was a sacred weapon of Buddhist sect. Under the control of a supreme expert, it emitted a strand of holy might, causing all the living beings on Spiritual Mountain to tremble. Countless Buddhist disciples directly knelt down as though they were worshiping the supreme Buddha in their hearts. Everyone was incomparably pious. Boom! Vast Buddhist energy and immortal energy raged. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He actually used the power of his physical body to resist the sacred weapon of Buddhist sect. His golden fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun as it fiercely collided with the dragon's head formed by the devil-subduing Vajra. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a saint-level energy wave spread out from between the two, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei was sent flying, and the devil-subduing Vajra scepter was also sent flying. The golden true dragon dissipated in the void and turned into a golden Vajra scepter that was about a foot long. There were Buddhist Tao runes on it. What? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? Heavens, he actually used his physical body to block the attack of our sacred weapon. All the experts of Buddhist sect who saw this scene were stunned. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. There was actually someone in this world who could use his physical body to resist a sacred weapon. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Everyone felt that everything was too surreal. Could it be that this young cultivator was actually a saint of immortal Tao? Gu Fei was sent flying several thousand zhang away before he managed to stop himself. 9 rays of immortal light shot out from his body and circled around him. Each ray of immortal light emitted a terrifying wave of immortal force. The 9 revolutions, heavenly art. You are the successor of the Tao Father? An old voice rang out from the peak of Spirited Mountain. Then a figure appeared in the sky above Spirited Mountain, walking down the mountain step by step. This was an old monk. This old monk couldn't be any older. All his teeth had fallen off and his eyes were turbid. It was as if he couldn't see the road anymore. However, with every step the old monk took, a golden lotus would appear beneath his feet, dragging him down. With every step he took, lotuses would appear. Buddhist mighty figure. When Gu Fei saw the old monk, his pupils involuntarily shrank. He had come prepared. His real body was outside the Spiritual Mountain, and it was his saint-level puppet avatar that had broken into the Spiritual Mountain. His primordial spirit had entered the avatar's control and unleashed a supreme, immortal arcane art. This made the Buddhist mighty figure mistakenly believe that it was an immortal mighty figure who had broken into the Spiritual Mountain. The old monk took a few steps forward and arrived near the mountain gate. He reached out and grabbed the demon, subduing Vajra that had been knocked away by Gu Fei's fist energy. Buzz! The Vajra vibrated, and the Buddhist Tao runes on its surface emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, drawing upon a strand of Buddhist Tao energy. A holy aura filled the air. Buddhist Tao and immortal Tao have always minded their own business. Benefactor, are you trying to incite a war between immortals and Buddhists? The old monk's hoarse voice rang out. Though the old monk's voice wasn't loud, it traveled far and wide. All the Buddhist disciples on the Spiritual Mountain could hear him clearly. What war between immortals and Buddhists? Old monk, don't talk so much. I'm here today to witness the legendary heavenly Buddha Tao. Gu Fei's overbearing attitude left no room for negotiation. It's impossible to enter the heavenly Buddha Tao. At this time, the young monk also walked over. The two Buddhist mighty figures locked onto Gu Fei. A bronze bell appeared in the young monk's hand. Gu Fei couldn't help but take another look at the bronze bell in the young monk's hand, because he noticed that it was very similar to the Buddhist sacred weapon, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. A Buddhist sacred weapon that imitates the Sanskrit Buddhist bell? The aura exuded from the bronze bell made Gu Fei feel a considerable pressure. This was a sacred weapon, a terrifying one at that. Then let me experience the Buddhist sect's ultimate move today. Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly attacked. The 9 immortal lights around him turned into 9 immortal swords. They emitted towering sword energy fluctuations and pierced towards the two Buddhist mighty figures in front of him. Swish! The 9 swords shot out at the same time, easily piercing through the void of heaven and earth. Under the impact of the sword energy, the temperature of the entire heaven and earth dropped rapidly. The chilling sword energy caused one's heart to palpitate. This was no longer a battle between ordinary mighty figures. The arrays on the spiritual mountain were all activated. Rays of Buddhist light rushed out from the mountain, protecting the entire spiritual mountain. The surface of the spiritual mountain was engraved with countless Buddhist runes. The Buddhist runes interweaved with the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. Even the power of a saint would find it hard to break through the spiritual mountain. Dang! A bell rang. The young monk activated the bronze bell. A transparent ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the Buddhist bell. This was a terrifying, formless killing sound. Buzz! The 5 immortal swords that pierced towards the young monk were blocked by the sound waves from the Buddhist bell. The swords trembled and were almost shattered by the sound waves. The old monk was even more ferocious. He directly swung the demon, subduing Vajra in his hand, and smashed away the 4 immortal swords that pierced towards him. The old monk looked extremely old, but the blood in his body was extremely vigorous. It was as if a terrifying beast was hiding in his body. He swung the demon, subduing Vajra, and smashed away the 4 immortal swords. Then, he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! The old monk leaped up high. Then, he swung the demon, subduing Vajra with both hands, and smashed it towards Gu Fei's head. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the demon, subduing Vajra. A terrifying saint-level Buddhist power surged out from the demon, subduing Vajra. Everyone was shocked. They quickly retreated further away. At this time, no one could intervene. The Buddhist mighty figure in the dark did not seem to have any intention of taking action. The vast and mighty saint-level power caused many temples around the spiritual mountain to collapse. Sand and pebbles within a radius of several miles were sent flying. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei grew stronger. He directly faced the demon, subduing Vajra that was smashing down. Chaotic upheaval. A strange power surged out from his body. The void of heaven and earth seemed to be suddenly shifted and reversed. Then, the demon subduing Vajra that was smashing down from above actually reversed and smashed towards the old monk's head. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1372. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit had inherited all the immortal Tao's divine arts. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-tier puppet and could use all sorts of divine arts. He executed the chaotic reversal secret technique and reversed the demon, subduing Vajra scepter that the old monk had smashed down. The old monk's ferocious attack had put him in a dangerous situation. Rumble! The scepter's terrifying might shook heaven and earth, shattering the void as it smashed towards the old monk's head. The old monk paled in fright. Roar! The old monk roared in anger. Golden Buddhist energy surged from his body. Although he looked old, he was terrifyingly ferocious. He could actually use brute force to stop the scepter from smashing down. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This old monk was too strong. He didn't seem like an old man at all. His chi and blood were many times more vigorous than those in the prime of their lives. What kind of technique did this old monk cultivate? Gu Fei found it hard to imagine. This old monk couldn't be any older, but his chi and blood were so vigorous that there were no signs of aging at all. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, chaotic. The old monk's eyes were no longer turbid. 2 resplendent, divine lights shot out from the depths of his eyes as he glanced at Gu Fei with incomparable shock. He recognized the immortal secret technique that Gu Fei used. Clang! The bronze bell grew to the size of a mountain, emitting a terrifying, murderous sound as it smashed towards Gu Fei's head. The young monk had made his move. The murderous sound of the bell was vast and mighty. The space below was silently annihilated. Gu Fei used a void step and rushed out from below the bell. Then, he defied the heavens and arrived in front of the bell. He directly punched the bell, and a ferocious fist energy erupted from Gu Fei's fist. Clang! The bronze Buddhist bell was smashed by Gu Fei's fist, causing it to cave in. A fist mark appeared on the Buddhist bell, and the bell was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei. What? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this. Too strong. The body of this supreme being was just too strong. It was like a humanoid holy weapon. The young monk was even more shocked. No one knew better than him how powerful this Buddhist sacred weapon was because it was a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. The Buddhist great sages were supreme beings who could compete with the immortal Tao great sages. They were all ruthless characters who were only one step away from attaining the flawless great Tao. The bronze Buddhist bell was made by imitating the Buddhist sect's holy weapon, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. It was imprinted with the mark of the great Tao of the Buddhist sect's great Tao, and it could activate the power of the great Tao. The moment the Buddha bell appeared, it was invincible. The young monk had used this sacred weapon of the Buddhist sect to slay countless demons. But right now, he had met his match. The bronze bell quickly shrank and flew back into the young monk's hand. He wiped the bell with his hand, and the fist mark on the bell immediately disappeared. Buddhist runes appeared on the bronze Buddhist bell, and a terrifying power was awakening. Again, at this time, the old monk attacked again. The exorcism Vajra in his hand turned into a golden dragon shadow. It emitted a blinding golden light and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei once again used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He reversed the old monk's attack, but this time, Gu Fei felt that it was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using a great Buddhist technique to fight against Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Although the old monk's attack was reversed, it was no longer a threat to him. His entire body became illusory and illusory. Although Gu Fei's devil-subduing Vajra pestle had struck him, it was only his illusory image that was struck. You have the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, and I have the Buddhist light traversal technique. The old monk's figure flickered between reality and illusion, and his old voice was full of confidence. The Buddhist light traversal technique had unimaginable power. It could actually fight against one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. This shocked Gu Fei to no end. One had to know that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme immortal techniques created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Each secret had heaven-defying divine might. Once the 9 secrets were used, one would be in an invincible position. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were unbeatable secret arts. All right, then let's see who's the strongest. Gu Fei's endless fighting spirit was ignited by the old monk. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to fight against the old monk. This was a battle between saints. Even with the Buddhist grand formation protecting the spirit mountain, the void around Gu Fei and the old monk was still pierced. The evil subduing Vajra scepter turned into a golden divine dragon that danced around the old monk. The old monk was like the legendary dragon subduing Arhut, displaying great battle prowess. The old monk was too ferocious. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei, but the result was predictable. The bones in the old monk's arm were almost broken, and his body suffered a great impact. He was so scared that he didn't dare to clash head-on with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's nascent divinity was a saint-level puppet. It was a human-shaped saint weapon that could display the power of a saint level. A punch from it could kill a half-saint. The old monk was also quite impressive. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei. His body was only injured, and he wasn't smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei was still fighting the two Buddhist almighties with ease. The battle prowess displayed by the puppet made the two Buddhist almighties fearful. They could vaguely guess that there was something wrong with Gu Fei because they could see that Gu Fei wasn't a saint. Since he wasn't a saint, how could he have a physique that was comparable to a saint weapon? The legendary saint-level puppet? Those who could become almighties were all peerless geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sever their Tao to become almighties. Such existences were definitely ancient existences in the mortal realm. The old monk and the young monk had lived for countless years. Their knowledge was extraordinary. They quickly noticed the abnormality on Gu Fei's body. If Gu Fei was a saint, he would be able to kill all of them with a single move. Even if he possessed a saint weapon, the result would be the same. There was a fundamental difference between the power of a saint and a true saint. If a saint attacked, they would be instantly killed even if they had a saint weapon. This was because a saint's understanding of the great Tao was a gap that other cultivators couldn't surpass. The profundities of the great Tao could become an absolute killing force. Without reaching the level of a saint, one would never know how terrifying a saint was. Although Gu Fei was fighting the two Buddhist almighties, the thing that really made him feel uneasy was the existence of the Buddhist almighties hiding in the dark. There were 3 Buddhist almighties overseeing the spiritual mountain. At this time, 2 of them had already made their moves. The last one had yet to make a move. This was a variable. The last Buddhist almighty hadn't made a move yet, but his divine sense locked onto Gu Fei, forcing Gu Fei to be on guard at all times. This affected his battle prowess. Damn it, Gu Fei naturally knew what the guy hiding in the dark was planning. The Buddhist almighty wanted Gu Fei to fight with the old monk and the young monk until both sides were injured before he made his move. The Buddhist almighty didn't seem to be united. Bam! Gu Fei sent the bronze Buddhist bell flying with a punch and forced the young monk to retreat. He took a step forward and stomped on the old monk's demon, subduing Vajra ferociously. Swish! He stomped on the demon, subduing Vajra with his right foot, and turned into a bolt of lightning. He soared into the sky and rushed towards the peak of the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with these people anymore. Stop him! We can't let him reach the peak of the spiritual mountain. Shouts sounded from all directions. All the Buddhist experts were shocked and angry, but they didn't have the strength to stop Gu Fei. Roar! The 2 Buddhist almighties roared and chased after Gu Fei. It was their duty to protect the spiritual mountain. If Gu Fei were to reach the peak of the spiritual mountain, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. The 5 elements void appeared on Gu Fei's body. He used the void steps and moved quickly in the void. In just a few steps, he was already halfway up the spiritual mountain. Boom! At this moment, a golden Buddha's hand broke through the layers of light from the peak of Spirited Mountain and slammed down on Gu Fei, who was halfway up the mountain. A terrifying Buddhist power came down from the giant hand. A large area of the void collapsed under the cover of this giant hand. This was a destructive force. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and pointed his finger. The golden light from his finger was as sharp as a heavenly sword. It cut through the void and pierced through the big hand that was slapping down from the sky. Then, he passed through the big hand that was pierced through. Swish! 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 Beams of golden light cascaded down from the spiritual mountain like golden rainbows. They connected the sky and the earth, emitting terrifying waves of Buddhist power. Each beam of Buddhist light seemed to be able to kill a sage. This Buddhist light was the power condensed by the mountain guarding Grand Formation. The Buddhist Grand Formation on the spiritual mountain was definitely a saint-level formation. It was extremely terrifying. Even a quasi-sage would be killed by it. However, Gu Fei was not a quasi-sage. It was not his real body that made it to the top of the spiritual mountain. It was a saint-level incarnation of his immortal Tao, Xianxia. A saint-level formation would not be able to suppress this incarnation of Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei swung his fist. Beams of dazzling golden Buddhist light shattered under his fist, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated between heaven and earth. "Stop him!" An expert of the Buddhist sect shouted. All the experts of the Buddhist sect were extremely nervous. If Gu Fei really made it to the peak of the spiritual mountain, the entire Buddhist sect would lose face. No one wanted to see that happen. Chapter 1373. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit had inherited all the immortal Tao's divine arts. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-tier puppet and could use all sorts of divine arts. He executed the chaotic reversal secret technique and reversed the demon subduing Vajra scepter that the old monk had smashed down. The old monk's ferocious attack had put him in a dangerous situation. Rumble, the Vajra's terrifying might shook the world and shattered the void. It smashed towards the old monk's head, causing the old monk to turn pale with fright. Roar! The old monk roared in anger. Golden Buddhist energy surged around him. Although he looked old, he was terrifyingly ferocious. He could actually use brute force to stop the Vajra's downward momentum. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This old monk was truly too powerful. He didn't seem like an old man at all. His blood and qi were countless times more vigorous than those in the prime of their lives. What did this old monk cultivate? Gu Fei found it hard to imagine. This old monk couldn't be any older, but his blood and qi were incomparably vigorous. There were no signs of aging at all. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, chaos reversal. The old monk's eyes were no longer turbid. 2 resplendent divine lights shot out from the depths of his eyes as he glanced at Gu Fei with incomparable shock. He recognized the immortal Tao secret art Gu Fei used. Clang! The bronze bell expanded to the size of a mountain, emitting a terrifying murderous sound as it smashed down towards Gu Fei. The young monk had made his move. The murderous sound of the bell reverberated, and the world below was silently annihilated. Gu Fei used a void step and rushed out from below the bell. Then, he defied the heavens and arrived in front of the bell. He directly punched the bell, and a ferocious fist energy erupted from Gu Fei's fist. Clang! The bronze Buddhist bell was smashed by Gu Fei's fist, causing it to cave in. A fist mark appeared on the Buddhist bell, and the bell was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei. What? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this. Too strong. The body of this supreme being was just too strong. It was like a humanoid holy weapon. The young monk was even more shocked. No one knew better than him how powerful this Buddhist sacred weapon was because it was a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. The Buddhist great sages were supreme beings who could compete with the immortal Tao great sages. They were all ruthless characters who were only one step away from attaining the flawless great Tao. The bronze Buddhist bell was made by imitating the Buddhist sect's holy weapon, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. It was imprinted with the mark of the great Tao of the Buddhist sect's great Tao, and it could activate the power of the great Tao. The moment the Buddha bell appeared, it was invincible. The young monk had used this sacred weapon of the Buddhist sect to slay countless demons. But right now, he had met his match. The bronze bell quickly shrank and flew back into the young monk's hand. He wiped the bell with his hand, and the fist mark on the bell immediately disappeared. Buddhist runes appeared on the bronze Buddhist bell, and a terrifying power was awakening. Again, at this time, the old monk attacked again. The exorcism Vajra in his hand turned into a golden dragon shadow. It emitted a blinding golden light and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei once again used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He reversed the old monk's attack, but this time, Gu Fei felt that it was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using a great Buddhist technique to fight against Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Although the old monk's attack was reversed, it was no longer a threat to him. His entire body became illusory and illusory. Although Gu Fei's devil-subduing Vajra pestle had struck him, it was only his illusory image that was struck. You have the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, and I have the Buddhist light traversal technique. The old monk's figure flickered between real and illusory, and his old voice was full of confidence. The Buddhist light traversal technique had unimaginable power. It could actually fight against one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. This shocked Gu Fei to no end. One had to know that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme immortal techniques created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Each secret had heaven-defying divine might. Once the 9 secrets were used, one would be in an invincible position. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were unbeatable secret arts. All right, then let's see who's the strongest. Gu Fei's endless fighting spirit was ignited by the old monk. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to fight against the old monk. This was a battle between saints. Even with the Buddhist grand formation protecting the spirit mountain, the void around Gu Fei and the old monk was still pierced. The evil subduing Vajra scepter turned into a golden divine dragon that danced around the old monk. The old monk was like the legendary dragon subduing Arhut, displaying great battle prowess. The old monk was too ferocious. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei, but the result was predictable. The bones in the old monk's arm were almost broken, and his body suffered a great impact. He was so scared that he didn't dare to clash head-on with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's nascent divinity was a saint-level puppet. It was a human-shaped saint weapon that could display the power of a saint level. A punch from it could kill a half-saint. The old monk was also quite impressive. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei, and his body was only injured. He wasn't smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei was still fighting the 2 Buddhist almighties with ease. The battle prowess displayed by the puppet made the 2 Buddhist almighties fearful. They could vaguely guess that there was something wrong with Gu Fei's body because they could see that Gu Fei wasn't a saint. Since he wasn't a saint, how could he have a physique that was comparable to a saint weapon? The legendary saint-level puppet. Those who could become almighties were all peerless geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sever their Tao to become almighties. Such existences were definitely ancient existences in the mortal realm. The old monk and the young monk had lived for countless years. Their knowledge was extraordinary. They quickly noticed the abnormality on Gu Fei's body. If Gu Fei was a saint, he would be able to kill all of them with a single move. Even if he possessed a saint weapon, the result would be the same. There was a fundamental difference between the power of a saint and a true saint. If a saint were to attack, even if he had a saint weapon, he would still be killed in an instant. This was because a saint's understanding of the great Tao was a gap that other cultivators couldn't surpass. The profundities of the great Tao could become an absolute killing force. Without reaching the level of a saint, one would never know how terrifying a saint was. Although Gu Fei was fighting the 2 Buddhist almighties, the thing that made him feel uneasy was the existence of the Buddhist almighties hiding in the dark. There were 3 Buddhist almighties overseeing the spiritual mountain. At this time, 2 of them had already made their moves. The last one had yet to make a move. This was a variable. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1374. Swoosh! 9 golden shadows appeared around Gu Fei with mighty Buddhist power. These 9 shadows were like 9 almighty Buddhists who suddenly appeared and surrounded Gu Fei. Question mark. Gu Fei pointed out with his finger, wanting to destroy the large figure in front of him. However, the extremely sharp finger power passed through the illusory figure and was unable to destroy it. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. He soared into the sky, but the 9 illusory figures also soared into the sky. Like shadows, they continued to surround Gu Fei. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. The 5 elemental void suddenly emerged from his body. 5 forces spread out and sucked the 9 illusory figures into the 5 elemental void. Rumble, the 5 elements void shook. Gu Fei used the power of the 5 elements to destroy the 9 shadows and continued to rush up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the mountain peak. Swoosh! Just when Gu Fei was near the mountain peak, the void around him suddenly collapsed. A strong force pulled him into a pitch-black hole without any light. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Someone had set up a killing trap and was waiting for him to rush into it. In the darkness, there was no sky or earth. He could not feel any aura or fluctuation. It was as if he had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. Oomph! Didn't you ask me to attack? I'm going to attack now. A voice suddenly appeared in the dark void. It turned out that the almighty Buddhists who were hiding in the dark had set up a killing trap. Shameless scoundrel! Gu Fei was shocked and angry. The almighty Buddhists in the dark had actually done such a thing. This was too despicable and unscrupulous. If I can kill you, what's the harm in being a little shameless? The voice of the powerful being from the Buddhist sect rang out. After that, the entire dark void started trembling as streams of chaos qi gushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The power of destruction was vast and surging, able to destroy everything. Do you think you can kill me like this? Gu Fei's voice was incomparably cold. His killing intent soared into the sky. The despicable actions of the other party had completely infuriated him. Immortal energy erupted from his entire body, causing the entire dark space to split apart. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on his body and then rushed out, interweaving in the space around him, forming a terrifying domain. Even the chaotic energy was blocked by Gu Fei's domain and couldn't get close to him. Saint Tier Immortal Tao, flying avatar. No wonder you dared to charge into the spirit mountain alone. The voice in the dark was very surprised. Gu Fei's battle prowess had already exceeded his expectations. Whoosh! Gu Fei didn't say anything. A beam of violet gold divine light surged from his brow, and an extremely powerful primordial spirit rippled out from within. Boom! In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the void. A violet gold Tao sword shot out from between Gu Fei's brow, instantly tearing through the void and shooting out from the dark space. What? The person in the dark was shocked. He never expected Gu Fei to have such a method. He was sent into the dark void and could still tear open the void. The aura of the outside world seeped in through the tear. Open! Gu Fei threw a punch at the crack that had been torn open by the primordial spirit Tao sword. The ferocious force of the punch caused the entire space to collapse. Then, a gap that was several tens of feet in size appeared. I can't let him out. Boom! A rumbling sound came from outside, and then a golden Buddha hand pressed towards the tear. In the palm of the Buddha's hand, there was a one character that shone with blinding Buddhist light. You want to fight me head-on? Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. He cultivated a supreme martial art, and his body was so strong that even connate divine beasts couldn't compare. He stepped forward and punched. It was a simple and direct punch, but the fist force was unstoppable. It displayed an indomitable momentum. Bam! The entire dark void almost collapsed. The golden Buddha hand in front of him was shattered by Gu Fei's punch, and Gu Fei rushed out through the gap. Clang! The moment Gu Fei rushed out, a bell rang out. A bronze Buddha bell hung high in the sky, raining down a terrifying, murderous sound that shattered the world. Roar! Gu Fei was caught off guard. All he heard was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. He was sent flying thousands of feet away with his hands over his head. Bam! A golden dragon shadow rushed over at this moment, sending Gu Fei flying thousands of meters away. His chest caved in. Even a Saint-tier puppet clone couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack. The full power of the 3 Buddhist powerhouses made Gu Fei dizzy for a moment. A figure hidden in the Buddhist light silently closed in on Gu Fei. It wanted to attack, but Gu Fei was alarmed. He used a void step and rushed forward. Swoosh! The primordial spirit Tao sword appeared again. Purple gold sword light tore through the void, cutting towards the old and young monks. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao again. Did you obtain the complete 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao? The old monks said in shock. The old and young monks didn't dare to be careless. One had to know that each secret of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao contained heaven-defying divine might. They used their Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves, but they were forced back by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. He turned to face the Buddhist powerhouse hidden in the Buddhist light. All sorts of offensive battle techniques were unleashed, causing the entire world to crumble. The despicable Buddhist powerhouse had some skill. Faced with Gu Fei's wrath, he calmly dealt with it. He used his Buddhist techniques and actually blocked Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei discovered that the layer of golden Buddhist light around a mysterious person was very mystical. It could actually block the power of a Saint Tier attack. Was it also a holy weapon? Even with his martial Tao heavenly eye, Gu Fei found it difficult to see the face of the figure behind the Buddhist light. Swoosh! Fine threads of divine light rushed out from the layer of Buddhist light around the mysterious person. Like silk, they wrapped around Gu Fei. Gu Fei used his primordial spirit, Tao, sword, to fend off the 2 Buddhist powerhouses. Then he used his fists to fight the mysterious Buddhist powerhouse. In such a battle, a Saint Tier puppet didn't seem to have much of an advantage. He had a holy weapon, but so did his opponent. He struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist, dispersing all the golden threads that were wrapping around him. The fist force's momentum didn't reach its peak. It even struck the golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person. Bam! The mysterious person was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. He suffered a significant impact, and the layer of golden light around him dimmed, revealing a faint and illusory figure. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1375. Swoosh! 9 golden phantoms appeared around Gu Fei. Buddhist power surged. These 9 phantoms were like 9 almighty Buddhists who had suddenly appeared and surrounded Gu Fei. Gu Fei pointed out with his finger, wanting to destroy the large figure in front of him. However, the extremely sharp finger power passed through the illusory figure and was unable to destroy it. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. He soared into the sky, but the 9 illusory figures also soared into the sky. Like shadows, they continued to surround Gu Fei. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. The 5 elemental void suddenly emerged from his body. 5 forces spread out and sucked the 9 illusory figures into the 5 elemental void. Rumble, the 5 elements void shook. Gu Fei used the power of the 5 elements to destroy the 9 shadows and continued to rush up. In the blink of an eye, he was near the mountain peak. Swoosh! Just when Gu Fei was near the mountain peak, the void around him suddenly collapsed. A strong force pulled him into a pitch-black hole without light. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Someone had set up a killing trap and was waiting for him to rush into it. In the darkness, there was no sky or earth. He could not feel any aura or fluctuation. It was as if he had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. Oomph! Didn't you ask me to attack? I'm going to attack now. A voice suddenly appeared in the dark void. It turned out to be the killing trap set by the almighty Buddhists who were hiding in the dark. Shameless scoundrel! Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. The person in the dark was a great expert of the Buddhist sect, yet he actually acted in such a manner. This was truly too despicable and unscrupulous. What's the harm in being a little shameless if I can kill you? The voice of the powerful Buddhist cultivator rang out. After that, the entire dark space started trembling. Streams of chaos chi gushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The power of destruction was vast and surging, able to destroy everything in its path. Do you think you can kill me like this? Gu Fei's voice was as cold as ice. His murderous intent soared to the sky. The despicable actions of the almighty Buddhists had thoroughly infuriated him. Immortal energy erupted from his body and pushed open the dark void. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on his body and then rushed out, interweaving in the space around him, forming a terrifying domain. Even the primal chaos chi was blocked by Gu Fei's domain, making it difficult for him to get close. Saint Grade Immortal Ascension. No wonder you dared to charge into the spiritual mountain alone. The voice in the dark was very surprised. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei had exceeded his expectations. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not say anything. A beam of purple-gold light surged from his forehead, and an extremely powerful ripple of the power of his soul spread out. Buzz! In the next moment, there was a rumble in the air. A violet gold sword of the way shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, tearing through the air in an instant and shooting out from the dark space. What? The person in the dark was taken aback. He had never thought that Gu Fei would have such a method. After being sent into the dark void, he was still able to break through the void. The aura of the outside world seeped in through the crack. Open! Gu Fei threw a punch at the crack that had been torn open by the primordial spirit Tao sword. The ferocious force of the punch caused the entire space to collapse. Then, a gap that was several tens of feet in size appeared. Don't let him come out. Boom! A rumble came from outside, and then a golden Buddha's hand pressed against the gap. In the palm of the Buddha's hand, there was a one character that shone with blinding Buddhist light. You want to fight me head-on? Gu Fei could not help but laugh. He cultivated a supreme martial art, and his body was so strong that even connate divine beasts could not compare. He stepped forward and punched. It was a simple and direct punch, but the force of the fist was unstoppable. It displayed an unstoppable momentum. Bang! The entire dark void almost collapsed, and the golden Buddha's hand in front of him was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei rushed out through the gap. Clang! The moment Gu Fei rushed out, a bell rang. A bronze Buddha bell hung high in the sky, raining down a terrifying, murderous sound that shattered the world. Roar! Gu Fei was caught off guard. All he heard was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. He was sent flying thousands of feet away with his hands over his head. Bang! At this moment, a golden dragon shadow rushed over and directly knocked Gu Fei thousands of feet away, causing his chest to collapse. Even a Saint-tier puppet clone could not withstand such a ferocious attack. The full force of the three Buddhist powerhouses made Gu Fei dizzy for a moment. A figure hidden in the Buddhist light silently closed in on Gu Fei. It wanted to attack, but Gu Fei was alarmed. He used the void step and rushed forward. Swoosh! The primordial spirit, Tao, sword appeared again. Purple gold sword light tore through the void, cutting towards the old and young monks. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao again. Did you obtain the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The old monks said in shock. The old and young monks did not dare to be careless. One had to know that each secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao contained heaven-defying divine might. They used Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves, but they were forced back by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Oof! Gu Fei sneered. He turned to face the Buddhist powerhouse hidden in the Buddhist light behind him. All sorts of offensive battle techniques were unleashed, causing the entire world to crumble. The despicable Buddhist powerhouse had some skill. Faced with Gu Fei's rage, he dealt with it calmly. He used Buddhist great techniques and actually blocked Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei discovered that the layer of golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person was very mystical. It could actually block the power of a Saint-tier attack. Was it also a holy weapon? Even with his martial Tao heavenly eye, Gu Fei found it difficult to see the face of the figure behind the Buddhist light. Swoosh! Thin threads of divine light rushed out from the layer of Buddhist light around the mysterious person, wrapping around Gu Fei like silk. Gu Fei used the primordial spirit Tao sword to fend off the 2 Buddhist powerhouses. Then, he used his fist to fight the mysterious Buddhist powerhouse. Saint-tier puppets seemed to have a hard time gaining any advantage in such a battle. He had a holy weapon, but so did the other party. He struck out with the yin-yang transmigration fist to disperse the golden threads that were wrapping around him. The fist force's momentum did not reach its peak. It even struck the golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person. Bang! The mysterious person was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. He suffered a significant impact, and the layer of golden light around him dimmed, revealing an ethereal figure. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1376. Roar. Gu Fei roared angrily. His immortal Tao mystic art had 9 transformations, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. With a single punch, he sent the mysterious powerhouse, shrouded in Buddhist light, flying hundreds of meters away. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the 3 Buddhist powerhouses. His primordial spirit, Tao, sword swept through the heavens and earth, constantly attacking the 2 Buddhist powerhouses behind him. Buzz! The sword of the Tao shook and emanated a terrifying sword wave that shattered space and split the heavens and the earth. It revealed supreme might and forced back the 2 great figures that wielded the divine weapons of the Buddhist sect. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements. With one step, he appeared above the mysterious powerhouse's head and stomped down on him. Boom! The fire elemental void was guided under Gu Fei's feet. He was like an ancient god of fire, stepping on a fiery world as he descended from the sky. The flames burned the void until it was annihilated. The overwhelming flames instantly drowned the mysterious powerhouse shrouded in Buddhist light. At this moment, a saintly might erupted from the flames. Then, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light rushed out from Gu Fei's fire elemental void. It was a blurry figure shrouded in Buddhist light. There were ancient Buddhist Tao patterns circulating on the Buddhist light. The towering flames couldn't get close to him. What holy weapon is this? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The other party had used a holy weapon. This was the power of a saint. Only a saint's power could break through the fire elemental void and rush out. It's the great Sumeru glazed Buddhist light barrier. At this time, the Buddhist virtuous of the entire West Earth Buddhist land had gathered on the spiritual mountain. Among them, someone recognized the mysterious powerhouse's holy weapon. That legendary Buddhist holy weapon? A Buddhist virtuous exclaimed. This was a Buddhist weapon that had long been lost in the primordial chaos. They didn't expect it to appear before their eyes again. Swoosh! After the mysterious powerhouse rushed out of the sea of flames, the Buddhist light on his body immediately flourished. Specks of golden starlight faintly appeared around him. This was the glazed Buddhist light. Specks of golden starlight rushed out of the mysterious powerhouse's body and turned into golden stars that shot towards Gu Fei. It was as if a golden sea of stars was rushing towards Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. He didn't dodge or evade. He directly rushed towards the mysterious cultivator. He waved his fists. Tao patterns appeared on his fists, condensing the power of the Great Path. Boom! Bam! Gu Fei was incomparably ferocious. He punched out, and the dozen or so big stars that were rushing towards him immediately turned into a golden rain of light, dissipating between heaven and earth. He punched out, and another dozen or so golden big stars exploded. He charged through the golden sea of stars and pointed at the mysterious mighty being. The dazzling divine light immediately tore through the void and broke into the Buddha's light that covered the mysterious mighty being. Golden blood splattered. The mysterious mighty being's shoulder was pierced by Gu Fei's finger light, and then he flew backward, trying to avoid Gu Fei's next attack. The mysterious mighty being was protected by the Buddhist sacred weapon, the great Sumeru glazed Buddhist light shield, but he was still injured. Gu Fei's saint-level avatar was a battle puppet refined by a great sage of the human clan. Its combat power was unparalleled. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered this saint-level avatar, the avatar's power gradually came under his complete control. He operated the 9 revolutions heaven art. 9 divine lights circled around his body. Each of them emitted a destructive power. Like a supreme immortal, They pressed towards the mysterious mighty being. The mysterious mighty being's means were too despicable. It aroused Gu Fei's killing intent. He wanted to kill this abominable guy first, and then deal with the two great Buddhist mighty beings behind him. Buddha's light illumination. The mysterious mighty being growled and operated the great Sumeru glazed Buddhist light shield with all his strength. A layer of bright Buddha's light immediately gushed out from his body. The next moment, the mysterious Buddhist mighty being seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun. His whole body emitted endless golden Buddha's light. The dazzling Buddha's light drowned Gu Fei. The Buddha's light contained a terrible power to subdue demons. Although Gu Fei was protected by the five elements void, he still seemed to hear thousands of Buddhas chanting sutras in his ears. Even his soul showed signs of being transcended. If an ordinary person was shrouded by this Buddha's light, he would have put down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He could not let go of the butcher's knife in his heart. Roar! You want me to convert? Unless the ancient Buddhist Lord comes in person. Gu Fei roared again and again. He blasted out a punch. The fist force soared into the sky, broke through the layers of Buddha's light, hit outside, and broke the opponent's great technique. Swish! He did not hesitate and directly rushed out from the broken place. At this time, the primordial spirit Dao sword had already been broken by the old monk and the young monk. He then rushed towards Gu Fei. Rumble! The evil subduing Vajra scepter in the old monk's hand turned into a golden true dragon. It emitted a supreme holy might, almost causing the entire heaven and earth to collapse. It fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. Dang! The bronze Buddha bell let out a world-shaking Buddhist sound. The terrifying sound waves caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The killing sound formed could destroy everything. Any demon would be subdued. When the two holy weapons arrived, the terrifying Buddhist power sealed the entire heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not dodge it all. This was the powerful power of a sage. Even a sage would be shocked. Gu Fei was in danger. However, the stronger he became, the more dangerous the situation was. Only then could he fully unleash his potential. This was the most direct way to stimulate one's potential. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind as he let out an angry roar that shook the mountains and rivers. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a war immortal. His eyes emitted a divine light that was several feet long as it swept over the two Buddhist almighties. All right, then let's fight to our heart's content. Gu Fei's battle intent sword. He directly rushed forward and punched, dispersing the terrifying killing sound that was coming towards him. Then, he took a step forward and turned into a divine light. He streaked across the void like a meteor. Boom! He directly collided with the golden true dragon that was charging towards him. What? He is using his physical body to fight against a holy weapon. Is he crazy? Exclamations sounded everywhere. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. This action of Gu Fei shocked everyone to the extreme. They could not believe what they saw in front of them. What was even more inconceivable was that the madman, who had used his physical body to take on the sacred weapon of the Buddhist sect, did not die. The golden dragon was shattered and turned into a Vajra pestle that radiated with Buddhist light. It flew out. Gu Fei was also sent flying thousands of feet away by a powerful force. His entire Saint-Tier doppelganger seemed to be falling apart. Even his primordial spirit was almost beaten out. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1377. It had been many years since a battle between supreme existences took place on the spiritual mountain. The last time was when a supreme devil appeared in the desolate battlefield. The earth demon ancestor, Ing Tian, once displayed his supreme demonic might and slaughtered his way up the spiritual mountain. In the end, he even alerted the Arhat of the heavenly Buddhist sect and was chased away. The earth demon ancestor, Ing Tian, was a supreme devil that was born in the primordial chaos. He possessed supreme demonic arts, but after being suppressed by the Buddhist sovereign for countless years, his cultivation base was mostly destroyed. It wasn't an easy matter to recover. After Ying Tian, no one else dared to trespass the spiritual mountain. Until today, when Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-grade puppet and slaughtered his way up the mountain. The once-in-a-thousand-years Dharma exchange was being held. All the eminent monks of the West Earth Buddhism sect were gathered on the spiritual mountain. There were also 3 supreme existences guarding the mountain. Gu Fei dared to trespass the mountain at this time. This kind of courage was something no one else had. The 3 experts of the Buddhist clan joined hands with their divine weapons and fought against Gu Fei. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow, and he had gone berserk. He did not use the chaotic reversal secret technique, but instead used his supreme Tao technique to fight against the 3 experts. Clang! He ascended to the sky in a single step, appearing in front of the bronze bell. He then slammed his fist on the bell, causing it to cave in. A fist mark appeared where his fist landed. Clang! Gu Fei's fist landed on the same spot on the bell. The entire bell shook violently. The Buddhist Tao runes on its surface flickered, activating the power of the great Tao. The young monk was shocked. He hurriedly tried to control the bell, wanting to retract it. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched the bell a 3rd time. Clang! The bronze bell shook and a large part of its body caved in. If it wasn't for the Buddhist Tao runes on the bell, it would have been pierced by Gu Fei. This holy weapon was knocked back by Gu Fei's 3rd punch. The young monk hurriedly retreated, but he still couldn't avoid it. Bam! The bronze bell fiercely smashed onto the young monk's body. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out from the young monk's body as he was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away along with the bell, coughing out blood. What? Everyone on the spirited mountain was shocked. Was this person really an immortal cultivator? The combat skill that Gu Fei displayed caused them to be bewildered. This person clearly cultivated the power of the immortal Tao. However, what he displayed seemed to be the legendary martial arts and combat skills. Those were 2 different cultivation systems. Just as Gu Fei sent the young monk flying, the old monk controlled the demon subduing Vajra scepter and charged over. The shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on the Vajra scepter, emitting a terrifying holy might. The old monk swung the scepter and smashed it towards Gu Fei. Bam! The terrifying power of the Vajra, subduing demon, subduing Vajra, crushed the void between heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the Buddhist Tao runes that were imprinted on the spirited mountain, it would have been shattered by this attack. Kill! The divine light in Gu Fei's eyes was as bright as the sun. He did not dodge or evade, and directly waved his fist, facing the subduing devil Vajra that was smashing down. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the subduing demon Vajra pestle, causing the void to be annihilated. The vast and mighty destructive power obliterated many of the Buddhist Tao patterns in the vicinity. Cracks began to appear on the mountains in the vicinity. Gu Fei was like a meteorite falling from the sky. The old monk's qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme. The power of this strike was extraordinary. It actually smashed Gu Fei down from the sky. As for the old monk, he was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist force. His hands that were holding the Vajra were trembling, and golden blood was seeping out of them. The old monk was incomparably shocked. The devil, subduing Vajra pestle in his hand, almost flew out of his hand. This demon, the old monk knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the Buddhist sacred weapon, the Vajra, he would have been killed on the spot. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei fell from the sky, smashing a huge pit in the ground. The entire ground trembled violently, and dust flew up. Swish! When Gu Fei smashed to the ground, a ball of golden light rushed out from the mysterious Almighty's body. Then, it turned into a huge light shield that shrouded the place where Gu Fei landed. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty. The light shield instantly sank into the ground and quickly rushed out of the ground. When the light shield rushed out of the ground, there was already a figure trapped inside. At this moment, the golden light left the body, and the true appearance of the mysterious Almighty appeared in front of everyone. This mysterious almighty was a tall and thin middle-aged monk. This monk was wearing a yellow monk robe. His face was sallow, as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. Sick monk? Someone recognized the tall and thin middle-aged monk. This sickly-looking monk was an expert of the Buddhist sections. He was known as the sick monk. Didn't he pass away in meditation 1,000 years ago? Why would he appear here? So this murderous Buddha never died. What he said about passing away in meditation was all fake. Many people discussed in low voices. Although the sick monk was an expert of the Buddhist sects, he didn't seem to be very popular. Many people called him the murderous Buddha. This was because the sick monk had a strong murderous nature. Whenever he encountered demons, there were only two situations that would happen. One, he would kill them, and the other, he would be killed by them. The sick monk used the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield to keep Gu Fei inside. Then he sat down cross-legged and used all his strength to draw the power of the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield to refine Gu Fei inside. Immediately, ancient Buddhist Tao patterns appeared on the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield. The Tao patterns intertwined and triggered the power of the Great Tao of Buddhism. Within the transparent golden light shield, traces of glazed Buddha fire appeared. The terrifying Buddhist light gradually gathered, and the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield immediately turned into a sea of fire. This was a type of Buddhist fire that could refine all demons in the world. As long as the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield was sucked into it, even a sage-level demon would be refined to death. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. When they saw Gu Fei being sucked into the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield, countless Buddhist virtuous Buddhas on the entire spirited mountain secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Break for me. Gu Fei wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Immortal Tao energy surged throughout his body, and 9 beams of immortal light protected him inside. Even a glazed Buddha fire couldn't approach him. Boom! He punched out with all his strength. The ferocious fist force shook the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield, causing all the Buddhist Tao patterns on the shield to light up. However, the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield was a holy weapon. It was branded with Buddhist Tao patterns. Breaking it was definitely not an easy task. Gu Fei punched out 18 times in a row. Only then did the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield crack a dozen or so times. When the sickly monk saw this scene, his shock was no small matter. This person actually caused cracks to appear on the Buddhist holy weapon. Just how much strength did he need to achieve this? Target equals _blank. Chapter 1378. Inside the Buddhist temple at the peak of Mount Lingshan, He Tian wanted to take away the stone platform in the center of the temple, but just as He Tian moved the stone platform, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on the stone platform. A peaceful aura spread out from the golden light, and the temple immediately seemed to be filled with chanting and chanting, as if there were countless Buddhas preaching. Even people like Gu Fei and He Tian, who had a rock-solid state of mind, felt their souls tremble the moment the Buddhist chants entered their ears, and they almost fell into a trance. This is the legendary Buddha's light of salvation. He Tian was shocked. Even a half-step almighty like him was almost purified by the Buddha's energy waves from the Buddha's light, which really shocked him. Gu Fei was also shocked. The Buddha's light of salvation was indeed extraordinary. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already converted and entered the Buddhist sect. They were just stunned for a moment, and they were not really affected by the Buddha's light of salvation. After calming down, Gu Fei and He Tian knew that something was wrong. What is that? It's the Buddha's light of salvation. Who entered the temple? Is the heavenly Buddha path about to open? At this time, all the Buddhist disciples on Mount Lingshan felt a peaceful Buddhist energy wave spreading from the peak of Mount Lingshan. A golden Buddha's light of salvation descended from the sky and entered the temple. Someone had entered the temple and even touched the platform, attracting the Buddha's light of salvation. The Buddha's light of salvation was the only way to enter the heavenly Buddha path, and this kind of Buddha's light of salvation would only appear when the heavenly Buddha path opened. However, the heavenly Buddha path had yet to open the Buddha's light of salvation, and this kind of situation had already happened, which was very rare. Buddha's light of salvation, a weak spiritual wave spread out from the platform, like a supreme Buddha's voice, actually suppressing the chanting and chanting in the void. This sentence was like a morning bell in the ears of Gu Fei and He Tian, giving them a feeling of enlightenment, and they were about to kneel down on the platform. Scary. Perverted Buddha Lord. Gu Fei and He Tian had no choice but to circulate their Xianxia to fight against this Buddhist voice. They knew that this was the work of the Tao marks left by the ancient Buddha on the platform. The Tao marks were immortal and could still save all living beings. Even if an evil demon came here, he would probably be converted and become a Buddhist disciple. At this time, golden light covered the entire sacred hall, and golden lotuses surged out. Ancient Buddhist runes appeared in the void. This was an ancient Buddhist scripture that carried the great Tao. He Tian felt incomparably regretful. One by one, the ancient Buddhist runes disappeared in front of his eyes, but he couldn't catch anything. He could only watch as the most ancient scriptures disappeared in front of his eyes. Rumble. A golden door appeared in the sky above the peak of Spirited Mountain, and an even more powerful wave of Buddhist power spread out from the golden door. The gate of purgatory has opened. Seeing this scene, all the monks on the Spirited Mountain were moved. The heavenly Buddha, Tao, wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Those who could enter the legendary Supreme Buddha land were all people who had great affinity with Buddhism. Swish! One of the monks soared into the sky towards the gate of purgatory. When the others saw this, they also soared into the sky, wanting to enter the gate of purgatory. As long as one was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, they would want to enter the Supreme Buddha land. That was where the true inheritance of the ancient Buddhist Lord was. Legend had it that the Buddhist weapons used by the ancient Buddhist Lord were left in the heavenly Buddha Tao, waiting for the fated person to collect them. The Buddhists were the most particular about fate. When the first monk got close to the gate of purgatory, he was actually blocked by a gentle Buddhist power. He couldn't enter the gate. Boom! Right at this time, a world-shaking sound echoed from the waste of Spirited Mountain. The entire Spirited Mountain was shaking violently. A figure soared into the sky, and a terrifying immortal Tao power spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What? That madman broke free? At this time, everyone's attention was drawn over again. Everyone turned pale with fright. Wasn't that madman already sealed in the great Sumeru glazed Buddha light? How did he break free? The vast destructive power sent the sickly monk flying thousands of meters away. Golden Buddhist blood was flowing on his body, and his face was even more sallow than before. The great Sumeru glazed Buddha light was actually broken. It was actually broken. The sickly monk didn't dare to believe what he was seeing, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. There was actually someone who could break a saint weapon, and this person wasn't even a true saint. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the sickly monk wouldn't have believed that there was such a heaven-defying person in this world. Haha, all right, there's no need to act anymore. Gu Fei's Saint Tier clone laughed heartily. The reason he was sucked into the great Sumeru Buddha light was because he wanted to stall for time. His true body in He Tian could smoothly sneak up to the peak of Spirited Mountain and enter the most important place of the Buddhist sect in the West Earth, the Buddhist sect's Millennium Sacred Hall. What? What's going on? All the Buddhist disciples were confused. Quick, look! There's someone in the Buddha light. At this time, someone noticed that there were 2 people who were going against the Buddha light and trying to enter the gate of purgatory. Furthermore, those 2 people weren't Buddhist disciples. Why is this happening? Could it be that the Supreme Buddha Lord has approved of them? Has he allowed them to enter the true Buddhist land? Some people roared in anger, while others couldn't accept this reality and took action. Boom! The old monk controlling the devil, subduing Vajra's scepter, took action. The scepter transformed into a true dragon that soared tens of thousands of meters and opened its mouth to devour the 2 people in the Buddha light. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1379. The demon-subduing Vajra scepter was a Buddhist sacred weapon. The golden dragon it transformed and soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky, displaying a supreme holy might. The entire world trembled because of this holy might. Question mark. Rumble. The void shook violently as the golden dragon soared into the sky. This was an unforgettable scene for everyone. The huge golden dragon was heading for Gu Fei and He Tian. Within the universal light of Buddha, Gu Fei and He Tian were going against the sky. Just as they were about to be guided into the universal gate, the golden dragon, transformed from the demon-subduing Vajra scepter, had already pounced over. These guys are really annoying. The holy might was vast and mighty. Although He Tian knew that Gu Fei would block this earth-shattering blow, he still felt frightened. It should be known that a full blow from a sacred weapon could sink a region and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. The void of the spiritual mountain was protected by a Buddhist formation that drew upon the power of the great Tao. Even so, it was shaken by this holy might. The Buddhist runes on the entire spiritual mountain lit up. All the Buddhist disciples on the mountain, except for the young monk with the sacred weapon and the sickly monk, knelt down as if they were worshipping the supreme Buddha. They were extremely pious. Gu Fei's saint-tier-flying body instantly disappeared from where he stood. It was extremely fast. Although the young monk had the sacred weapon, the bronze Buddhist bell, it was too late to stop him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly controlled the bronze Buddhist bell and soared into the sky, rushing toward the universal gate in the sky. At this time, the sickly monk had already collected the broken great Meru glaze light of Buddha. The broken Buddhist weapon still circulated a wisp of holy might. The great Tao imprint on the sacred weapon doesn't seem to have been completely destroyed. The sickly monk sensed this wisp of holy might and couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. He hurriedly collected the broken pieces of the great Meru glaze light of Buddha and directly rushed out of the spiritual mountain. He wanted to find a place to try and repair this Buddhist sacred weapon. High up in the sky, below the universal gate, the giant golden dragon rushed down. He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, felt a great pressure and almost wanted to run away. However, Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. A brilliant golden light rushed out from his dantian and transformed into a heavenly blade that slashed at the golden dragon's head. An extremely sharp saber, chi, rippled out from the golden heavenly saber. This was a saint-level ripple, and it directly split the heavens and the earth. Saint weapon? The old monk was shocked. He never imagined that his opponent would have a saint weapon. Moreover, he discovered that the person in the Buddha's light was exactly the same as the person he had just fought. This is that person's true self. The old monk was knowledgeable and immediately thought of the relationship between Gu Fei and his saint-level doppelganger. He was shocked and angry. Since this person dared to barge into Spirited Mountain, it seemed like he had a foolproof plan. Boom! The earth-shattering saber slashed at the giant golden dragon's head, and a loud explosion erupted, causing everyone's spiritual soul to tremble. Those with weaker cultivations directly fainted. This was a collision of saint-level powers. The golden holy saber was knocked away, and the giant golden dragon was also intercepted by the power of the holy saber. The dragon dissipated and turned into a demon-subduing Vajra that flew back into the old monk's hand. Gu Fei grabbed the golden holy saber in his hand, and then rushed into the sky with He Tian. They entered the universal gate and entered the legendary supreme Buddhist land. Swoosh! An almost invisible figure followed closely behind Gu Fei and He Tian and also entered the universal gate. Rumble! The void trembled, and the universal gate began to close. The golden Buddha's light lingered, and a 10,000 Buddhist seal appeared. An auspicious aura spread between heaven and earth. Roar! The old monk roared angrily, and his voice shook the sky. He held the demon-subduing Vajra in his hand and rushed into the sky, wanting to enter the legendary supreme Buddhist land. However, from the universal gate, an irresistible Buddhist power surged out and blocked the old monk outside the universal gate. Swoosh! The young monk rode the bronze Buddha bell and rushed over, wanting to enter the universal gate. However, he encountered the same situation as the old monk. He was blocked outside by a Buddhist power. All the disciples of the Buddhist League were surprised and bewildered when they saw this scene. Why did the universal gate keep those two almighty experts of the Buddhist League out? Could it be that even the Buddhist almighty figures were not qualified to enter the universal gate, but those two outsiders were? How could this be? Could it be that those two are really fated with Buddha? Even the young monk and the old monk could not figure out what went wrong. Why did the universal light of Buddha bring those two outsiders into the heavenly Buddha path? Moreover, the Arhat of the heavenly Buddha path did not appear, and neither did Buddhist Lord Qinglian. All of this seemed a little abnormal, and some people had already realized this. The Dharma discussion that occurred once in 1,000 years was about to begin. As the current Buddhist Lord of West Earth, Buddhist Lord Qinglian should be guarding the peak of the spiritual mountain. However, such a huge commotion occurred on the spiritual mountain, and Buddhist Lord Qinglian did not appear. Could it be that Buddhist Lord Qinglian was no longer at the peak of the spiritual mountain? On the spiritual mountain, the group of Buddhist Vedanta could not calm down for a long time. The Dharma discussion that occurred once in 1,000 years had been disrupted by Gu Fei. It seemed like it would not be able to continue. In the end, the universal gate closed and disappeared into the void. During this process, many people flew up and rushed toward the universal gate in the sky, wanting to try their luck. However, no one was so lucky. All the experts of West Earth gathered on the spiritual mountain, but no one could enter the universal gate. It seemed like all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain were not fated to be Buddhists. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian passed through the universal gate. Their eyes lit up, and then they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Behind the universal gate was a boundless void of heaven and earth. It was as if they had entered a real world. There was an ancient array platform under Gu Fei, He Tian, and his Saint-grade clone. The platform was located in a valley, and it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei and the rest arrived at the legendary heavenly Buddha path, a wave of Buddhist energy came from afar. There were Buddhist experts approaching from afar. Looks like they are here to receive us, He Tian said. The monks in the heavenly Buddha path sensed their arrival and broke the silence. Let's go. Gu Fei's Saint-grade clone used the immortal Tao's great art and teleported himself and He Tian away. He did not want anyone to know of his existence. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to leave, a figure wrapped in the golden Buddhist light rushed over. Where is he? It was a young monk about 20 years old. When the young monk arrived, his expression turned ugly. There was no one on the ancient array platform. What's going on? The young monk was very puzzled. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target =_blank. Chapter 1380. Under the guidance of the Buddha's light of salvation, Gu Fei and Erebus successfully entered the supreme Buddhist land, the heavenly Buddhist path, which was refined by the Buddhist Lord for thousands of years. The heavenly Buddha path was indeed worthy of being called the supreme land of Buddha. This place was simply a fairyland. Spiritual mountains and peaks could be seen everywhere, decorated with spiritual springs and waterfalls. On top of many spiritual peaks, a corner of a red wall could be seen. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. Any random place could be compared to a paradise in the mortal world. This was truly an unparalleled divine land. The supreme land of Buddha, refined by the ancient Buddha, was indeed extraordinary. If one cultivated in this place for a long time, it would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. The speed of cultivation was much faster than other places. There's actually such a place in this world, He Tian exclaimed. The heavenly Buddha path was indeed the place where the heavenly Buddha resided. The foundation of Buddhism was truly terrifying. As long as this land of Buddha existed, it would be hard for Buddhism not to prosper. That little monk just now was already a half-step almighty expert. How terrifying! Gu Fei frowned. They knew that entering the heavenly Buddha path would definitely alert the Arhat inside. As expected, just as they entered the heavenly Buddha path, a little monk came to receive them. Fortunately, they had already left in advance. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by that little monk. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Could there be a real Buddhist saint here? He Tian's heart palpitated. A little monk's cultivation was already a half-step almighty expert. This was too shocking. One had to know that half-step almighty experts, even in the heavenly realm, were incomparably powerful existences, second only to the heavenly realm's almighty emperors. In the 3 realms and 6 Daos, sages are extinct. This place should be no exception. Although Gu Fei said so, he himself was uncertain. After all, this was the heavenly Buddha path, the supreme land of Buddha, refined by the ancient Buddha. Legend has it that the ancient Buddha's personal disciple had already cultivated the body of a Buddhist saint. If there was a real Arhat guarding this place, it would break the heaven and earth law of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Boss, what should we do next? He Tian asked. At this time, Gu Fei had already put away his saint-level puppet avatar. They were now in a valley that was flourishing with flowers. The valley was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was a peaceful scene. Let's take it one step at a time. Gu Fei said. He didn't have any ideas. The heavenly Buddha path was the most important place in the West Earth Buddhist sect. He didn't expect to enter the heavenly Buddha path so easily. Up until now, Gu Fei still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why would the legendary Buddha, light of salvation, acknowledge him, guiding him into the heavenly Buddha path? Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility. He had once collected the 3 great Buddhist weapons. Could it be that he had been contaminated with the Buddhist aura of the 3 great Buddhist weapons, and that was why he was recognized by the universal Buddha light? That seemed to be the only possibility. As for why He Tian was also guided into the heavenly Buddha path by the universal Buddha light, Gu Fei couldn't figure it out. He Tian had never refined a supreme Buddhist weapon before. One had to admit, the heavenly Buddha path was definitely comparable to a great world, a perfect world. It was hard to imagine that such a place was actually refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord with supreme divine ability. Gu Fei and He Tian began to move deeper into this world. They discovered that there were many places where spiritual energy gathered, and there were experts cultivating in seclusion. There were many Buddhist experts in the heavenly Buddha path. Gu Fei didn't want to alarm these people. They didn't want to beat the grass and alert the snake. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Some people said that in this heavenly Buddha path, there was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. If this supreme Buddhist weapon fell into the hands of the people here, it would definitely be a great threat to Gu Fei and the others. Boss, I'm afraid we're in trouble. When Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of a mountain, He Tian suddenly said such words. This made Gu Fei startled, and then he also felt something strange. He felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes spying on them. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. His gaze fell on a dilapidated ancient temple at the foot of the mountain. The ancient temple had been in disrepair for many years, and half of it had collapsed. The Buddha statues inside had almost all collapsed. Only a life-sized Buddha statue in the middle seemed to be intact. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out for me. As Gu Fei said that, a purple gold divine light emerged from between his eyebrows and swept towards the Buddha statue in the ancient temple. Immediately, a layer of Buddhist light appeared on the statue, blocking Gu Fei's purple gold divine light. Then, cracks began to appear on the Buddha statue, and dirt began to fall from its body. A short, scrawny man with unkempt hair and a dirty face appeared in front of Gu Fei and Erebus. This person actually sealed himself inside the Buddha statue. Could he be one of the monks of the Buddhist sects? Who are you? He Tian's voice was cold. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Buddhist sects at the foot of this mountain. Moreover, the other party was not a weakling. Who? That person ignored Erebus. Instead, he let out a long sigh and stretched lazily. Then, he stood up for the divine altar and patted the dust off his body. Swoosh! Tian pointed a finger at the man, and a dazzling divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger and shot towards the man. He wanted to test the strength of this mysterious man. The man seemed to bend his waist casually, and the divine light shot by Tian immediately brushed past him. Tian couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. This guy was really unfathomable. He could dodge the attack of a half-step almighty without leaving a trace. This person's cultivation was really terrifying. Oomph. Tian sneered. He stomped on the ground and shot into the sky. He extended his hand and directly slapped at the ancient temple below. The power of yin and yang intertwined on his palm and condensed into a huge hand. It shrouded a part of the world and slapped at the mysterious man in the ancient temple. Rumble, the mighty power of yin and yang from the huge hand shook the void, and the dilapidated ancient temple immediately collapsed, filling the air with dust. Swoosh! At this moment, the mysterious man could no longer remain calm. A mass of Buddhist light surged out of his skinny body and enveloped him within it. Boom! Tian's huge hand slapped down and slapped the mysterious man into the ground. The entire ground shook violently, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. Is he dead? Tian was shocked. This mysterious man, who came out of the Buddha statue, shouldn't be killed so easily. He knew his own strength very well. Watch out! Suddenly, Gu Fei shouted and grabbed Tian. He swung his hand and threw Tian away. At this moment, a huge golden hand broke out of the ground where Tian was standing. If Gu Fei's reaction had been slightly slower, Tian would have been caught by the golden hand that broke out of the ground. Even if he didn't die, he would probably have lost a layer of skin. Bang! The ground exploded, and a small figure rushed out of the ground. An auspicious Buddhist power appeared between heaven and earth, and the Buddhist light flowed on this person's body. Eat my fist! Gu Fei took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. His right fist directly punched towards the skinny figure. A violent fist force erupted from his fist, displaying an indomitable momentum. When a mysterious man saw Gu Fei's punch, his golden pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was an invincible fist intent, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. Swoosh! The man dodged and wanted to avoid Gu Fei's punch, dissipate his fist intent, and then attack. This was a kind of combat experience. However, Gu Fei was like a shadow, and his Qi had already locked on to the mysterious man. When he punched, he would never stop until he hit the target. What? The man was obviously very surprised. This punch from Gu Fei made it impossible for him to avoid, and he could only take it head-on. He braced himself and raised his palm to meet Gu Fei's fist. On the mysterious man's palm, a bright Buddhist light surged, and a one Buddhist seal appeared in the middle of his palm, activating the power of the Great Path. Boom! Gu Fei's fist and the mysterious man's Buddhist palm collided fiercely, and there was a loud explosion. Then, Gu Fei and the mysterious man flew back at the same time. The destructive power swept out in all directions, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed and was annihilated. A Buddhist almighty? Tian was shocked. He knew that he had taken a spin at the gates of hell just now. This guy turned out to be a Buddhist almighty. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he would have already been sent to the afterlife by this guy. After this Buddhist almighty clashed with Gu Fei, he didn't seem to be injured, but he was very afraid of Gu Fei. Who are you? Outsiders have never been able to enter the heavenly Buddha path. How did you get in here? The mysterious man's expression was very solemn. Who are we? Who are we? Tian said from afar. At this time, a big star rose above his head, emitting a powerful fluctuation of the almighty level. Gu Fei didn't say anything. This sloppy monk was very strong, and he could actually withstand his punch. He was definitely a peak almighty. Otherwise, ordinary almighty wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. This person sealed himself inside the Buddha statue. It seemed like he wanted to use this extreme method to break through the shackles of cultivation. Then I can only capture you and directly search your souls. The sloppy monk clasped his palms together and said. Then a vague Buddha image appeared on his body. Gu Fei only felt that there seemed to be chanting in the void, as if there were thousands of Buddhas chanting Buddhist chants, causing his mind to tremble and almost lose control. What a powerful Buddhist chant! Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. Just when a flaw appeared in his mind, the sloppy monk made his move. The vague Buddha image on his body opened its big hand, grabbing towards Gu Fei. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1381. The Heavenly Buddha Path was said to be the supreme land of Buddhism opened up by the ancient Buddhist Lord. This was the true paradise that all Buddhist disciples wanted to enter. However, two uninvited guests had come to this true paradise in the eyes of Buddhist disciples. Within the Heavenly Buddha Path, a mountain towered over the land. It was much taller than the other mountains. It was the tallest mountain Gu Fei and the others had seen since entering the Heavenly Buddha Path. This was the central region of the Heavenly Buddha Path. There were many temples on the mountains, and they were all ancient temples. Most of them had been abandoned. Rumble, the mountain shook. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Buddhist light shone. A golden Buddha hand, like the hand of heaven, descended from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. The powerful Buddhist power shook the world. The sloppy monk who came out of the Buddha statue was a peerless expert. A blurry Buddha shadow emerged from his body, displaying the supreme Buddhist technique. Swoosh! A purple gold divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and turned into a Dao sword. It pierced through the Buddha hand, and a sharp sword chi wave immediately spread out. This was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the sword of the primordial soul. The Dao sword contained a wisp of Immortal Path power. Wherever it passed, the world and the void would be annihilated silently. Secret technique of the Immortal Path? The sloppy monk was shocked when he saw it. The other party had actually cultivated this secret technique. He was afraid that the other party had a powerful background. He had to be cautious. He recognized the great technique that Gu Fei had displayed. However, the golden Buddha hand did not stop. It continued to grab at Gu Fei and instantly collided with the sword of the primordial soul. This was a collision between Buddhist power and immortal power. Swoosh! The sword of the primordial soul pierced through the palm of the golden Buddha hand. The golden Buddha hand was easily pierced by the sword of the primordial soul. The sloppy monk was shocked again. The divine technique of the Immortal Path that the other party had displayed was much more powerful than he had imagined. It contained the power of the Immortal Path and was extremely terrifying. Buddha is with me, the sloppy monk shouted, and the Buddhist light emitted from his body immediately flourished. The dazzling Buddhist light dyed the entire world golden. Rumble! The void shook, and the Buddhist light that emerged from the sloppy monk's body became more solid. It was as if a supreme Buddha was about to come out of the void. The sloppy monk drew on the boundless Buddhist energy. The Buddha image that appeared on his body emitted a terrifying fluctuation, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. Why do I feel like a supreme being is watching us? He Tian hid behind Gu Fei and said with a trembling voice, "There's something strange about this guy." Gu Fei also had the same feeling. It was as if the Buddha image on the sloppy monk's body was alive, which made him feel incredulous. The power of the Buddhist Tao that emanated from the sloppy monk's body sent Gu Fei's primordial spirit, Tao, sword flying. Buddhist light illuminated the heavens and earth. Swish! The primordial spirit, Tao, sword flew back and entered the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. It returned to his Niwen palace and turned into a pure primordial spirit power. At this moment, the sloppy monk looked solemn. His entire body was emitting Buddhist light. The sound of chanting seemed to be lingering in the void, and auspicious Buddhist energy rippled. Is this guy really possessed by a Buddha Lord? When He Tian saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. The aura that emanated from the sloppy monk's body was actually very different from before. Oomph. So what if he's possessed by a real Buddha Lord? As Gu Fei spoke, he took a step forward and blasted a punch at the sloppy monk in front of him. It was an ordinary punch, but it was extraordinary. An invincible battle intent emanated from Gu Fei's body. This battle intent caused the sloppy monk's expression to change. It made him feel that it was difficult to dodge, forcing him to confront Gu Fei head-on. Great Buddha's hand. The sloppy monk flipped his hands outwards, and a Buddhist light erupted from his hands. Within the Buddhist light, there was a 10,000 Buddhist seal. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Buddha's hand. A violent fist force erupted, and the golden Buddha's hand couldn't resist it. The nearby void was shaken, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The Buddha's hand was shattered, and Gu Fei's invincible fist force also dissipated. Bang! A strong force shook Gu Fei and made him take a step back. Under his feet, the entire ground shook. Even a mountain was shaking, and many stones and dust rolled down from the mountain. The sloppy monk was also shaken back. Although he was a pinnacle Buddhist almighty, he was still shaken by Gu Fei's fist force and was forced to take a dozen steps back. Who the hell are you? The sloppy monk's expression was incomparably solemn. The two uninvited guests in front of him were not weak, especially the young cultivator, who was even more terrifying. He actually couldn't see through the young cultivator's cultivation base. Who we are is none of your business, but I can tell you for sure that we are not people of the Buddhist path. He Tian said, how can someone who is not a Buddhist path disciple enter the heavenly Buddha path? You have to know that those who enter the heavenly Buddha path are all people who are fated with Buddhism. The sloppy monk was bewildered. He could sense the aura of these two people, and he knew that what they said was true. This really made him unable to believe the scene in front of him. At this time, several powerful auras appeared in the distance. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had alarmed some Buddhist experts who were cultivating in seclusion in the nearby area. These people didn't directly attack Gu Fei, but stopped at a distance. They were actually planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. No one was willing to help at this time. The Buddhist path of the West Earth wasn't a monolithic block. The internal struggles of the Buddhist path were more complicated. Even in the heavenly Buddha path, there were several forces. When these Buddhist experts saw Gu Fei and He Tian, they couldn't help but be stunned. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't disciples of the Buddhist path. How could there be outsiders in this world? Kill! Gu Fei bellowed. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forward. As he waved his hands, illusory sword shadows flew out from his palms. Swoosh! 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 This was simply like 10,000 swords attacking at the same time, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Each sword shadow emitted an incomparably powerful sword chi fluctuation. Under the impact of the cold sword chi, the temperature of the entire world plummeted. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. The sloppy monk roared, his hands moving in front of him. Rings of Buddhist energy spread out from his hands, causing the void to tremble. Above his hands, there seemed to be a world evolving. This was a supreme technique that could open up the void of a world. The endless sword shadows pierced through, but they were actually swallowed by the endless void that evolved from the sloppy monk's hands. Heavenly Buddha descends. The sloppy monk flipped his hands, and the endless sword shadows that were absorbed into the Buddhist kingdom in a palm were immediately obliterated. Then, like a supreme Buddha, his entire body surged with Buddhist energy, suppressing towards Gu Fei. This guy was both Buddha and himself. The Buddha shadow on his body also opened its eyes. Two resplendent golden lights shot out from the eyes of the Buddha shadow, sweeping towards Gu Fei. The Buddha shadow actually seemed to have a life of its own. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to feel uneasy. Why would such a phenomenon appear on the sloppy monk's body? Rumble, rumble, terrifying power rained down from the sky. The waves emitted by the Buddha shadow were so powerful that the entire world seemed to be collapsing. Gu Fei grabbed He Tian, who was behind him, and threw him out. In a battle of this level, he could not help at all. Instead, Gu Fei had to divert his attention to protect him. Boss, He Tian's body flew hundreds of miles away. Only then did he stop in the void, stopping high in the sky. Just as He Tian steadied himself, the figures around him flashed. The Buddhist experts who had been watching the show had already surrounded He Tian in an instant. He Tian could not help but feel shocked when he saw the situation. There were 4 bald men surrounding him, and none of them were weak. Among the 4 of them, some had just broken through to the almighty realm, while others had white hair and beard. They had cut their way a long time ago, and no one knew how long they had been trapped. Buzz! The mass of starlight above He Tian's head suddenly vibrated, and an extremely powerful force spread out from the mass of starlight. The 4 Buddhist almighties were shocked and quickly retreated. This was the powerful force of an almighty realm, and it was enough to pose a threat to the 4 Buddhist almighties. Let's go. He Tian knew that he was no match for the 4 Buddhist almighties. After forcing them to retreat, he immediately fled and rushed out of the encirclement of the 4 Buddhist almighties. After him, the 4 Buddhist almighties quickly rode on the conveyance light and chased after He Tian. The 4 Buddhist lights were like 4 shocking rainbows that quickly swept across the sky and quickly disappeared into the mountains. Damn it! Gu Fei could not help but feel a little anxious when he saw that He Tian had fallen into the celestial realm. However, the sloppy monk's descent of the heavenly Buddha was too powerful. He used all his skills and finally used the anti-void secret technique. His body merged with the void, and only then did he rush out from under the supreme Buddha that the sloppy monk had transformed into. He used the void steps and chased in the direction where He Tian and the 4 Buddhist almighties had disappeared. He Tian was only a half-step almighty realm, and he had not cut his way. If the 4 Buddhist almighties caught up to him, he would probably be killed on the spot. Where do you think you're going? The sloppy monk put away his Buddha body and then chased after Gu Fei. Both of them were extremely fast, and they quickly disappeared into the mountains. Soon, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the depths of the mountains. It had become a battlefield, and countless birds and beasts fled from the mountains in fear. This was the fluctuation of the power of a sage, and it shocked the heavens. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1382. Gu Fei and the sloppy monk fought their way into the mountains. Buddhist energy and immortal energy surged, shaking the earth, and the mountains were on the verge of collapsing. If not for the heavenly Buddha path, with the protection of the ancient Buddhist Lord, this place would have been destroyed. One must know that a battle between supreme experts was enough to destroy an entire region. Despite the commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk, no other experts from the heavenly Buddha path appeared. The true experts had yet to show themselves. At this time, He Tian was being pursued by 4 supreme experts from the Buddhist sections. Fortunately, he was proficient in array formations and could borrow the power of heaven and earth to neutralize the attacks from the 4 supreme experts. Rumble, He Tian landed on a mountain surrounded by mountains. The moment his feet touched the ground, the mountains around him began to shake. Then, a draconic energy that looked like a huge dragon rushed out from each of the mountains. The heavenly Buddha path was filled with spiritual lands everywhere. The terrain here was very particular. There was a main peak in the middle, surrounded by 8 smaller peaks. The 8 smaller peaks were like dragon heads, and the mountain body was like the body of a dragon. This kind of terrain was a rare place where the dragon veins converged. If there was enough time, there was a chance for a Xianxia true dragon to be born from the earth here. The power of the dragon veins was triggered by He Tian. 8 streams of dragon qi soared into the sky, taking the form of dragons. A terrifying draconic might surged out, pouncing towards the 4 supreme experts from the Buddhist sections. What? The 8 dragons soared into the sky, causing the weather to change. The 4 supreme experts from the Buddhist sects were shocked. This was a type of heaven and earth energy that was manipulated by someone and turned into a killing move. Dragon Subduing Seal. One of the supreme experts formed a Buddhist seal with both hands. Boom! A great golden seal appeared high up in the sky. Boundless Buddhist energy rippled down and pressed down on the 8 dragons that were soaring up into the sky. Bang! The golden seal collided with the 8 dragons, causing the entire heaven and earth to collapse. The place of impact was turned into chaos, and ancient Buddhist runes could be vaguely seen on the golden seal. This was an ancient art of the Buddhist sects that had the power to subdue dragons. The 8 dragons were actually blocked by the golden seal, causing He Tian to be shocked. Roar! Dragon roars shook the sky. Within the chaos, the 8 dragons danced. The dragon veins essence energy rose continuously from the 8 peaks, replenishing the drained dragon's essence energy. Kill! Mahakala soared into the sky, drawing the 9th draconic energy to his body. He transformed into a chaos dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long and charged toward the 4 mighty figures of the Buddhist League in the sky. A terrifying dragon chi surged through the world. This power caused the expressions of the 4 Buddhist sects to change. That was because this was the power of the world. It was vast and unstoppable. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant dragon raised its head and directly knocked away the golden Buddha seal that was suppressing the sky. The Almighty, who had condensed the Buddha seal of subduing the dragon, immediately vomited blood and was sent flying. Drops of golden Buddha blood fell from the sky, and each drop was releasing golden Buddha light. But after a cultivator severed their Tao, their body would undergo a qualitative transformation. The bodies of the great cultivators of the Buddhist path were no longer mortal, and their blood would turn golden. A single drop of Buddhist blood contained enough Buddhist power to kill immortals and gods. What? The dragon He Tian transformed into actually knocked away the dragon subduing seal. This caused the other 3 supreme experts to be shocked. The opponent was only a half-step supreme expert, but he was actually able to display such power. It was truly heaven-defying. Expansive heavenly law net. The 3 supreme experts roared in unison. They turned into 3 rays of Buddhist light and charged in 3 different directions. Each of them took a direction and formed a seal with both hands, causing their bodies to radiate boundless Buddhist light. Boundless Buddhist light condensed and intertwined with each other. A huge golden net appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. Then, it enveloped the dragon that He Tian transformed into. At this time, the 8 dragon shadows also rushed over. They were drawn to He Tian's body. With the 8 dragons gathered, his combat strength instantly increased by several times. Roar! He roared towards the sky. A single roar tore through the void, causing the mountains to shake violently. Boulders and dust rolled down from the mountains. The mountain was in chaos. Some of the wild beasts were alarmed and fled the mountain in panic. A formation diagram appeared in He Tian's body. His body was like a boundless heaven and earth, able to devour the boundless earth dragon chi. This was his unique mystic art. With his body and the formation, he could fight those above him. This devil. The supreme experts of the Buddhist sect were shocked. Such shocking combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. They found it hard to imagine how he was able to control such power. Dragon Subduing Seal. The almighty Buddhist cultivator who had been sent flying charged back, unleashing the Buddhist school's dragon-subduing Buddhist seal, which slammed into the all-heaven Dharma net and crushed down toward Mahakala. The 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect attacked with all their strength, without holding anything back. The entire heaven and earth was sealed by powerful Buddhist energy, cutting off all paths of retreat for He Tian. However, He Tian had no intention of escaping. The Kuridim would even dare to fight against a peak supreme expert. Not to mention that the 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect weren't peak experts. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to deal with the sloppy monk. Open for me. Mahakala channeled boundless draconic energy of the earth, which transformed into two huge dragon claws that tore at the golden net. The net shuddered, and a hole was torn in it. Boom! The dragon's subduing seal pressed down. Golden Buddhist light lit up the heaven and earth. Terrifying Buddhist energy rippled from the seal, blocking He Tian, who was about to rush out of the hole in the highest heaven law net. Damn it! Seeing that his escape was blocked, He Tian was enraged. He directly punched at the dragon subduing seal. The violent power blocked the dragon subduing seal. The combined forces of the four supreme experts of the Buddhist sect made He Tian feel a great deal of pressure. After all, they were supreme experts of the Tao-severing Buddhist sect. He was only able to compete with them with the help of the formation. If Erebus were to rely on his own cultivation, he would definitely not be a match for one of them, let alone all four of them at the same time. The fierce battle began. He Tian drew the earth dragon Qi into his body. Sometimes he turned into a real dragon, and sometimes he attacked with his real body. Every move he made tore the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. The highest heaven law net was torn to pieces, and the dragon's subduing seal was broken more than a dozen times. The four supreme experts of the Buddhist sect all suffered different degrees of impact, and their Buddha bodies were injured. Erebus wasn't having a good time either. It wasn't easy to control the dragon Qi of the earth. Using this borrowed power was very taxing on one's mind. During the battle, his body was hit by the dragon subduing seal several times. The injuries he suffered were definitely not lighter than those of the four supreme experts of the Buddhist sect. At this time, both sides knew that if the battle continued, it would definitely end in a situation where both sides would suffer. Roar! Again! He Tian was furious. He rushed into the sky again. His body turned into a huge dragon, and his killing intense sword. He attacked the four supreme experts of the Buddhist sect. This kind of fierce fighting intent made the hearts of the four supreme experts of the Buddhist sect palpitate. To see the first commercial, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1383. He Tian went berserk, and the consequences were dire. He desperately channeled the array formation in his body, guiding the earth dragon Qi, causing the spiritual energy in this spiritual land to rush towards him. Exclamation point. Roar. He Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind. With a single roar, mountains and rivers crumbled, and dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient Buddhist lords, the entire area would have been shattered by He Tian's roar. Kill. The silhouette of a dragon emerged from He Tian's body as he charged towards the four Buddhist masters. Bam! A fist blasted out, shaking the heaven and earth. The ferocious force caused the void in front of him to collapse. This was a destructive punch that carried the momentum of heaven and earth forward. Without any suspense, a middle-aged monk in a white moon robe was sent flying several thousand zhang away, golden Buddhist blood splattering from the sky. Too strong. The other three Buddhist masters' expressions changed. At this time, something big was happening in the heavenly Buddhist sect. Even if the battle here turned the sky and earth upside down, no one would come to help. Dragon subduing seal. The Buddhist almighty being with the highest cultivation base was an old monk. He formed a Buddhist seal and displayed an ancient Buddhist technique. Boom! The void trembled as a golden seal appeared high up in the sky, surging with Buddhist energy. After severing the Tao, a Buddhist master could draw a trace of the grand Tao for their own use. On the golden Buddhist seal, Buddhist Tao runes flickered, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. I don't care what seal you are, I will shatter it with one punch. He Tian's momentum was unparalleled. He swung his fist at the golden Buddhist seal that was pressing down from the sky. The golden Buddhist seal was as big as a mountain, crushing the void below. Under this golden Buddhist seal, He Tian's fist was too small, like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was simply courting death. However, it was this small fist that shook the mountain. The power of Mahakala's fist contained the aura of the 9 dragons. Even if it was a real ancient divine mountain, it would still explode if it was hit by his fist. Rumble, the golden Buddha's seal was disintegrating and the golden Buddhist Tao patterns were dissipating. Specks of Buddha light shot out in all directions like countless golden meteors streaking across the void. The old monk was sent flying. Golden Buddha blood had soaked the front of his clothes. The violent impact had almost shattered his body, causing him to be severely injured. The other two almighty Buddhists who were about to attack were knocked thousands of meters away by the mighty destructive power that spread in all directions, and a trace of golden blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. Go! The hearts of the four great figures of the Buddhist school were connected. They turned around and fled immediately. The other party had fused together with the world. Below the ground was the place where the dragon veins of this region gathered. This person was already in an invincible position. If they fought with this person in this place, they would only be at a disadvantage. The four Buddhist almighties were very decisive. They all turned into a ray of Buddhist light and disappeared into the distance. He Tian, however, did not dare to leave this place. If he did, he would be beaten back to his original form. Slow down, and I'll cripple you. He Tian stood in the void, his battle intent endless. At this time, he used the matrix to draw the power of the 9 dragons to his body, giving him the combat power to go against the heavens and fight almighty figures. However, he knew very well that this was borrowed power, and it could not exist forever. Once he left this place, he would lose the endless dragon Qi here to replenish him. The power of the 9 dragons would not last long and would gradually disappear. Just as He Tian defeated the 4 great figures of the Buddhist school, a terrifying saint-level wave came from another direction. In the depths of the mountains, the battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had also reached a white-hot stage. Buddha is with me. The sloppy monk displayed the supreme Buddhist mystique. It was as if he had turned into a supreme Buddha, fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. The golden Buddha shadow was thousands of meters tall. It was like a golden god, and with every move it made, the entire world was torn apart. This was a type of dharma of heaven and earth. However, when the sloppy monk, who was at the pinnacle of the almighty figure level, used it, it displayed earth-shattering power. Buddha's hand. The golden Buddha shadow stretched out a big hand and slapped it towards Gu Fei. In the palm of the Buddha's hand, there was a 10,000 Buddha seal that emitted infinite Buddha light and the mighty Buddha power of the saint-level wave. Yin-yang reincarnation fist. Gu Fei clenched his fists and displayed his self-created battle technique. An invincible fist will spread out from his body. His right hand was yang, and his left was yin. The yang fist emitted a bright white light, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful fist force erupted from Gu Fei's yang fist and directly met the Buddha's hand. Boom! Gu Fei's yang fist collided with the Buddha's hand. This was simply like 2 ancient divine mountains colliding. The void was instantly pierced, and the destructive power spread out, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Even if the Buddha world had the power of the ancient Buddha Lord protecting it, it was difficult to completely offset the power of the saint level. The surrounding area was filled with traces of a great battle. Broken mountains, collapsed mountains, and evaporated lakes. All of this was caused by Gu Fei and the sloppy monk. Gu Fei had already activated the power of the holy weapon. The golden aura on his body was vast. This was the power of the golden holy saber. Gu Fei's yang fist blocked the Buddha's hand. The fierce fist force was enough to penetrate the heaven and earth, but it was unable to disperse the Buddha's hand. It only forced the Buddha's hand to retreat. The power of the Buddha's hand was too terrifying. It should be known that Gu Fei was already a mighty figure. Even a pinnacle mighty figure would not be able to withstand a punch from him. The martial ancestors' lineage, the sloppy monk's knowledge was also extraordinary. At this point in the battle, he had already seen through Gu Fei's background. What Gu Fei displayed was a martial arts battle technique. This was a cultivation system created by the supreme martial ancestor. This was a path that could allow one to become a sage. If one cultivated to the highest realm, they might even become the second martial ancestor. Kill. Gu Fei pressed forward with an indomitable will. He punched out with the Yang fist, followed by the Yin fist in his left hand. The power of the true Yin was vast, and an extremely cold aura spread from his fist. The power of the true Yin could freeze thousands of miles. When Gu Fei punched out, the void was frozen. Even a movement of the 1,000-foot Buddha figure stopped for a moment. Boundless Buddha fire. The sloppy monk's voice sounded. Then, on the 1,000-foot Buddha figure, tens of thousands of Buddha fire emerged, turning the place into a golden sea of fire. The mighty Yin fist force of Gu Fei's Yin fist was blocked by the Buddha fire. Oof! Gu Fei sneered. He ignored the Buddha fire and directly charged into the sea of fire. The fist force of his left fist instantly rose to the extreme. Endless black aura erupted from his fist, and the Buddha fire immediately dimmed. Bam! Gu Fei used the void step and was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 1,000-foot Buddha figure and punched it with his left fist. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1384. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk shook the entire area. The 1,000-foot Buddha shadow shattered everything, and the sloppy monk displayed the Dharma form of heaven and earth. Gu Fei executed the yin-yang reincarnation fist, stepped on the void steps, and instantly appeared in front of the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow. His left fist ruthlessly punched the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow. The moment the fist was punched, the power of extreme Yin in Gu Fei's left fist erupted like a volcano. The 1,000-foot Buddha shadow suddenly froze. The power of extreme Yin could freeze thousands of miles. Gu Fei used his full strength to freeze the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow. Even the Dharma form of heaven and earth was frozen. Bam! Gu Fei followed up with his right fist. The power of extreme Yang exploded, shattering the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow into thousands of pieces that shot out in all directions. The 1,000-jang tall Buddha shadow had been shattered just like that. Didn't that mean that the sloppy monk inside the Buddha shadow had also died from the blow? If that was the case, Gu Fei's battle record would be comparable to that of the legendary Extreme Path figure. When an Extreme Path figure matured, he would be invincible among those of the same level. Is he dead? The golden fragments danced in the air, like a perfect ice sculpture that had been shattered. Gu Fei's punch seemed to have destroyed everything. However, Gu Fei didn't let his guard down. A pinnacle existence like the sloppy monk shouldn't be so easily killed by him. As expected, the countless fragments suddenly lit up. All of them blossomed with resplendent golden light, and a golden Buddhist aura spread out. The golden Buddha aura quickly gathered, and a figure appeared in the Buddha aura. Who else could it be but the sloppy monk? Oomph! Gu Fei sneered and took a step forward. He instantly approached the sloppy monk and punched at him. Simple and direct, his killing intent soared into the sky. Swish! The sloppy monk's figure instantly dissipated under Gu Fei's fist. It seemed that this was just an illusion and not the sloppy monk's real body. Let's fight again next time. A voice suddenly came from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a golden Buddha aura flashing a few times in the sky before disappearing. What a cunning fellow. Gu Fei knew that he had been tricked. That sloppy monk had actually left behind an afterimage, but his real body had already escaped. This kind of supernatural power could pass off as the real thing, and even he himself had not been able to see through it. The Buddhist sect is not simple. Gu Fei knew that his and He Tian's whereabouts had been discovered, and he was afraid that the experts from the heavenly Buddhist sect would come looking for trouble. Boss! At this moment, He Tian rushed over from afar. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had shaken the entire region. How could He Tian not sense Gu Fei's presence? Go! After meeting up with He Tian, Gu Fei also left the place and disappeared into the mountains. In the depths of the Heavenly Buddha Path, the place where all the Buddhist masters who entered the Heavenly Buddha Path cultivated, the greatest secret of the Heavenly Buddha Path lay. A huge mountain hovered there, towering into the clouds, not touching the earth, and exuding a vast and boundless auspicious aura. Surrounding the mountain were numerous floating mountains and islands shrouded in spiritual energy. There were even some mountain-sized Buddha statues floating in the air. Melodious bell tolls came from the top of the mountain, and the chanting of scriptures could be heard in the air. Buddhist energy was everywhere, and this was a true Pure Land of the Buddhist sect. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the ground below the mountain, shattering the tranquility and auspiciousness of this place. On the ground below the mountain, there were countless pagodas and Buddha statues. The placement of these pagodas and Buddha statues was very particular, and the momentum of the entire region seemed to have been triggered. This was a Buddhist demon subduing Grand Array, and it was an ancient array. The Buddha statues and pagodas were antiques, and there were traces of time on them, giving off an incomparably ancient feeling. All the Buddha statues and pagodas were emitting strands of Buddhist radiance, and the entire array was enveloped in a layer of golden Buddhist radiance. At the center of the array, there was actually a thick mass of devil chi surging violently. 18 figures emitting boundless Buddhist radiance stood in the air above the Buddhist demon, subduing Grand Array, chanting Buddhist scriptures and displaying supreme Buddhist dharma, wanting to refine the mass of devil chi in the array. Ancient Buddha turning into a devil. A ray of Buddhist radiance rushed over from the distant sky, and a monk dressed in ragged clothes appeared outside the array. This person was the sloppy monk who had been fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. If I don't become a Buddha, I will become a devil. Within the mass of devil chi in the ancient Buddhist array, a devil figure was faintly discernible, and a faintly discernible spiritual will spread out from the devil chi, causing everyone's expression to change. Is the legendary Great Tribulation really going to come true? The sloppy monk's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He had sensed the abnormality in the primal Buddhist land, which was why he stopped tangling with Gu Fei. The heavenly Buddhist Tao was not like what people thought, a true paradise without disputes, life and death and calamities. Legend had it that under the primal Buddhist lands Mount Meru, there was an ancient Buddha who wanted to cultivate into a supreme Buddha, comparable to the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord. However, the ancient Buddha encountered a problem in his cultivation and fell into a perilous situation. Thus, the ancient Buddha sealed himself under Mount Meru and ordered his disciples to lay down a Buddhist array and made an oath that he would not become a supreme Buddha, but instead become a supreme devil. After countless years, even the ancient Buddha's own disciple fell in the great tribulation of the late primordial era. Over time, the ancient Buddha's matter became a legend. The people of the heavenly Buddhist Tao thought that after so many years, the legendary ancient Buddha had already passed away. However, in the recent 1,000 years, the ancient Buddhist array under Mount Meru emitted a strange fluctuation. However, this was not a good thing, because the ancient Buddhist array emitted an evil aura, not the peaceful aura of the Buddhist Tao. As a result, people remembered this almost forgotten ancient legend. The ancient Buddha failed to break through to the supreme Buddha realm and actually became a supreme devil. This was the great tribulation of the Buddhist Tao. The 18 strongest Buddhist sons of the heavenly Buddhist Tao had no choice but to take action. The 18 of them guarded 18 directions and used the supreme Buddhist technique to activate the ancient Buddhist array, temporarily sealing the ancient Buddha devil inside. If he doesn't become a Buddha, he will become a devil. The divine will emitted from the devil aura gradually became stronger. The ancient Buddha was becoming a devil, and endless Buddhist power was gradually transforming into endless devil power. No one wanted to see the birth of a Buddha devil. If the Buddha devil was born, the entire heavenly Buddhist Tao would probably turn into a devil domain and become the world of Buddha devils. All the Buddhist experts in the primal chaotic demonic land were watching nervously. Target equals underscore blank. Chapter 1385. In the depths of the heavenly Buddha path was a chaotic Buddhist land. That was where the heaven and earth origin of the heavenly Buddha path was located, as well as the location of the legendary Mount Meru. The spiritual mountain in the outside world was merely the place where the ancient Buddhist Lord passed down the Buddhist teachings, while this Mount Meru was the location of the ancient Buddhist Lord's palace. At the peak of Mount Meru, there was a magnificent Buddhist temple, and the tallest one was the extreme Tao Buddha palace refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. This was the supreme holy palace of Buddhism. Although the ancient Buddhist Lord had disappeared, he left behind a complete extreme Tao Buddha palace, which contained all the heritage of the Buddhist sect. Throughout the countless years, the Buddhist sect had been able to occupy the entire Western lands and flourish for a long time. The reason for this was because of the complete extreme Tao Buddhist palace and the complete legacy. In the long years, the Buddhist sect encountered many calamities, and some even attacked the heavenly Buddha path, but they couldn't break through the extreme Tao Buddha palace. Unless an extreme Tao great sage came personally, or a great sage-level character wielding an extreme Tao saint weapon, no one could break through the extreme Tao Buddha palace. The extreme Tao Buddha palace was branded with the ancient Buddhist Lord's extreme Tao Buddha pattern, similar to the extreme Tao saint weapon, an immortal supreme divine artifact that was difficult to destroy. An ancient Buddha becoming a devil. This is no small matter. I'm afraid we have to use the power of the Buddhist sect to suppress it. If the Buddhist devil is allowed to come out, it will be a great calamity. Inside the chaotic Buddhist lands, on the mountain peaks floating in the void, many Buddhist experts appeared, and some were discussing in low voices. Throughout the years, the number of Buddhist disciples that could obtain the Buddha light's recognition and enter the heavenly Buddha path was actually not many. In the entire chaotic Buddhist lands, there were only slightly more than 100 disciples. In the human world, the Buddhist sect dominated the West lands, with hundreds of millions of believers and countless disciples. However, those who were truly fated with Buddhism and could be accepted by the Buddha light into the heavenly Buddha path were few and far between. However, those who were recognized by the Buddha light after entering the heavenly Buddha path would have an innate affinity with Buddhism, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The Buddhist disciples of the heavenly Buddha path were all geniuses, and none of them were weak. Even the weakest among them was a Buddha emperor in the celestial being realm. At this time, the heavenly Buddha sect's strongest 18 Arhat princes acted together, suppressing the ancient Buddha that was turning into a devil. The chanting of sutras lingered between heaven and earth, as if there were thousands of Buddhas singing. This was a Buddhist voice that could cleanse one's soul and purify one's body and mind. In the end, all the disciples of the Buddhist sect chanted the Buddhist voice of salvation in an attempt to turn the ancient Buddha into a devil within the ancient expiation array. However, it wasn't easy for the ancient Buddha to turn into a devil. The ancient Buddha was originally an ancient sage of the Buddhist sect. Such an existence's understanding of Buddhism had already reached an unimaginable level. The universal Buddha voice no longer had any effect on the ancient Buddha. It couldn't stop the ancient Buddha from turning into a devil. The devilish nature in the ancient Buddha formation was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the ancient Buddhist formation seemed to be having a hard time suppressing the gradually growing devilish nature. This caused the expressions of all the Buddhist disciples to change. The ancient Buddhist turning into a devil seemed to be unstoppable. Demon. On a mountain peak a few thousand miles away, two silhouettes appeared. Gu Fei and He Tian were approaching the most important area of the heavenly Buddha sect, the Chaos Buddha lands. But at this time, Gu Fei sensed a devilish fluctuation coming from the front. Although this fluctuation was weak, it shocked Gu Fei to the core. This was the heavenly Buddhist sect, one of the 6 reincarnations refined by the Buddhist Lord. How could there be a devil here? It was hard to imagine. It's really the aura of the devil path. No wonder we've been fighting outside for so long, yet we didn't see any other Buddhist experts. Something must have happened in the heavenly Buddhist sect. Tian also sensed the devilish fluctuation. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can fish in troubled waters. Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "There was no day and night in the heavenly Buddhist sect. This place was always brightly lit, and one could sense the auspicious fluctuation of Buddhism energy anywhere." "Let's go take a look." Gu Fei nodded. He too wanted to know what happened in the heavenly Buddhist sect. Why would there be devilish aura appearing in the depths of this world? They had entered the heavenly Buddhist sect by chance, and it wouldn't be an easy task to leave this place. They didn't want to be trapped here forever. This is, I can feel the aura of chaos. When Gu Fei and Tian arrived outside the Chaos Buddha lands, both of them were shocked to the extreme. In front of them was a hazy void, and everything seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, giving off a surreal feeling. This is chaos chi that hasn't completely dissolved. Tian's voice began to quiver. The area before them was actually a piece of chaos divine soil. This sort of chaos divine soil had been formed at the beginning of the world. This piece of chaos divine soil was definitely not refined by the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Even if it was the Buddhist Lord of the extreme Tao, with his supreme Buddhism techniques, he still couldn't refine something like this. Although the extreme Tao experts were the strongest existences in the world, sometimes such existences weren't omnipotent. This is really a big move. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The 1,000-year-old Buddhist sovereign actually found a primal chaos divine soil that was formed at the beginning of heaven and earth. Then he refined the primal chaos divine soil into his heavenly Buddha Tao, turning it into a primal chaos Buddha soil. The legendary Mount Meru was located in this piece of chaos Buddha lands. Chaos chi was formed at the beginning of the world, and this kind of chi could transform into all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a place was many times better than those so-called heavenly paradises in the mortal world. This Millennium Buddhist Lord really put in a lot of effort for the sake of Buddhism's heritage. Gu Fei and Tian didn't hesitate. They entered the hazy world in front of them. Chaos chi lingered around their bodies, but they didn't absorb the surrounding chaos chi. They didn't want to alarm the people inside so quickly. It was hard to imagine how much a person's cultivation would reach after cultivating in such a piece of chaos Buddha lands for so many years. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be careful. Boom! At this time, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of chaos Buddha lands. The entire piece of chaos Buddha lands shook violently. The demonic aura suddenly erupted, and a mass of demonic aura rushed out from the ground below Mount Meru. It then spread in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire world. A great devil was born. Gu Fei and Tian were shocked. An extremely terrifying devil chi spread across the world, causing one's heart to palpitate. This was definitely the power of a saint. Could it be that a great devil saint was born? To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1386. A devil appeared in the Buddha land. A huge change happened in the heavenly Buddha Tao. Below Mount Meru, there was actually an ancient Buddha turning into a devil. This was a threat to everyone in the heavenly Buddha Tao. Question mark. In a hazy, primal chaos Buddha land, spiritual energy was abundant. Spiritual herbs, over 1,000 years of age, could be seen everywhere. On the cliffs, there were even 10,000-year-old king herbs growing. This place was huge, but the population was sparse. Many spiritual herbs were left unharvested, allowing them to grow naturally. This benefited Tian. This fella, even when wild geese flew over his head, he would grab a handful of its feathers. How could he not be tempted when he saw a spiritual herb? According to his words, rather than letting this baldy benefit, he might as well enjoy it himself. As long as it was a 10,000-year-old king herb, it would be taken away by Tian. As for thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, they were truly nothing in his eyes. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei and the rest were nearing Mount Meru, the heaven and earth suddenly trembled. A terrifying devil aura surged over from the front. A great devil is born. This is the energy of a saint. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Was there really a great devil suppressed in the depths of the heavenly Buddha Tao? In the chaotic Buddha land, no one could remain unscathed. Boss, He Tian's expression changed when he sensed that devil aura. This kind of energy had already exceeded their endurance. This was a true saint-level energy. What are you afraid of? If we really can't win, we still have a way out. Gu Fei was also alarmed. But at this time, it shouldn't be them running, but the arhats in the heavenly Buddha Tao were in big trouble. If there was really a great devil suppressed in the heavenly Buddha Tao, the first thing this great devil would do would be to kill all the arhats in the heavenly Buddha Tao. When He Tian heard Gu Fei's words, he gradually calmed down. The devilish energy had almost shaken his will, forcing him to be more cautious. At this moment, on Mount Meru, all the sons of Buddha were incomparably nervous. Below Mount Meru, a torrential demonic aura surged out. The power of the ancient Buddha array could no longer suppress the demonic power within the array. The 18 strongest sons of Buddha radiated with boundless Buddha light as they stood in 18 different positions, displaying supreme Dharma and activating the Tao power of Buddhism. The runes of the entire ancient Buddha formation emitted a dazzling Buddha light, intertwining with the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. All the Buddha power went towards a devil fetus in the middle of the formation. The ancient Buddha transformed into a devil. Endless Buddha energy was converted into devil energy, forming a devil embryo. Within the devil embryo was the great devil that the ancient Buddha transformed into. At this moment, the great devil was about to be born. Bam! 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 The demon fetus was vibrating like a heart. The dull sound caused the entire ancient Buddhist formation to shake. The pagodas that shone with Buddhist light and the Buddhist statues that were covered in Buddhist runes were all trembling. The demonic power was boundless, and within the tumbling demonic aura, there seemed to be many scary demonic shadows appearing. The Buddha nature of the ancient Buddha was being destroyed, and the demonic nature was expanding. It's time to use the Buddha weapon, one of the 18 sons of Buddha said. Then he waved towards Mount Meru in the sky, and a golden light rushed out from Mount Meru. Boom! Endless Buddha power descended from the sky. Within the blinding Buddha light, it was as if 9 golden dragons were rushing down from the sky and landing in the hands of the middle-aged son of Buddha. The golden light dissipated, and it was a Buddhist staff. This was a holy weapon. On the body of the staff, there were 9 golden dragons circling. The 9 dragon heads gathered at the head of the staff. The dragon heads were facing inward, and in the middle, there was a pearl that looked like a red sun. This is the legendary 9 dragons staff. Elder Heavenly Dharma is getting serious. When the sons of Buddha saw this, they were all shocked. The 9 dragon staff in Heavenly Dharma's hand was releasing a vast holy energy. This was the energy of a Buddhist saint. Go! Buddha Heavenly Dharma through the 9 dragon staff. The 9 dragon staff became a Buddha light, and it stabbed into the ancient Buddha array's eye. Boom! Boom! Saint-ranked Buddhism energy surged out from the 9 dragon scepter, bringing boundless energy to the ancient Buddha array. The devil chi that was spreading in all directions was immediately suppressed back to where it came from. The other sons of Bodhisattvas also summoned their ancient Buddha weapons to suppress the formation core. Rays of Buddha light that exuded a saint-class ripple rushed out from Mount Meru and entered the ancient Buddha formation below. The legends say that Mount Meru has 18 ancient Buddha weapons left behind by ancient Buddhist saints. I can't believe this legend is true. 18 ancient Buddha weapons. Those are 18 ancient Buddha holy weapons. Many arhats who saw this scene were astonished. There were actually 18 ancient sacred weapons hidden in the sacred palace on Mount Meru. Even the arhats of the heavenly Buddhist sect didn't know about this. Even the most powerful 18 arhats didn't know what was inside the palace of the ancient Buddhist lord on Mount Meru. However, these 18 Buddhist ancient sacred weapons belonged to the sacred temple. With the help of the 18 Buddha weapons, the ancient Buddha array's power suppressed the ancient Buddha's demonic power. The demon fetus, which was about to break out of the array, was once again sealed inside. This was an ancient sacred weapon refined by 18 ancient Buddhist sages, and it contained sacred Buddhist energy. It was as if 18 ancient Buddhist sages were attacking at the same time. No matter how strong the ancient Buddha's demonic power was, it couldn't fight it. The peaceful Buddha power filled the sky, and the Buddha light shone. There were countless Buddhas chanting in the sky, and many Buddha symbols appeared. The ancient Buddha formation displayed a great power, refining demonic energy and sealing the surroundings. However, what the ancient Buddha formation wanted to transform into was a supreme devil, an existence comparable to the extreme Tao Devil Lord. The power of the demon fetus was still increasing. Many symbols appeared on the demon fetus. The demon flags around the demon fetus were waving, and a power that surpassed holy class was gathering. Is it really going to turn into that supreme demon? Someone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The ancient Buddha becoming a demon was definitely not simple. If it really gave birth to a supreme demon, it would be a disaster for the entire heavenly Buddha Tao. Seeing that the power of the ancient Buddha array had sealed that terrifying demon fetus, the sons of Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. But they knew that such power wasn't enough to destroy the demon fetus. People kept falling from the sky and into the Buddha array. They used their own Buddha power to increase the power of the Buddha array. Even the sloppy monk, who was at the pinnacle of Almighty Realm, occupied a spot in the Buddha array. He circulated the Buddhist sect's mystic arts to stimulate the power of the Buddha array. Many people chanted the Buddha mantra and let out exorcism Buddhist chants. They wanted to dispel the demonic nature of the demon fetus and enlighten it. But how could the ancient Buddha become a demon be dispelled by Buddhist chants? All the sons of Buddha started moving. The vast Buddha energy gathered into a terrifying current and surged towards the center of the ancient Buddha array. The layers of demonic light were continuously destroyed. Over 100 sons of Buddha working together. Even a true saint would be fearful. The power condensed from the power of the Buddha array was too strong. The demon fetus felt the threat. Under the impact of the Buddha power, the demonic runes on the demon fetus all lit up. Rays of demonic light intertwined to form a light barrier that enveloped the demon fetus. The Buddha power that came from all directions was blocked by the layer of demonic light on the demon fetus. It couldn't truly threaten the demon fetus. The demon fetus continued to beat like an incomparably huge heart. Each time it beat, the entire heaven and earth would tremble. This was a type of Tao sound. How is this possible? Supreme demon fetus? The sons of Buddha couldn't help but feel shaken by this scene. No one knew how powerful the combined power of over 100 sons of Buddha was. However, this power was enough to kill an ancient saint. Moreover, there were 18 ancient Buddhist weapons in the ancient Buddha array. One had to know that these were ancient Buddhist sacred weapons refined by the ancient virtuous paragons. With so much power gathered together, it still couldn't destroy the demon fetus in the ancient Buddha array. All the sons of Buddha couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the strongest 18 sons of Buddha found it hard to maintain their composure. How can this be? Is there really no way to stop the ancient Buddha turning into a demon? Is the ancient legend going to come true? The 18 strongest sons of Buddha muttered. The strength of the demon fetus had exceeded their expectations. They used all their methods, but still couldn't destroy it. What should we do? The heavenly Buddha path had used almost everything that could be used. As for those that couldn't be used, there was no need to think about it. The danger in front of them could only be resolved by using the supreme Buddhist weapon. Use the supreme Buddhist weapon? The 18 sons of Buddha were extremely powerful. They were the strongest existences in the heavenly Buddha path. Each of them had a cultivation realm and power that surpassed supreme existences. Among the 18 sons of Buddha, the weakest was a half-sage. The three in the lead were only one step away from becoming a sage. They were the strongest in this world and were quasi-sages. These 18 sons of Buddha had been cultivating in the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru for many years. Their minds were connected, and they all knew that this was the only way to resolve this great calamity. The 18 sons of Buddha didn't hesitate. They rushed into the sky and flew towards the mountain floating in the sky. The 18 rays of Buddhist light quickly reached the peak of Mount Meru and rushed into the sacred palace. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian also arrived near Mount Meru. What a spiritual mountain! In the hazy, chaotic energy, a huge mountain floated high in the sky. The entire mountain emitted a vast and boundless auspicious aura, as if there was a supreme Buddha hiding on the mountain. The aura of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei was also shocked. Compared to this spiritual mountain, the Buddhist sacred ground in the outside world and West Earth's spiritual mountain were far inferior. This kind of aura of the extreme Tao was something that the spiritual mountains in the outside world didn't have. Could it be that this mountain is the legendary Mount Meru? He Tian was proficient in formations. He could tell that this mountain wasn't ordinary at a glance. To have such an aura, only the legendary Mount Meru would have it. Mount Meru? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This mountain was the Mount Meru where the ancient Buddha attained Tao. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share, target =_blank. Chapter 1387. An ancient divine mountain hovered high up in the sky, shrouding an entire area, exuding a boundless, auspicious aura. Mount Meru, a divine mountain that had existed since ancient times. Because of the Millennium Buddha Lord, its name spread throughout the ancient era, becoming the supreme holy land of Buddhism. According to legend, before the Millennium Buddha Lord achieved his Tao, he came to Mount Meru and sat on the peak for 1,000 years, comprehending the flawless great Tao. On the day that the Millennium Buddha Lord achieved his Tao enlightenment, golden lotuses bloomed on the surface of Mount Meru, auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and Buddhist luminance illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A golden figure appeared between heaven and earth, chanting Buddhist scriptures, bathing in the Buddhist luminance, and converting all living beings in the vicinity. Even some of the peerless experts near Mount Meru were enlightened by the eternal Buddha Lord and became his disciples, becoming his son of Buddha. According to the ancient Buddha scriptures, the ancient Buddha at the foot of Mount Meru was a son of Buddha under the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord. He cultivated to become a Buddhist sage, but in the end, he encountered a problem in his cultivation and had no choice but to seal himself under Mount Meru. This was an ancient antique. Characters from the same era as him were long gone. Even the Millennium Buddha Lord had disappeared. This kind of character, turning into a devil, was bound to shake heaven and earth. In fact, the ancient Buddha turning into a devil really brought an unprecedented crisis to the heavenly Buddhist sect. Once a devil appeared, the entire heavenly Buddhist sect would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Such an atmosphere. This should be the legendary Mount Meru. Auspicious chi covered the divine mountain. Buddhist luminance swirled in 6 circles, and one could feel a boundless Buddhism energy fluctuation, especially at the peak, where there seemed to be a supreme ancient Buddha hiding. Boss, is there really a Buddhist saint guarding this place? He Tian's face paled when he sensed the irresistible Buddhism energy fluctuation. If there were 1 or 2 Buddhist princes under the Millennium Buddha Lord that did not leave, it would be a disaster. The ancient Buddhist Lord was an extreme Buddhist saint, so how could his disciples be weak? Most likely, they had long cultivated to the Buddhist Saint Tao fruit. Although they were not extreme Buddhist saints, they could be called ancient Buddhas. After the Great Desolation, heaven and earth changed greatly. There are no saints in this world. What are you afraid of? Gu Fei said. At his cultivation level, he could already pry into the mysteries of heaven. He could vaguely sense that the current world no longer recognized saints. Unless the laws of the world changed again, the world would not allow anyone to become a saint. But this place is different. Tian still felt a little uneasy. This was a primal chaos Buddhist land, filled with primal chaos energy. The laws of heaven and earth in this place could be said to be weaker than any other place. It wasn't impossible for a Buddhist sage to make use of the characteristics of this place to hide. At the very least, we can retreat. Gu Fei said. He could draw upon the power of the Hell Path's realm pearl to connect with the Hell Path and open up a passageway to the Hell Path. In front of a sage, the inner world no longer had any advantage. A sage could shatter the void and forcibly enter the inner world. But entering the Hell Path was different. That was a world that was comparable to a complete world. No one was willing to enter such a near-perfect world. Such a world could suppress an ancient sage. If Gu Fei was in the Hell Path, he could really use the Realm Pearl to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to kill an ancient sage. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei and Tian were conversing, a thunderous sound came from the front. They felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. There were transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye in the void. An unimaginably powerful force erupted, and the terrifying aura caused the world to change color. This is the great demon born? Gu Fei and Tian were incomparably shocked. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black demonic aura rushing out from the bottom of the primordial god mountain. The power of the demonic path burst forth like never before, and there were quite a number of sons of Buddha who were sent flying. Buddha blood sprayed across the sky, and the entire ancient Buddha array was shaking. The 18 Buddha figures stood tall in the array and fought against the demonic path power that burst forth from the array. Heaven and Earth Avatar, 18 Supreme Beings, sensing the powerful aura from the 18 Buddha figures, even Gu Fei's expression changed. The Buddhist sect was truly too powerful. There were actually 18 supreme beings in the heavenly Buddha path. What kind of power was this? It was truly hard to imagine. Such power was enough to sweep through the entire mortal world. Moreover, among these 18 supreme beings, there were 3 whose Buddha energy fluctuations were extremely powerful. There was even a strand of saintly might lingering around them. Half-sage, Tian was truly stunned. The waters of the mortal world were truly extraordinarily deep. With his current cultivation, he probably wouldn't even be able to cause a splash. Among these 3, the leader is most likely a half-sage. Gu Fei observed for a moment before saying such words. He used the power of heaven and earth to seal his body, not leaking a trace of his aura. No one knew that they had already arrived in the vicinity of Mount Meru. Half-sage, Tian was shocked. If such a character were to act against him, a single finger of his would be enough to kill him countless times over. He felt very uneasy. They can't even take care of themselves. This is an opportunity. Gu Fei knew that within the grand array beneath Mount Meru, there was a terrifying devil being suppressed. Now that all the sons of Buddha were gathered within the Buddha array, working together to suppress the devil, the defense of Mount Meru would definitely be useless. I can sense the aura of a saint weapon. 18 saint-grade auras rushed out from the Buddha array. Tian was shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the entire saint weapon of the Buddhist sect was hidden within the heavenly Buddha path? Although Tian was very far away, he still felt as though there was an ancient divine mountain pressing down on his body. He couldn't even straighten his back. And Gu Fei had the protection of a saint weapon. In addition to the fact that his cultivation and strength had already advanced to the almighty realm, he didn't feel too uncomfortable when facing the eruption of saint might. Swish! Gu Fei extended his hand, and an almost transparent divine sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it over to Tian. This was a spoil of war from the land of saint burial, shadowless divine sword. Boss, this is for me? When He Tian saw the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, his voice was trembling. He was extremely excited and wanted to snatch the divine sword from Gu Fei's hand. However, he didn't dare and was hesitating. "I'll lend it to you first," Gu Fei said. "Thank you, boss." When He Tian heard this, he hurriedly snatched the shadowless divine sword into his hand. A sharp and obscure sword aura spread from the divine sword, almost cutting off his hand. What a domineering sword aura. It's domineering, yet not obvious. This is definitely an unparalleled weapon suitable for sneak attacks. He Tian couldn't bear to let go of it. He then inhaled and exhaled the yin and yang essence qi and wrapped the shadowless divine sword with his own life essence qi before carefully storing it into his body. "Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's loot Mount Meru." After obtaining such a saint weapon, He Tian's courage was boosted. He was extremely excited and his eyes lit up. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1388. Ransack Mount Meru. If such words were spoken in the primordial era, people would definitely think that it came from a lunatic. One had to know that Mount Meru was where the Buddhist Lord's Buddhist palace was located. It was where the Buddhist Lord resided. No one dared to provoke the extreme Tao Buddhist Lord. This was equivalent to suicide. The extreme Tao Buddhist Lord was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only the legendary existences of the extreme Tao were qualified to be his opponent. But now Gu Fei and He Tian had sneaked up this primordial sacred mountain and headed towards the holy palace at the peak. At this moment, not a single Arhat could be seen on Mount Meru. Rumble, the earth trembled. 18 Buddha shadows stood on the ground and displayed supreme Buddhist Dharma. They activated the power of the ancient Buddha array to suppress the terrifying devil fetus. Wang. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were also displaying their prowess. The great Tao markings in the ancient Buddha weapons were activated. They automatically emitted a supreme sage level wave. It was as if 18 Buddha saints appeared in the Buddha array. The power of the 18 Arhats and the 18 ancient Buddha weapons temporarily sealed the devil fetus in the ancient Buddha array. This made it difficult for the devil Tao's power to leak out. The ancient Buddha turned into a devil. A strand of devil chi was enough to turn the entire region into a land of death. If the devil chi in the Buddha array leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all the Arhats attacked. No one was willing to see the supreme devil appear. Some were even planning to use the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. The heavenly Buddha path was a supreme Buddhist land refined by the Buddhist Lord. Legend had it that the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon was left behind by the Buddhist Lord. However, no one had seen it before. But all the Arhats who entered the heavenly Buddha path knew that the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon was on Mount Meru. Perhaps it was hidden in the holy palace at the peak of Mount Meru. However, the holy palace at the peak of Mount Meru wasn't a place anyone could enter. That was the residence of the Buddhist Lord. Only the strongest 18 Arhats of the heavenly Buddha path had the right to enter the holy palace to comprehend the supreme Buddhist Dharma. The chanting of the Buddhist sect circled around the heaven and earth. All the sons of Buddha were displaying this kind of evil, subduing Buddhist voice, wanting to use the supreme Dharma to purify the great devil in the Buddhist formation. Within the Buddhist matrix, countless Buddhist runes appeared, interweaving with the power of the great path of Buddhism. They rushed towards the demonic fetus. The demonic runes on the demonic fetus also emitted surging waves of demonic power, blocking the supreme Buddhist power. Boom! Elder Fa Tian controlled the 9-dragon scepter and unleashed a terrifying attack, wanting to pierce through the devil fetus. This was the power of a saint. 9 golden dragons shot out from the 9-dragon scepter towards the devil fetus. Bam! The 9 golden dragons crashed into the layer of demonic light around the devil fetus almost at the same time. The entire devil fetus shook violently, and the demonic light around the devil fetus was almost penetrated. However, demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the demonic light, drawing upon the power of the demonic path and actually blocking the 9 golden dragons, blocking this saint-level power. What? Grand Elder Fation was shocked. He knew very well how powerful his attack was after using the Buddhist saint weapon. It could even shatter an ancient divine mountain, but it couldn't penetrate the demonic light around the devil fetus. Let's attack together. The other sons of Buddha also activated their respective ancient Buddhist weapons. Saint-level power exploded within the ancient Buddhist matrix, and the aura of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons almost caused the entire heaven and earth to collapse. 1. The 18 ancient Buddhist weapons trembled at the same time, emitting a monstrous saint-level aura. It was as though 18 ancient Buddhas had awakened, and their divine might was unparalleled. Even Mount Meru above the ancient Buddhist matrix was affected, and it started to tremble. The power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons gathered together, and even the sovereigns among the saints would have a change of expression. Are those monks going to go all out? At the waist of Mount Meru, Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. The saint-level aura caused their hearts to palpitate, and such power was enough to kill a true saint. Boss, let's hurry up. Otherwise, after those baldies finish dealing with the devil fetus, we will be in trouble. He Tian said. He couldn't wait to rush up to the peak of Mount Meru and ransack the holy palace. However, although there wasn't a single son of Buddha at the peak of Mount Meru, the defensive matrix on top of Mount Meru was extraordinary. Generations of Buddha sages had constantly perfected the defensive system of Mount Meru, and the entire Mount Meru had been branded with indelible Tao marks by the Buddha sages. This caused quite a bit of trouble for He Tian. But who was He Tian? He was a master of formations, and he constantly deduced the forces of heaven and earth around him as he slowly advanced towards the peak of the mountain. If I don't become a supreme Buddha, then I will become a supreme devil. A strand of divine sense circled between heaven and earth. All the sons of Buddha couldn't help but change their expressions. The devil in the middle of the matrix was incomparably powerful. Could it really be a supreme great devil? Killing demons is the duty of our generation. Kill. Monk Fatian was incomparably domineering. He took the 9-dragon scepter into his hand and smashed it towards the devil fetus. 9 dragon shadows flickered on the 9-dragon scepter. Monstrous demonic energy exploded from the devil fetus, and within the billowing demonic energy, a terrifying silhouette directly appeared from the void. It was a faint and illusory demonic shadow that stood in the center of the matrix. The demonic shadow exuded a terrifying aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! The demonic shadow's giant hand slammed towards the 9 golden dragons. Demonic energy erupted, and the entire heaven and earth darkened. 2 extremely powerful forces clashed together. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. The giant hand condensed by the demonic shadow actually smashed apart the 9 golden dragons, and even sent the 9 dragons' scepter flying away. What? All the sons of Buddha were shocked. One must know that Grand Elder Fatian was the #1 expert in the heavenly Buddha Tao, a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. If even he couldn't break through the power of the devil fetus, then it would be even more difficult for others to do anything to it. At this time, no one knew that Gu Fei and He Tian were heading towards the peak of Mount Meru. He Tian was indeed worthy of being an array grandmaster. He actually found a safe path that led straight to the peak. Ha! Supreme Buddhist treasure, here I come. He Tian was incomparably excited. The peak of Mount Meru was the residence of the ancient Buddhist Lord. How could there be no Buddhist treasures in the saint palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord? Abandon Buddha and become a devil. A powerful wave will rippled out from the devil fetus. Then, an unimaginably terrifying demonic power burst forth. A circle of demonic energy spread out from the center of the ancient Buddha matrix. The demonic energy finally broke through the seal of the ancient Buddha matrix. The ancient Buddha seemed to have succeeded in becoming a demon. The terrifying demonic energy was like a broken dam, gushing out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Roar! The 18 sons of Buddha suffered a huge impact. They roared angrily as they were sent flying. The other sons of Buddha directly coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were sent flying thousands of feet away. Some of the sons of Buddha had their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed. They were completely destroyed. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1389. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl came from the ancient Buddha formation as boundless demonic chi erupted. The demonic energy nearly overturned the entire heaven and earth. Countless Buddhist statues and pagodas crumbled into dust. Rumble! The entire ancient Buddha formation trembled as the Buddha runes dimmed. This ancient formation that had existed for countless years was on the verge of collapsing. Buzz! At this time, the 18 ancient Buddha weapons suppressing the 18 formation eyes of the ancient Buddha formation vibrated at the same time, emitting 18 powerful waves of saintly aura. The 9-dragon scepter, the glazed ring blade, the blessed Buddha lamp. Each supreme Buddha weapon was awakened one by one. On top of each weapon, a Buddha shadow walked out. This was the remnant divine sense of the 18 ancient Buddhas on the 18 ancient Buddha weapons. It was as if the 18 ancient Buddhas had personally descended, sending out an auspicious Buddhist energy that filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if the Lord Buddha himself comes, he won't be able to stop me from becoming a devil. A devilish shadow stood up from the boundless demonic chi. A pair of blood-red eyes shot out 2 blood-red rays, scanning the surroundings. Ba, the 18 ancient Buddhas' divine sense within the 18 ancient Buddha weapons took the form of ancient Buddhas, sitting cross-legged in the void, chanting Buddhist chants, displaying the chant of Devanaga, wanting to enlighten the ancient devil with the supreme Buddhist voice. The wondrous Buddhist voice was the nemesis of all devils. Boundless demonic chi was dispersed by the sound waves as Buddha runes emerged in the void. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground as auspicious clouds descended from the sky. The world was filled with peace as the murderous chi transformed into auspicious chi. The power of the 18 ancient Buddha weapons was too overwhelming. Even the supreme devil felt threatened, roaring ceaselessly within the demonic chi, shaking the heavens. Wong! A deafening sound came from within the demonic chi as a devil weapon appeared in the hand of the devilish shadow. It was a devil spear, entirely black in color, exuding a monstrous demonic energy. Swish! The devilish shadow directly stabbed out with the spear. Terrifying demonic energy pierced through the void as a black demonic light shot out from the spear. Like a black river, it rushed towards the 9-dragon scepter. Bang! The 9 golden dragons were shattered, and the Buddha shadow that emerged from the 9-dragon scepter was pierced through by the devilish light, sending the 9-dragon's scepter flying away. The battle prowess displayed by the demonic shadow caused all the sons of Buddha who witnessed this scene to be indescribably shocked. The ancient Buddha turning into a demon was a terrifying calamity. Then the sound of something cracking could be heard from within the demonic aura. Oh no, that devil is about to come into being. Great Elder Fa Tion's expression changed. The other 17 sons of Buddha were also moved. The ancient Buddha was about to break out of its cocoon, and this wasn't a good thing. The Supreme Buddha was about to be born. If I don't become the Supreme Buddha, I'll become the Supreme Devil. These words resounded in the world. This was a peerless demonic voice, and it actually suppressed the heavenly dragon Buddhist voice that was chanted by the ancient Buddha in the 18 ancient Buddha weapons. Looks like I'll have to use the resources of the sacred palace. A middle-aged Buddhist son beside Fantion said. This Buddhist son's cultivation was extremely strong, and he was half a Buddhist saint. There was a golden halo behind his head, and his body was filled with Buddhist power. Then let's bring out that Buddhist treasure. An old monk with a ruddy face and 2 snow-white long eyebrows said. This person was also a half-Buddhist saint. The 18 sons of Buddha with the strongest cultivation in the heavenly Buddha path gathered together. The other sons of Buddha's cultivation weren't strong enough, so they all fled in all directions. Other than the supreme existences of the Tao severing realm, no one could interfere. At this moment, the nine-dragon scepter that was sent flying flew back. The nine-dragon shadows were like real dragons, dancing around the nine-dragon scepter and emitting terrifying saint-grade energy waves that shook the heavens. The demonic shadow was still attacking. He held the peerless demonic spear in his hand and pierced out again and again. The unstoppable demonic energy pierced through the heaven and earth, destroying everything in its path. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were trembling, and they were constantly sent flying by the power of the peerless demonic spear. The power of the 18 ancient Buddha weapons could no longer suppress this devil. Cracks appeared on the devil fetus, and strands of extremely pure demonic chi seeped out from the cracks. The terrifying demonic nature spread between heaven and earth as though it wanted to demonize everything. The ancient Buddha turned into a devil. This was a supreme devil fetus that gave birth to a great devil. The ancient Buddha that abandoned Buddha and turned into a devil no longer existed. The Buddha nature was completely extinguished and was replaced by the demonic nature. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were all spiritual objects. At this moment, all 18 ancient Buddha weapons had awakened. The majestic saint-grade energy waves were enough to shatter everything. However, the demonic shadow that manifested from the devil fetus displayed supreme demonic might. With the peerless demonic spear in his hand, he actually fought against the 18 ancient Buddha weapons. On each of the 18 ancient Buddha weapons, faint and illusory Buddha shadows appeared. These were the ancient Buddhas that appeared in different eras of the Buddhist sect. Each ancient Buddha was once a supreme existence in the Buddhist sect. At this moment, these 18 ancient Buddhas from different eras were releasing their last bit of power. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons emitted unprecedented powerful Buddha energy and trapped the demonic shadow. Swoosh! The glazed ring blade slashed across the sky. The resplendent blade light tore through the layers of demonic chi and collided with the peerless demonic spear in the demonic shadow's hand, producing a deafening boom. Boom! The blessed Buddha lamp hovered high in the sky. A soybean-sized golden wick emitted a monstrous golden Buddha fire that swept down from the sky. The golden Buddha fire came into contact with the towering demonic chi. The layers of demonic chi dissipated under the Buddha fire. The Buddha fire burned towards the devil fetus, enveloping the devil fetus and the demonic shadow. Swoosh! The demonic shadow displayed an indomitable fighting strength. He directly stabbed the peerless demonic spear upwards. Terrifying demonic energy frantically gathered towards the spear. A pitch-black demonic light shot out from the peerless demonic spear, breaking through the layers of demonic fire and colliding with the blessed Buddha lamp, knocking it away. The Buddha fire in the sky dissipated instantly. The devil fetus was too powerful. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons could barely suppress it. But now it was just the beginning. Crack, crack, crack. More and more cracks appeared on the devil fetus. The 18 strongest arhats knew that if they hesitated any longer, the devil inside the devil fetus would be born. Go get the supreme Buddha treasure. Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma soared into the sky, rushing towards the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru. The other arhats followed closely behind. One had to know that Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma was the only quasi-sage in the Blessed Buddha path. In the Blessed Buddha path, all arhats had to listen to Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma. Even the current Buddhist Lord had to be respectful when he saw Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma. The supreme Buddha treasure was hidden in the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru. Only Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma could retrieve it, because not everyone could enter the sacred palace. The sacred palace contained the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist lords. Only those with stronger cultivation could enter the sacred palace. Those with weaker cultivation might not even be able to enter the sacred palace. Rays of Buddhist light shot up from the foot of the mountain. Golden rays fell to the ground. Dharma was the first person to arrive in front of the sacred palace. But when he arrived at the entrance, he was stunned. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1390. The holy palace at the peak of Mount Shumi was the dwelling place of the Buddhist lords throughout the ages. This was the supreme holy land that billions of Buddhists yearned for. Only those who were recognized by the Buddha light of salvation had the chance to enter the heavenly Buddha path and see the legendary holy palace. Usually, only the 18 sons of Buddha with the highest cultivation in the heavenly Buddha sect had the right to enter the sacred palace to cultivate. The other sons of Buddha didn't even have a right to walk up to the peak of Mount Meru. In particular, the heavenly Dharma quasi-Buddhist saint and the two half-Buddhist saints. These three great existences have been comprehending the Buddhist Dharma in the sacred palace all year round, wanting to take a step further and become a sage. However, the current laws of the world no longer recognize the existence of saints. The great path of the world could not be touched. Even if people had heaven-defying cultivation talents, it would still be difficult for them to become saints. Now that the Buddha demon has appeared, the entire Xianxia Buddha land was going to be in chaos. The 18 Buddha soldiers seemed to be unable to suppress the supreme demon, forcing heavenly Dharma to go to Mount Meru and ask for the supreme Buddha treasure. When Fa Tian arrived at the entrance of the Saint Palace, he was dumbfounded. The palace doors were originally closed, but now they were wide open. How could this be? When the sons of Buddha caught sight of this, they were stunned as well. This wasn't any ordinary Buddha palace. This was the place where the ancient Buddha Lord resided. It was the extreme Tao Buddha Palace. Someone actually barged into the extreme Tao Buddha Palace? Was this even possible? However, the scene in front of him was really happening. The door of the Buddha Palace was wide open, and he could see some of the scenery inside. Inside, there was Buddha light lingering around. It seemed to be a golden Buddha realm. Summer storage ring, Buddhist kingdom in the palm. This Buddhist palace wasn't what it looked like on the surface. There was another universe inside. But other than heavenly Dharma and the other 18 sons of Buddha, no one knew what was inside. What's going on? Even the quasi-Buddhist heavenly Dharma couldn't help but change his expression at this moment. Could it be that other sons of Buddha had entered the sacred palace? Impossible. In the heavenly Buddhist sect, other than himself and the other 17 sons of Buddha, how could there be another son of Buddha who had the ability to enter the Saint Palace? Grand Elder, the long-browed old monk walked over. His expression wasn't too good either. The 18 sons of Buddha were all here and none of them had left. Fellow Buddhist, who are you? Please come out and meet me. Heavenly Dharma was shocked and enraged. He knew that over the countless years, the number of sons of Buddha who were recognized by Kitagarbha and entered the heavenly Buddha path was definitely not limited to these 100 people. Entering the heavenly Buddha path was difficult, but exiting the heavenly Buddha path wasn't difficult at all. Inside the heavenly Buddha path, there was an array formation that could transport people to the outside world. There were many arhats who had entered the heavenly Buddha path earlier than him. Not to mention, the heavenly Buddha path was so big, like a small world, it was impossible for him to search every corner of the heavenly Buddha path. Even if there were senior monks cultivating in seclusion somewhere in the heavenly Buddha path, this was still a possibility. No one thought that it was an outsider who barged into the holy palace. One had to know the heavenly Buddha path was a heaven and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist lords. Without the recognition of the Buddha light of salvation, outsiders would never be able to enter. Therefore, in the heavenly Buddha Tao, there were only arhats who were recognized by the universal Buddha light, and there were absolutely no outsiders. No one in the sacred palace responded. At the peak of Mount Meru, only the voice of quasi-Buddha, sage, heavenly Dharma reverberated. The group of sons of Buddha behind heavenly Dharma were extremely shocked. In this heavenly Buddha Tao, there was actually someone who didn't follow the heavenly laws. This was something that hadn't happened in 1,000 years. One had to know that in the heavenly Buddha path, there were only about 100 arhats recognized by the universal Buddha light. Among these 100 people, only heavenly Dharma was a quasi-Buddha sage. A quasi-Buddha sage was the strongest person recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. In a world without saints, a quasi-sage was already the strongest existence. Which Buddhist friend is it? Since you're already here, why not come out and meet me? Heavenly Dharma didn't dare to be slow. One had to know that it wasn't an easy task to open the gates of the sacred palace. However, the sacred palace was still silent. No one came out to respond to the number one expert of the heavenly Buddha path. This way, everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that in the heavenly Buddha path, there was really an existence that could ignore heavenly Dharma? Rumble! Suddenly, the entire Mount Meru shook. The energy waves coming from the bottom of Mount Meru shook this legendary supreme, sacred mountain of the Buddhist sects. Everyone's expression changed. This was the power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons clashing with the devil fetus. The vast destructive power shook the entire Mount Meru. This was the power of a saint. The power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons was enough to shake the world. However, the devil fetus seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying. It didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons. Great Elder, we are running out of time. Another Buddhist half-sage behind heavenly Dharma couldn't help but speak. If they hesitated, the great devil born from the devil fetus would break through the seal of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons. Heavenly Dharma pondered for a moment and walked towards the gates of the sacred palace. No one understood the sacred palace better than him. This sacred palace wasn't a place that anyone could enter. The long-browed old monk and the other Buddhist half-sage followed behind heavenly Dharma and entered the sacred palace. The other arhats stood still. This was because they knew that even if they entered, they could only walk around the periphery. It would be difficult for them to enter the depths of the sacred palace. In fact, even heavenly Dharma himself couldn't get close to the depths of the sacred palace. Fortunately, the supreme Buddhist treasure that heavenly Dharma wanted to summon wasn't stored in the depths of the sacred palace. Otherwise, even heavenly Dharma himself wouldn't be able to do anything. Outsiders? How could there be outsiders here? As soon as heavenly Dharma entered the sacred palace, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He sensed something strange. It didn't seem like Buddhist disciples had entered the sacred palace. Thinking of this, no matter how calm heavenly Dharma was, he was shocked to the extreme. There were only arhats in the heavenly Buddhist path. Since ancient times, no outsiders had ever entered. After entering the sacred palace, heavenly Dharma stopped. He reached out his hand and swiped the void in front of him. A golden Buddhist aura appeared and an image appeared on the light screen. Heavenly Dharma was displaying the Buddhist Dharma, replaying the image of the past. On the golden light screen, two people appeared in front of the sacred palace. A handsome young cultivator stepped forward and used a technique to break the Buddhist restriction on the gates of the sacred palace. Then, the other young cultivator stepped forward and pushed the gates open. It's those two? The sloppy monk witnessed this scene from outside the sacred palace. He couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that those two would be so bold as to intrude into the sacred palace of the Buddhist path. The sacred palace left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord was actually a place for Buddhist disciples to cultivate. From the outside to the inside, it was divided into 9 layers of heaven. Those with weak cultivation could only stay on the first layer. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1391. The dwelling place of the ancient Buddhist lord was definitely the most mysterious place in the world. Even the arhats of the heavenly Buddha path could not enter the depths of the holy palace. Each level of the holy palace required a corresponding level of cultivation and strength to enter. Each level was imprinted with the path of enlightenment of the Buddhist masters from different periods of time. Only arhats who succeeded in severing their Tao were qualified to enter the holy palace. However, only Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma could enter the second level of the Holy Palace. The others could only wander around the first level. Legend has it that only by passing through the 9 levels of the Holy Palace could one achieve the Buddhist Saint Tao fruit, cultivate the Buddhist Saint True Body, and become a saint among Buddhas, looking down on the world. However, even a demi-sage like Heavenly Dharma could only enter the second level of the Holy Palace. To pass through the 9 levels of the Holy Palace was no different from ascending to the 9 heavens. At this time, the crowd followed Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma into the first level of the Holy Palace. Here, Buddhist aura was everywhere, and there were wondrous Buddhist trees growing everywhere. It was a type of golden Buddhist tree. Its entire body looked as if it was cast from gold. Every branch, every leaf flowed with Buddhist aura. On the branches of some of the Buddhist trees, there were golden fruits the size of a fist. The fruits contained spiritual energy and were definitely a type of spiritual fruit. Is this the legendary Golden Buddha tree? Golden Buddha fruit, a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Some of the arhats were entering the Holy Palace for the first time. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could this be the undying God tree that the ancient Buddhist Lord obtained? However, there was only one undying God tree, and it was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist Lord was able to achieve Tao because of this undying God tree. Heavenly Dharma ignored these people. He directly displayed the supreme Buddhist Dharma, using the Buddhist arts to replay the past. The scenes of Gu Fei and He Tian entering the Heavenly Buddha path appeared on the Buddhist aura in front of Heavenly Dharma. What? An outsider actually entered the Heavenly Buddha path and even barged into the Holy Palace. How was this possible? The arhats were dumbfounded. This was unprecedented. How could an outsider enter the Heavenly Buddha path? One had to know that this was the supreme Buddhist land of bliss that the ancient Buddhist Lord refined. Am I seeing things? Some of the sons of Buddha couldn't believe what they were seeing. Only the sons of Buddha, recognized by the universal Buddha light, could enter the Heavenly Buddha path. This rule was set by the ancient Buddhist Lord, and no one had ever broken it. Heavenly Fa waved his hand, and the mirror-like Buddhist light in front of him immediately disappeared. Grand Elder, the old monk's snow-white eyebrows were trembling. Even though he had the cultivation and strength of a semi-sage, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this time. Heavenly Law didn't say anything, but his expression was ugly to behold. Someone actually dared to take advantage of the Buddha land's demonic influence. Not only did they break into the Heavenly Buddha path, they even broke into the Holy Palace. This was a humiliation to all the arhats of the Heavenly Buddha sect. Swoosh! Fa Tian's figure instantly vanished on the spot. The monk and the other half-saint were stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing them to be extremely shocked. The first level of the Holy Palace was like a boundless golden world. Here, golden trees could be seen everywhere. However, these trees weren't the legendary Immortal Golden Buddha tree. This was because there was only one Immortal Golden Buddha tree in this world. It was obtained by the ancient Buddhist Lord and became the supreme tree of Buddhism. Some of the sons of Buddha had already vaguely guessed that this Immortal Golden Buddha tree was most likely in the Holy Palace. Even if the golden tree in the first level of the Holy Palace wasn't the legendary Golden Buddha tree, it was most likely a rare species. The golden spiritual fruits on the branches contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, which was a type of auspicious spiritual energy that was close to Buddhist energy. This isn't the Golden Buddha tree, nor is it the Golden Buddha fruit, but it's also a type of spiritual fruit. After consuming it, it can increase one's cultivation. The monk said, "Then can we?" The sloppy monk looked at the golden fruits on the branches of the golden tree, and his eyes lit up. This was the first time he entered the Holy Palace, so he didn't know that there were such spiritual fruits in the first level of the Holy Palace. "Fellow Buddhists, please help yourselves," the long-browed monk said as he sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He began to inhale and exhale Buddhist energy and entered a meditative state to cultivate. The golden Buddhist light around him immediately gathered towards him. The Buddhist energy there was extremely abundant, far more than any other blessed enclave could compare to. The Buddhist energy here could be easily refined, and cultivating in such a place was not as simple as getting twice the results with half the effort. The other half-sage also sat down. They were quietly waiting for news because the great elder of Law Heaven had already gone to the second level of the Holy Palace. The two outsiders had probably already broken into the second level of the Holy Palace. The sloppy monk didn't stand on ceremony. He directly flew up and plucked a spiritual fruit from the branch of the golden tree, then opened his mouth and took a bite. Golden juice flowed from the spiritual fruit in the sloppy monk's hand, and a refreshing fruit fragrance lingered in the void. The sloppy monk only felt a wave of essence chi directly enter his elixir field and then spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. All the pores on his body opened up. He was surprised and delighted. Although this kind of spiritual fruit couldn't compare to the legendary golden Buddha fruit, its medicinal power was actually effective even for Buddhist powerhouses who had already cut their paths. After the sloppy monk ate a golden fruit, the Buddhist energy in his body surged. He felt that his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of breaking through. He hurriedly sat down with his legs crossed and then used a great Buddhist technique to refine the surging essence chi in his body. When the other sons of Buddha saw this, they also followed suit and plucked the golden spiritual fruit from the golden tree, then consumed it. At this time, increasing their cultivation and strength was the most important. The two Buddhist half-sages and the other 15 sons of Buddha were all frequent visitors to the first level of the Holy Palace. They didn't touch the spiritual fruit on the golden tree, but instead headed towards a few important places in the first level of the Holy Palace. They wanted to check if those places had been visited by those two fellows. The first level of the Holy Palace was enveloped by a layer of blurry golden Buddha chi. The flowers, grass, and trees were all tainted with Buddha chi and filled with spirituality. This place was very spacious, and there were very few buildings. In the first level of the Holy Palace, the ancient Buddhist master didn't set up any difficulties to train the group of sons of Buddha. This place was like a place to help people comprehend the Tao. However, there were a few supreme Buddhist treasures in the Buddhist sects hidden here. At the top of a spiritual mountain, there was an ancient pagoda standing there. This was a pagoda that didn't attract any attention. The simple and unadorned pagoda gave people a feeling of grandeur. At this time, a few figures arrived at the bottom of the spiritual mountain, then ascended the spiritual mountain and arrived in front of the pagoda. When those few people arrived in front of the pagoda, they were all stunned. This pagoda that was only about 30 feet tall and was built with green bricks actually had a huge hole in it. Buddha, finger, Sura. Those few sons of Buddha were shocked and hurriedly went forward to check. In the pagoda, there is a piece of the legendary finger bone that was formed when the ancient Buddhist master underwent nirvana. The supreme Buddhist treasure is gone. Those few sons of Buddha were extremely shocked. The Buddha finger Saraira that was worshipped in the pagoda was actually taken away by someone. From the looks of the damage on the pagoda, it seemed like it was just destroyed by someone. The same thing happened in a few other important places in the first level of the Holy Palace. The Buddhist treasures that were worshipped in those places were forcefully taken away. It must be the doing of those two demons. The group of sons of Buddha was extremely furious, but there was nothing they could do. They had practically searched the entire first level of the Holy Palace, but they couldn't find any traces of those two demons. Those two demons should have barged into the second level of the Holy Palace. With the cultivation of these sons of Buddha, it was impossible for them to enter the second level of the Holy Palace. They could only guard the first level of the Holy Palace. This unprecedented thing actually happened today. The sons of Buddha in the first level of the Holy Palace all felt a sense of helplessness. The current situation was very disadvantageous to the Buddhist sections. All the sons of Buddha were looking forward to Grand Elder Dharma, pulling those two demons out of the Holy Palace. However, That Grand Elder Dharma didn't appear even after a long time. At this moment, in the second level of the Holy Palace, Dharma was intercepting those two demons that had barged into the Holy Palace. The aura of a quasi-sage spread out, and the entire heaven and earth was shaking. The second level of the Holy Palace didn't have any golden Buddhist chi. In fact, there wasn't even any spiritual chi. This was a barren land, and there wasn't even a temple in such a place. This was a land of training. There wasn't anything here, not even a trace of spiritual chi. There wasn't any help here, and one had to rely on oneself to pass through everything. Gu Fei and He Tian had already barged into this barren land for around 2 hours. In front of their eyes was an endless stretch of sand, and the scenery was the same. A place like this would drive people crazy. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian had just gotten some insights, they were suddenly intercepted by a middle-aged monk. Moreover, they could feel that this monk didn't come with good intentions. Two benefactors, there's no need for me to say anything more. Just surrender. Dharma placed his palms together and chanted. His body was covered in Buddhist light, and a golden disk of Buddhist light appeared behind his head. It was as if a Buddha had descended. A quasi-sage. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this middle-aged monk. Although the other party didn't release any earth-shattering aura, he still felt a great pressure. Boss! He Tian heard this and couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. This bald man was actually a quasi-sage. This shocked him greatly. A quasi-sage. Unless a sage appeared, a quasi-sage was invincible. What a joke. Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. Even though this monk was a quasi-sage, he was a little too arrogant to ask him to surrender the moment he arrived. If that's the case, this old monk will start killing. Excellent, excellent. Fa Tian had a compassionate expression on his face, but the matter he was talking about was the matter of killing. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, his voice was slightly older. Excellent, you big baldy. I can't stand people like you who are pretending to be compassionate. He Tian hid behind Gu Fei as he pointed at Dharma and scolded him. With Gu Fei around, He Tian wasn't afraid of this big baldy. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1392. The number one expert of the Heavenly Buddha Path, Heavenly Dharma, intercepted Gu Fei and He Tian in the second layer of the Holy Palace, intending to kill them. Big baldy, you want to send us off? Be careful that I don't send you off. He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, looked at Fatian disdainfully and said, although Fatian was a sage-to-be, Gu Fei used his martial arts to slay the Tao. His combat strength was so strong that even my Tian couldn't see through it. Excellent. Heavenly Dharma's face was filled with benevolence. But Gu Fei and He Tian felt a great pressure. An extreme sense of danger enveloped them in an instant. Shwa! At this time, Heavenly Dharma's giant hand reached out, grabbing towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The golden palm expanded infinitely, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. In this place where there wasn't even a trace of immortal chi, one had to rely on one's own Buddhism energy to display supreme techniques. Moreover, the amount of Buddhism energy consumed by these techniques couldn't be replenished. In other words, in the second layer of the Holy Palace, whether it was Buddhism energy or immortal chi, the more one used it, the less spiritual energy one would be able to absorb. The second layer of the Holy Palace was like the sea of bitterness that Buddhists spoke of. Only by crossing this sea of bitterness with one's own strength could one achieve enlightenment and reach the other shore. The second layer of the Holy Palace was like the sea of bitterness that Buddhists spoke of. Only by crossing this sea of bitterness with one's own strength could one achieve enlightenment and reach the other shore. Gu Fei sneered. He directly punched out towards Heavenly Dharma's giant hand. In this place, any kind of innate technique would be suppressed, unable to display their full power. Boom! The void trembled as Gu Fei's fist collided with Heavenly Dharma's giant hand. Transparent ripples appeared in the void, spreading out in all directions. Bang! Gu Fei took a step back, causing the ground to shake violently. The ground beneath his feet undulated violently like waves. Monk Facian's body swayed a little, but he did not take a step back. This He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, was sent flying tens of feet away. His heart was trembling. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by Heavenly Dharma's Buddha hand. A demi-saint is indeed extraordinary. Even Gu Fei secretly nodded. This big baldy was incomparably strong, and his physical body was equally strong. However, compared to him, he was still a little weaker. Eat my fist. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forward. His right fist exuded a resplendent chi aura, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Bam! With a single punch, the entire heavens and earth crumbled. The fist energy contained the purest yang energy, like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Facing such a punch, even Heavenly Dharma's expression changed. It was too strong. How could time have such a powerful physical body? It wasn't a divine ability, nor was it a magical art. It was a battle technique, simple and direct. One punch could break through any divine ability. It was the embodiment of the strongest power in the heavens and earth. The path of martial arts was actually a direction of cultivation. Whether one could achieve the Tao depended on one's luck and cultivation. The peerless martial ancestor only pointed out a path for the future generations to become a saint. Gu Fei had embarked on this path, and the source of his strength was his physical body. Although it was extremely difficult to achieve the Tao, once he succeeded, he would become the king of the saints, invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Whoosh! Heavenly Dharma immediately retreated. He could tell that facing Gu Fei head-on was not a wise move. His opponent's combat strength was too strong. Boom! Gu Fei's fist landed, causing the entire space to turn chaotic. Even with the sealing force of the ancient Buddhist lord, it was useless. The space within 100 zhang radius was pierced through. The power of Gu Fei's punch had exceeded Heavenly Dharma's estimation. This place was sealed by the power of the ancient Buddhist lord. Even if Heavenly Dharma used his full strength, he still wouldn't be able to break through this space. The second level of the Saint Palace was a training ground set up by the Buddhist lord throughout the ages to train the sons of Buddha who came later. When divine arts and spells were used here, the power of the divine arts and spells would be greatly weakened. Boundless Dharma. Dharma Tian flew up into the sky and sat cross-legged in the sky. His entire body shone with Buddha light as the shadow of a great Buddha appeared from his body. It was as if an ancient Buddha had descended into the world. Buddha energy filled the sky and earth. This was a peerless divine ability of the Buddhist sect. It was able to draw upon the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. A holy aura was emitted from the silhouette of the great Buddha. Heaven and earth avatar. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. This great monk was quite impressive to be able to display such a divine ability in a place like this. Rumble, a golden Buddhist light descended from the sky towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The powerful Buddhist energy suppressed everything. It was as if the entire sky was sinking. The mighty Buddhist energy caused the entire ground to tremble. Where did this powerful baldy come from? He Tian couldn't help but tremble in fear. The opponent was too powerful. Even in this place, the divine ability of the Buddhist sect was already so powerful. If he were to use it in the outside world, without the suppressive force, wouldn't he be able to destroy an entire region? In here, even if you were a quasi-saint, you might not be my opponent. Gu Fei was incomparably confident. He stood on the ground and raised his head. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords, sweeping towards the Buddha silhouette in the sky. Bam! Gu Fei followed up with a punch with his left fist. The dark Yin energy surged out from his fist, freezing everything in its path. Even the void froze before it cracked and crumbled. Yin on the left and Yang on the right. Gu Fei displayed the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. With an invincible fist intent, the power of Yin and Yang intertwined, raising the power of the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist to a frightening level. The golden Buddhist power was also frozen by the mysterious Yin power, and then it shattered. Everything froze, and even the great Buddha's image froze. Bang! The Buddha's silhouette shattered in the void like a layer of transparent ice. Dharma Tion's supreme divine ability was broken by Gu Fei's fist. Dharma Tion was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body was covered in ice shards, and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was frozen by Gu Fei's darking fist. Resplendent Buddhist light emitted from Dharma Tion's body, expelling all the cold air that invaded his body. His aura immediately increased. Immortal and martial dual cultivation. Dharma Tion had cultivated Buddhism for thousands of years, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He could already tell that Gu Fei was a celestial body. His entire body exuded celestial qi, but what this person displayed was a martial arts battle technique. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Because of the little monk Xianxia, he didn't have a good impression of these baldies. Moreover, they wanted to kill him right from the start, which made him even more unhappy. Swoosh! A purple divine light surged from his brow. The power of the celestial way was vast. It was as if a supreme divine eye was about to open and the power of the celestial way was gathering. Buzz! The void vibrated and a sword silhouette rushed out from Gu Fei's brow. It then turned into a purple sword of light and pierced towards Dharma Tion in the distance. Gu Fei used a supreme immortal technique. He used the power of his primordial spirit to form a sword and launched an extremely sharp attack at Dharma Tion. The primordial spirit sword was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Dharma Tion in an instant. Dharma Tion felt great danger. It was as if his body and soul were about to be destroyed in the next moment. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. He quickly used a supreme Buddhist art to try and dodge. Dharma Tion's body suddenly became blurry. The primordial spirit sword instantly pierced through his blurry figure and flew back. It pierced through Dharma Tion's blurry figure again, before flying back to Gu Fei. Swoosh! Dharma Tion's blurry figure condensed again. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden Buddhist blood. Although he used a Buddhist art, he was still heavily injured by the primordial spirit sword. The power of the primordial spirit sword was also suppressed by this world. It couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, Dharma Tion wouldn't just be injured. Immortal and martial dual cultivation. Dharma Tion was stunned by Gu Fei. How could there be such a freak in this world? How could there be a supreme martial and immortal cultivator at the same time? How could these two powers appear on the same person? What Dharma Tion didn't know was that Gu Fei hadn't come to the holy palace with his real body. His real body had already entered his inner world. Right now, this Gu Fei was his saint-grade puppet clone. 3 pure ones, shouted Gu Fei. His immortal energy surged and his body became blurry. When his body condensed again, there were 3 identical Gu Fei in the sky. With the power of the saint-tier puppet clone, Gu Fei could easily use this immortal Dao secret technique. The combat strength of the 2 Dao clones was basically not much different from the main body. Seeing this, Dharma Tion felt a headache coming on. He couldn't even handle 1 Gu Fei. Now there were 3. How was he supposed to fight? Moreover, his power was suppressed in this place. He couldn't display his peak power. Although his opponents were also suppressed, their physical strength wasn't affected at all. Die! Shouted the 3 Gu Feis in unison. Their killing intense soared as they charged at Dharma Tion. Of the 3 Gu Feis, only one was Gu Fei's real body. The other 2 were Dao bodies. It was difficult to tell the difference between a Dao body and a real body. But if the Dao body was killed, the real body would also be affected. Although they wouldn't die, their vitality would be damaged. The 3 Gu Feis punched at Dharma Tion at the same time. The power of Yin and Yang sealed off all of Dharma Tion's paths of retreat. Roar! Dharma Tion roared. The image of the great Buddha that Gu Fei had shattered earlier appeared on his body again. The great Buddha smiled and delivered all living things from suffering. He seemed to have turned into a supreme Buddha, radiating endless Buddhist light. The attacks from the three Gu Feis were blocked by the vast Buddhist light. Myriad Buddha's greeting. The sound of Buddha rang out between heaven and earth, and many great Buddhas materialized in the Buddha light. All the Buddhas turned their palms outward, and boundless Buddhist power spread out, sending Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body flying at the same time. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1393. Countless Buddha shadows appeared between the heavens and the earth. Terrifying Buddhist power erupted, and the entire world was filled with figures that emitted terrifying fluctuations. These figures were like the incarnations of the Supreme Buddha, and the supreme chanting of sutras lingered between the heavens and earth. This kind of Buddhist voice made Gu Fei's mind tremble. In the Buddhist voice, there seemed to be a force that made Gu Fei and He Tian want to convert. Even Gu Fei, who had a firm mind, almost lost his mind. As the Buddhist voice entered his ears, He Tian became even more confused. The power of yin and yang in his body surged and showed signs of losing control. Fortunately, he was also a man with a firm mind. At the critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to wake himself up. Even so, Gu Fei and He Tian suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's Taoist body collapsed in the void, and He Tian's body almost collapsed. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. This place had been set up by the ancient Buddhist Lord to suppress all divine abilities and magical arts. Casting divine abilities and magical arts in this place would be suppressed, and they would not be able to display their true power. But now, Heavenly Dharma had unleashed a great Buddhist technique. The 10,000 Buddhas greeting technique shook the heavens and earth, sending Gu Fei and Mahakala flying. Countless Buddha shadows appeared and disappeared. Dharma was like the myriad Buddhist sect master, sitting cross-legged in the sky and accepting the worship of tens of thousands of Buddhas. It was as if he had become the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei felt the surging and unstoppable power and couldn't help but change his expression. He knew that the power of the Buddhist technique displayed by Dharma was far more than this. It probably didn't even have 1/10 of its power. The second level of the Holy Palace had the power to suppress all divine powers and spells. No matter how powerful one's divine powers and spells were, they would all be suppressed here. Gu Fei's 3 pure immortal technique was also suppressed, and the power of his Taoist body was far less powerful than usual. The collapse of his Taoist body was a great shock to him. Even though his primordial spirit was protected by the saint-level puppet doppelganger, he still felt that his primordial spirit was almost knocked out of the saint-level puppet doppelganger by the power of the 1,000 Buddhas worshipping technique. A saint level is so powerful. Gu Fei was inwardly startled. No wonder a quasi-sage was more powerful and frightening than a half-sage. They weren't even on the same level. A quasi-sage was much more powerful than a half-sage. Boss! A saint-tier aura descended from the sky. He Tian was so suppressed by this aura that he couldn't even stand up straight. Fortunately, he had a saint weapon to protect him. The formless divine sword released a wave of sword energy that protected Mahakala within it, negating most of the Buddha sage's might that came crashing down from the sky. Swish! Gu Fei opened his inner world and took He Tian into it. A battle of this level was no longer something a half-step almighty like He Tian could intervene in. Inner world. When Dharma saw Gu Fei open his inner world, he couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei could cultivate an inner world. This person's talent in cultivation was too heaven-defying. The inner world was different from the inner space. With the cultivation of a saint-level almighty, his inner world was only a few miles in radius, and the spiritual chi inside was also very thin. Almighty existences could only open up an inner space, but it was difficult to open up a heaven and earth. Not all existences above the immortal realm could create a heaven and earth. To create a heaven and earth, one must first evolve the heaven and earth. To evolve the heaven and earth, one must first understand the heaven and earth. Only by understanding the existence of all things in the heaven and earth, and having a certain understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, could one open up an inner world. Gu Fei was an anomaly. He was able to open up an inner world because of the chaotic origin embryo inside the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic origin embryo was the origin of the heaven and earth. Since Gu Fei had dissolved the origin of the heaven and earth, he could naturally use the origin power of the heaven and earth to open up his own little world. He didn't need to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. My own heaven and earth, I am the supreme. Let's see how you fight me. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. He activated the inner world power in his dantian. A wave of inner world power spread out from his dantian. It first enveloped his body, then spread out in all directions. Rumble. The immortal Tao power that was suppressed on Gu Fei was no longer restrained. It surged out from his body like a mountain torrent, causing the void around him to tremble. However, Gu Fei soon realized that his inner heaven and earth energy could only spread to a radius of around 100 zhang, and that was his limit. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord's methods were too brilliant. Even the inner world power was suppressed by the inner world power. This is more than enough. Gu Fei knew that a radius of 100 feet around him would be his opponent's forbidden zone. Within this range, he could use the saint-grade puppet's power to his heart's content. A wave of saintly aura spread out from his saint-grade puppet, shocking even heavenly Dharma up in the sky. My own heaven and earth, evolving the universal laws. Heavenly Dharma couldn't help but be moved. He could sense that within 100 feet around Gu Fei was the supreme god who ruled over everything. At this time, Gu Fei's real body was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in his inner world. He fully activated the inner world power and poured it into the saint-grade puppet. In the dantian of the saint-grade puppet avatar, a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared, from which the power of heaven and earth surged out. The clone is like me. Gu Fei displayed a supreme, immortal Tao divine ability from the anti-void secret technique and linked his own aura with the saint-grade puppet. Invisible tentacles spread out from his body and penetrated into the void. They penetrated the void and entered the body of the saint-grade puppet in the outside world. With the addition of the primordial spirit and the support of the immortal Tao secret technique, Gu Fei's control over the saint-grade puppet had reached 100%. The myriad Buddha greeting. Heavenly Dharma sat cross-legged in the sky with a solemn expression. His whole body emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Shadows of Buddhas constantly appeared around him, and supreme Buddhist chants lingered between heaven and earth. Rumble. The powerful myriad Buddha power crushed the void and shook the sky. However, no matter how powerful the Buddhist power that came down from the sky was, it could not reach within 100 feet of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's saint-grade avatar released a vast amount of inner world energy to resist the 10,000 Buddha power. The 10,000 Buddha power was unable to cause any impact to Gu Fei's saint-grade avatar. I told you, you can't beat me. It seems that it's better for me to release you from purgatory. Gu Fei was extremely confident. Immortal Tao power surged from his body, and 9 rays of immortal light appeared around him. The power of a saint-grade immortal was released from his body. You demon! Heavenly Dharma was shocked. He never thought that his opponent had hidden his strength. However, he soon realized that there was something strange about his opponent. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly operated the power of his Yuan spirit and turned it into a purple Tao sword. He then shot it towards Heavenly Dharma, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky like a real Buddha. The purple Tao sword soared for tens of thousands of feet and emitted a powerful sword aura that caused the world to lose its color. It cut through the void, and countless Buddhas were destroyed by the sword light. This was the power of a saint-grade immortal. It was extremely powerful. Even though it was shot out 100 feet away and was suppressed by the outside world, it still displayed terrifying power. The myriad Buddha power was torn apart by the Yuan Spirit Tao sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Heavenly Dharma, who was among the Buddhas. This sword strike made even Heavenly Dharma's heart palpitate. The power of this supreme immortal Tao technique was too heaven-defying. If he was in the outside world, he would not be a match for this demon. However, this was the second level of the holy palace set up by the Buddhist Lord. There was a sealing power here that suppressed all techniques and the power of the Yuan Spirit Tao sword. Swoosh! A golden Buddhist sword rushed out from the back of Heavenly Dharma's head and turned into 1,000 feet long golden light that met the Yuan Spirit Tao sword. Clang! The sword light formed by the golden Buddhist sword collided with Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword. A metallic sound was heard, and the extremely sharp sword aura shot out in all directions. Countless black holes appeared in the void. The golden Buddhist sword that Heavenly Dharma struck out blocked Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword. However, the golden sword light collapsed, and the Buddhist sword was knocked away. Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword also dissipated in the void. Buddhist sacred weapon? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. He had already expected that this Baldy had a saint-grade Buddhist weapon. How could a Heavenly Dharma sage not have a saint-grade Buddhist weapon? Moreover, there were many Buddhist sacred weapons. The ancient Buddhas of the past had left behind sacred weapons. Most of the Buddhist sacred weapons were kept in the Heavenly Buddhist sect. As a Heavenly Buddhist sect's demisage, how could he not have a Buddhist sacred weapon? Buzz! The golden Buddhist sword that was knocked away vibrated. Heavenly Dharma used his supreme Buddhist power to guide it back into his hand. On the Buddhist sword, a one Buddhist seal appeared faintly, and a saint-grade sword aura rippled out from it. The saint-grade ripples from the Buddhist sword could not be suppressed even in this part of the world. This Buddhist weapon was most likely a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. You're not the only one with a sacred weapon. Gu Fei sneered. Then, a golden saber light rushed out from his body. The saber light wrapped around a golden saber, and a saint-grade sword aura spread out. This was Gu Fei's spoils of war from the battle in the land of the buried saints. It was a saint-grade golden saber. The golden battle saber emitted an extremely sharp, murderous aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This was a murderous saber that had slain countless experts. Sacred weapon. Heavenly Dharma felt a headache when he saw that Gu Fei had also taken out a sacred weapon. What was this guy's background? Not only did he break into the Heavenly Buddhist sect, but he also entered the sacred palace set up by the ancient Buddhas, and he even has a sacred weapon on him. The power of a saint-grade saint filled this part of the world. Both sides had used their own trump cards. A great battle was inevitable. Who would win and who would lose was still unknown. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1394. Gu Fei and Dharma Tian were facing each other. One had to admit that the cultivation and strength of a quasi-saint was too strong. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint, possessing unimaginable strength and divine abilities. Bzz. Fatian sat cross-legged high up in the sky. A Buddhist sword floated above his head, emitting vibrating noises and ripples of saint-level Buddhist energy. Dharma Tian was like an ancient Buddha descending into the world, using the power of the great Tao of Buddhism to strengthen himself. At this moment, the sealing force of this part of the world couldn't suppress him anymore. With Dharma Tian's cultivation and strength, he should be able to enter the third layer of the holy palace, but he didn't try to open the path there. Meet God, kill God. Meet Buddha, kill Buddha, Gu Fei murmured to himself. Immortal energy surged from his body, and the Tao marks on his saint-tier puppet clone were all stimulated. An indomitable aura radiated from his body. He pointed his sword at Dharma Tian as his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, like two sharp blades of light, sweeping towards Dharma Tian in the sky. Merciful Buddha, Dharma Tian chanted the name of Buddha. Buddhist energy surged from his body, filling every inch of space in the sky. It was the complete opposite of Gu Fei's soaring, killing intent. Mercy my ass, eat my blade. Gu Fei roared as his aura rose to its peak. He then slashed out with all his might. Boundless martial energy surged towards the golden saber in his hand. Swish! A beam of golden light shot out from the golden battle saber. The saber chi from the golden battle saber pierced through the heaven and earth, breaking through the layers of Buddha chi and slashing towards Dharma, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky. The entire world trembled under Gu Fei's attack. The golden saber was a holy weapon. Under Gu Fei's full power, the golden saber emitted terrifying waves of energy. A saint's might appeared between heaven and earth. BZZ. The Buddhist sword hovering above Dharma's head also emitted an endless amount of sword light. A vast amount of Buddhist energy frantically gathered towards the Buddhist sword. Then, the Buddhist sword transformed into a ray of golden light and rushed down from the sky. The Buddha sword also emitted the fluctuations of a sage, and the aura of a Buddhist sage filled the sky and earth. Clang! A metallic clang resounded through the 9 heavens. The unparalleled saber light, emitted by the golden saber, clashed with the sword light formed by the Buddhist sword, causing the entire void to collapse. Even with the sealing power laid down by the Buddhist Lord, it was difficult to suppress the power of a saint. It should be known that the Buddhist Lord had laid down the 9 Buddhist palaces to train the disciples of the Buddhist sect. If there was a son of Buddha who was guided to the heavenly Buddha path and passed through the 9 Buddha palaces, he would be able to become a saint. The second level of the Buddha palace could not trap a sage. In other words, the power of a sage could penetrate the void of the second level of the Buddha palace and enter the higher level. Kill! Gu Fei held the saber in his hand and soared into the sky, defying the heavens and killing towards Dharma Tian. The golden saber light lit up the entire sky, and the power of a sage exploded, shaking the earth. Dharma Tian could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up, and his entire body emitted a boundless Buddha light. His entire being emitted a powerful and dangerous aura. It was as if he had turned into a victorious, fighting Buddha. He caught the Buddha sword that was flying back to him, and with every step he took, there would be Buddha runes appearing under his feet, and he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! The golden saber and the Buddha sword clashed fiercely again. The saber light and the sword chi shot out in all directions, piercing through the void. The 2 figures quickly separated, and in the next moment, they clashed again. The powerful Buddha energy and martial Tao true energy filled the sky, and the 2 experts fought fiercely. Both of them had the power of a sage, and the sealing power of the second level of the Buddha palace could not suppress such power. The void around Gu Fei and Dharma Tian turned into chaos. Wherever the 2 of them passed, the void was constantly cracking and shattering. Swoosh! Gu Fei's saber slashed on Dharma Tian's left shoulder, almost cutting off his left arm, and the Buddha sword also left a bloody hole under Gu Fei's thigh. The 2 of them completely disregarded their own injuries and fought crazily. Golden Buddha blood flew everywhere, and bright martial body blood dripped down from the sky. Both of them were injured to different degrees. You have cultivated the Buddha sect's Vajra body. Gu Fei was more and more shocked as the battle went on. Dharma Tian's Buddha body was too strong, and it could actually fight with his mighty martial body. Moreover, Dharma Tian's chi and blood were extremely strong. One should know that when it came to the strength of the body, the human clan martial body was definitely the best in the world. This was because the human clan martial body had unlimited potential to improve as one's cultivation increased. This was something that even innate divine beasts could not compare to. Although the divine beast bodies were also extremely strong, it was an innate talent that was very difficult to improve. However, the ancient Buddhist Lord had also created a body refining technique, which was the Buddha sect's Vajra body. Legend has it that when this body refining technique was cultivated to the highest level, one's body would be so strong that it could even compete with the undying martial body. Gu Fei knew that he had met his match this time. This opponent had cultivated the Buddha sect's Vajra body, and he was also a sage to be. His body was so strong that it could actually compete with his saint-level puppet avatar. Clang! Gu Fei blocked Darmation's sword, then punched his left fist towards Darmation's chest. A ball of black light appeared on his left fist, like a black sun appearing between heaven and earth. An extremely strong, mysterious Yin energy exploded from his left fist. This punch was enough to freeze thousands of miles. Even Darmation did not dare to take it head-on and was immediately sent flying. At this time, in Gu Fei's inner world, his real body was sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain peak. He was using the anti-void secret technique to connect his aura with the saint-level puppet avatar's aura. In this way, it was like Gu Fei's real body was fighting against Darmation. He could feel the slightest changes on the saint-level puppet avatar. The power of heaven and earth continuously spread out from his puppet avatar. Within a radius of 100 zhang, he was like a supreme god that could control everything. However, Darmation had also cultivated his inner world. He was also using the power of heaven and earth to fight against Gu Fei. A golden world appeared and disappeared around Darmation. The vast power of heaven and earth kept colliding with Gu Fei's inner world. A world also appeared around Gu Fei's saint-level puppet avatar. The power of heaven and earth was vast. He wanted to pull Darmation into his inner world, but his opponent's inner world resisted the power of heaven and earth that was produced by his own inner world. Boom! Darmation struck out with her left palm, and a Buddhist seal with the character of 10,000 appeared in the center of her palm. A vast Buddhist power surged out from her palm, blocking the dark Yin chill that was coming at her. The golden Buddhist light was frozen by the Yin cold chi that was coming from Gu Fei's fist. The power of his martial body had transformed into the power of Yin and Yang. Inside his body, Yin and Yang coexisted and evolved the profound meaning of the Great Path. This was a path that Gu Fei had explored himself. It was different from the others. He first cultivated the 5 elements and then cultivated Yin and Yang. He went against the flow, and his body had already produced a wisp of chaotic chi. The 5 elements turned into Yin and Yin and Yang turned into chaotic chi. This was Gu Fei's path of transformation. If he could cultivate the chaotic martial body, then he could become a martial saint. Gu Fei was an orphan. He was brought to Taishan Mountain by his master when he was a child and entered the Celestial Gate to cultivate. He only had one goal, and that was to become the most powerful existence in the world. He wanted to become an immortal martial saint. The golden Buddhist power was frozen and then collapsed. Gu Fei's punch was unstoppable. The entire void was like a fine porcelain, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Dharma retreated tens of thousands of feet. He used the Buddhist steps, and lotuses appeared with each step. His speed was extremely fast, but even so, a layer of white frost appeared on his body. What a powerful Yin power! Dharma could not help but be frightened. His whole body was cold, and he had to use the Buddhist power in his body to fight against the Yin cold chi that was attacking him. In just an instant, the cold on Dharma's body was driven away by the Buddhist power in his body. Die! Gu Fei used the void steps. With just one step, he was in front of Dharma. He jumped up high and held the blade with both hands. He came down from above and slashed at Dharma's head. Under Gu Fei's full strength, almost all of the Golden Saber's power was unleashed. A terrifying saber aura spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire area. This was a domineering slash. The powerful blade chi directly tore through the void. Wherever the blade light passed, the void was silently annihilated. This slash was enough to cut through everything. Gu Fei's essence, chi, and spirit were all reflected in this slash. His aura rose to its peak in an instant, and the power of the saint-level puppet avatar was almost completely activated. This slash was already comparable to the power displayed by a sage. Dharma's expression changed. The golden blade had not yet fallen, but he already felt great danger. He had a feeling that he would die from this slash. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's golden blade was about to fall, the golden world behind Dharma emitted a powerful force of heaven and earth. Then, the void where Dharma was began to shatter. Dharma's body was swallowed by the black hole formed by the shattered void. Trying to escape? Gu Fei was shocked to see this. His opponent was running away without a fight. This Baldi seemed to have opened up a passage to the void. A powerful force of heaven and earth came from the collapsed black hole. Open for me. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The entire world shook along with his roar. His saber didn't stop and continued to slash downwards. Swoosh! It was as if a part of the world had been cut open. The golden saber seemed to have cut open a layer of cloth, and it actually cut open a 300-meter long hole in the wall between the second layer of the Holy Palace and the world behind the black hole. This is a strong force of life surged from behind the 300-meter-long knife mark. Behind the knife mark was a world full of life and spiritual chi. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1395. Gu Fei and Dharma Tian were fighting in the second layer of the Saint Palace. Both of them had used their saint-level powers, and the second layer of the Saint Palace couldn't withstand such power. Swish! Gu Fei's aura was unstoppable. He slashed out with his saber, creating a 300-meter-long hole in the void of the second layer of the Saint Palace. A heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed the aura of life coming from the saber scar. He knew that he had entered the residence of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The place where the eternal Buddha Lord resided had a universe within it. It was refined by the eternal Buddha Lord into a place for the sons of Buddha to train. Gu Fei was also very daring. He actually barged into such a place with Ma Kala. At this time, Dharma Tian had already entered the heaven and earth behind the saber scar. Boom! As soon as he entered the heaven and earth, Dharma Tian's body emitted an unimaginably powerful Buddhist aura. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards him. Dharma Tian's quasi-saint cultivation was no longer suppressed and had fully recovered. Buzz! The Buddhist sword in Dharma Tian's hand vibrated. Under the control of his quasi-saint cultivation, the sword emitted a Buddhist saint aura that could shake the heavens. Swish! Dharma Tian was like the incarnation of the victorious fighting Buddha. He directly slashed at Gu Fei, who was still in the second layer of the Saint Palace. A golden saber light instantly pierced through the heaven and earth behind the saber scar towards Gu Fei. This was the full power of Dharma Tian's quasi-saint cultivation. The Buddhist sword's power was almost completely stimulated and displayed a great divine might. The golden sword light directly tore through the void and destroyed everything. Its power was so great that it was comparable to Gu Fei's earlier heaven-shaking saber. What? Gu Fei felt the danger. Without thinking, he used the void steps and retreated 100 miles with a single step. He did not want to fight against heavenly Dharma head-on, because he had just unleashed a heaven-shaking blade strike. He was in a state where he had used up all his energy and had yet to gather any new energy. It would be difficult for him to gather enough energy to fight against the sword light. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The golden sword light rushed up and cut through the void of the second holy palace. The power of this sword was even more terrifying than that of Gu Fei's blade. A large crack that was thousands of feet long appeared in the void of heaven and earth. Oh no! After unleashing that sword strike, Heavenly Fa seemed to have thought of something. His expression instantly changed. He wanted to attack again, but at this time, Gu Fei had already ascended into the sky and rushed into the spatial crack. Behind a 1,000-foot crack was a world full of vitality. After Gu Fei entered this world, the first thing he did was to absorb the spiritual chi of this world. This part of the world was simply a barren land that had yet to be developed. The spiritual energy here was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. The Buddhist Lord's methods were simply too shocking. He was actually able to open up a seemingly endless and desolate world like this. Only an existence of the extreme, Tao, could do something like this. Roar! A roar was heard from a mountain in the distance. A strange beast the size of a small hill rushed out from the mountain and flew far away. The forest was instantly thrown into chaos. A powerful, baleful chi was emitted from the strange beast, causing the other beasts in the forest to flee for their lives. A wild beast of a mortal emperor realm? Gu Fei was shocked. He had just entered this world, but he had already encountered a wild beast of this level. He had no choice but to be cautious. Wong. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. A ray of golden light shot towards Gu Fei like lightning. Wherever the golden light passed, the void was annihilated, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. This big, baldy, immortal chi lingered around Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of immortal light danced around him. He waved the golden saber in his hand to block the incoming golden light. Clang! The golden saber in Gu Fei's hand collided with the golden light. He felt a great force coming from the golden saber, causing him to fly backwards uncontrollably. The golden saber almost flew out of his hand. Bam! Just as Gu Fei was flying backwards, a golden light emerged in the sky. A golden Buddha's hand slapped down from the sky. On the palm of the Buddha's hand, a swastika could be vaguely seen. Heavenly Buddha hand. The majestic voice of Heavenly Dharma was heard from afar. It was him who attacked Gu Fei. His attack was so swift and fierce that even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He didn't expect this big baldy to have such a strong performance. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei was getting stronger and stronger. He struck out with his palm. The immortal Tao energy instantly condensed into a huge hand, meeting the descending Heavenly Buddha hand. Boom! The 2 huge hands collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. It was as if 2 ancient divine mountains were violently colliding with each other. A circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Rumble! The 2 giant hands collapsed, and a destructive power swept out in all directions. The entire world seemed like it was about to be turned upside down. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and the earth to tremble. This was the collision of saint-level power. It startled all the wild beasts in the area. Roars of beasts came from afar, but not a single wild beast dared to come out. The aura of Gu Fei and Heavenly Dharma was enough to frighten the strongest wild beasts in the area. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so abundant that even the most common wild grass would become a spiritual herb under the nourishment of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, let alone the birds and beasts in this area. Gu Fei didn't have time to carefully explore this desolate place before he started fighting with Heavenly Dharma. Both of them used saint-level power, but this area was very stable. Even saint-level power couldn't penetrate it. The 3rd Holy Palace. This was also Heavenly Dharma's first time entering this desolate world. However, the ancient records of the Heavenly Buddhist sect had detailed records of the ancient Buddhist Lord's residence. The ancient Buddhist Lord's Holy Palace was a universe inside. It wasn't like what it looked like from the outside. There were 9 layers of Holy Palace, and each layer contained Buddhist treasures left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The 3rd Holy Palace was a land of wild beasts. This was the world of wild beasts. In the depths of this desolate world, there were even terrifying king beasts in slumber. If the most powerful savage beast in the wilderness were to be alarmed, even a sage would be shocked if he were to come personally. Countless years had passed, and no one knew how powerful the savage beasts in the wilderness were. But at this time, Heavenly Dharma couldn't care less. He attacked with all his strength. It was as if he had transformed into the Buddha of war. A Buddhist sword attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This big baldy was extremely ferocious. This big baldy was definitely one of the strongest opponents he had encountered since he started cultivating. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1396. Rumble. Golden energy soared into the sky as Heavenly Dharma revealed his avatar. It was as if a Buddha of war had descended upon the world. The Buddhist sword of exorcism in his hand pulsed with golden light, and as the sword light swept out, the mountains on the ground were reduced to dust in an instant. Vudra's real body, Gu Fei, was shocked as well. His opponent was a demi-saint, and in this wild world where spiritual qi was abundant, he seemed to have infinite power. As soon as the avatar appeared, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles was devoured. The ethereal Buddha figure also became more solid, as if it was about to walk out of the void. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei's entire body shone with divine light of the immortal path, and the void around him undulated like water. All the golden sword light attacking him turned back and slashed at heavenly Dharma. Swoosh! The sword light tore through the air, and black spatial cracks appeared in the void. This was the power of a saint, and such an attack was no different from that of a saint. Roar! Heavenly Dharma roared as he sent out beams of golden sword qi, shattering all the sword light. He then stabbed at Gu Fei with the Buddhist sword in his hand. Simple and direct attacks were often the most effective. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret art. No technique could touch him, and when the sword from the Vajra's real body pierced into the rippling void around him, it began to tremble as well. This heavenly Dharma felt that the Buddhist sword in his hand was being reversed by a strange force and was stabbing at his body. He gripped the Buddhist sword with all his strength and fought against the strange force. Turn! Gu Fei shouted, and the power of chaotic reversal erupted. The void around him seemed to be completely reversed, as if the universe had been turned upside down. Buzz! The Buddhist sword thrusting towards Gu Fei suddenly let out a deafening hum. Then, with a swoosh, it actually turned around and slashed towards Heavenly Fei's neck. Is this the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Heavenly Dharma was shocked. The Buddhist sword he held with all his strength was actually reversed by his opponent. This kind of divine technique was simply too incredible. Everything is like a dream. Then, his body became blurry and indistinct, as if he was about to become one with the void around him. The Buddhist sword sliced through his neck, but there was no golden Buddhist blood splattering. The incomparably powerful Vajra body also dissipated in the void, and everything became unreal. What? Gu Fei felt that he couldn't sense Heavenly Law's existence anymore. Heavenly Law's shadow was right in front of him. What kind of Buddhist divine power was this? Bam! Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his back. A Buddha's hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slammed into his back. He felt a great force coming from the palm, and his body flew forward involuntarily. What's going on? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He did not know how his opponent had broken through the chaotic energy around him and was actually able to send him flying. Void negation. After Gu Fei steadied himself, he immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void negation secret art. Immortal energy exploded from his body, and then he disappeared. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei disappeared, a Buddhist sword suddenly pierced through the void, turning the place he was at into a land of chaos. This time, it was Heavenly Dharma's turn to be dumbfounded. His opponent seemed to have escaped into the void, which was a great threat to him. Swoosh! Heavenly Dharma's indistinct figure shone with Buddhist light. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead, and he opened his Buddhist eye. When Heavenly Dharma opened his Buddhist eye, Gu Fei had already appeared behind him. Gu Fei then took out his primordial sword of Tao and slashed at Heavenly Dharma's indistinct figure. The primordial sword of Tao specialized in attacking primordial spirits. Even though Heavenly Dharma had used a Buddhist divine art to connect his essence, energy, and soul with the void around him, he could not help but be shocked. The primordial sword of Tao was extremely fast, and it instantly slashed through Heavenly Dharma's illusory figure, forcing Heavenly Dharma's sword out of its special state. Heavenly Dharma was heavily injured, and his primordial spirit was shaken. Both his body and soul were greatly impacted, and the primordial sword of Tao had almost destroyed his primordial spirit. 3 pure ones in one breath. Gu Fei's secret arts were endless. He drew upon the spiritual chi of the world to form two Tao bodies, whose cultivation and strength were not much different from his own. Three Gu Feis appeared in the void and surrounded heavenly Dharma. They then attacked heavenly Dharma at the same time, their martial true force surging. Gu Fei's powerful attack caused the entire void to crumble. The three pure ones in one breath was too heaven-defying. It was as if there were three Gu Feis attacking heavenly Dharma at the same time. Saint-level power erupted, shattering the void around them as they tried to obliterate heavenly Dharma. Bam! Heavenly Dharma barely managed to block the attack of the two Tao bodies formed by Gu Fei, but he was unable to block the attack of Gu Fei's true body. Gu Fei's fist landed on his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking immediately came from heavenly Dharma's body. Gu Fei's punch was extremely ferocious, and the power of extreme yang erupted. Even with heavenly Dharma's Vajra true body, he could not withstand it. He coughed up golden Buddha blood and flew thousands of feet away before he could stabilize himself. However, Gu Fei did not want to give him a chance to breathe. In an instant, he caught up to heavenly Dharma, who was flying backward, and slashed at heavenly Dharma's waist with his saber. This was a saint-level golden saber. If heavenly Dharma was hit by it, he would definitely be split in half. Clang! Heavenly Dharma used the Buddha's sword to block the saber, but Gu Fei's saber slashed down from the sky, smashing a huge mountain below. The birds and beasts below were frightened and scrambled to escape. Gu Fei's true body slashed heavenly Dharma down from the sky, but the two Tao bodies did not stay idle. They descended from the sky. One directly slammed down with a palm, while the other stomped down with a foot. A boundless amount of immortal Tao energy burst forth from these two Tao bodies. A power as such could seal up the entire void. There was no way for Dharma to escape. Boom! The earth shook as the power of the two Tao bodies smashed heavenly Dharma into the soil. The ripples spread out, causing the entire earth to shake. Swoosh! A golden light burst out from the ground in the distance. Within the golden light was a figure. It was Dharma Tian, who was holding the Buddhist sword. At that moment, Dharma Tian was no longer calm. He had to admit that he was no match for Gu Fei. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could be said to be invincible divine arts. They had disappeared for countless years, but they just had to appear in this generation. Could it be that a golden age was about to descend? Target equals _blank. Chapter 1397. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, an invincible and supreme divine art. Gu Fei displayed the 3 pure ones, as if there were 3 Gu Feis attacking together, suppressing Dharma Tian. Kill. The 3 Gu Feis roared at the same time, causing the entire world to tremble. All the wild beasts in the area fled as the aura of martial saints filled the air. The One Chi turning 3 pure ones secret technique seized the fortune of heaven and earth. The 2 Taoist bodies that Gu Fei had conjured were not much different from Gu Fei's real body, and they displayed astonishing combat strength. Bam! One of the Tao bodies struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. The right fist was yang, while the left fist was yin. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared on the Tao body. The yang fist crushed the void while the yin fist froze the world. The 2 extreme forces shook the world, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. The terrifying fist force pressed down on Dharma Tian. Roar! Fa Tian let out a furious roar as the Buddhist power in his body surged. It was as if he had turned into a golden Buddha. His golden fist shattered the void as he threw a powerful punch at Gu Fei's Taoist body. Rumble! The 2 martial saints clashed together. The power of yin and yang clashed with the Buddhist power. The entire world shook and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out for thousands of miles. The residual power that was released formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The destructive storm that descended from the sky destroyed everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. Many mountains were reduced to dust, and many lakes evaporated. Some of the savage beasts that did not manage to escape in time were directly turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. The entire region was turned into a desert. All life within a 1,000-mile radius was obliterated. This was a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. A battle between martial saints was extremely frightening. Every move they made could destroy an area and shatter the heavens and earth. Existences below the martial saint level could not withstand such power. Once they were affected, they would be destroyed in both body and soul. Gu Fei's Dao body flew back. Dharma Tian was going all out. The power of a martial saint who was at the martial saint level couldn't be underestimated. The golden Buddha fist pushed Gu Fei's Dao body back. The Vajra true body is indeed extraordinary. When Gu Fei's true body saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Monk Feishan's entire body shone with golden Buddhist light, like an ancient golden arhat. He was extremely powerful. Dharma Tian took a punch from Gu Fei's Dao body head-on. Although he pushed Gu Fei's Dao body back, he was also affected and took a few steps back. Martial Saint battle technique. Dharma Tian was shocked. His opponent's punch wasn't simple. It seemed like he had comprehended the profound meaning of yin and yang. His punch was able to attract the power of heaven and earth to press down on him. This punch contained the truth of heaven and earth. It was enough to show that this person had a glimpse of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had already built the foundation of the great Tao. Even if he couldn't become a martial saint in the future, he would definitely be a martial saint. Becoming a martial saint through martial arts. Just the thought of it made Dharma Tian's heart turn cold. One should know that in ancient times, none of the cultivators from the supreme martial ancestors' lineage were weak. Each of them was a terrifying existence that could fight against the heavens and earth. Successful cultivators were absolutely the nightmare of all cultivators. They were invincible in the same realm. Anyone who met such a person would be shaken. Swoosh! Dharma Tian knew that it would be difficult to suppress this devil today. He turned around and didn't hesitate. His body turned into a ray of Buddhist light and rushed towards the depths of this world. The third Buddhist palace was a wild world. Although there were powerful beasts here, there were also Buddhist treasures that belonged to the Buddhist Lord. As long as he could obtain that Buddhist treasure, Dharma Tian believed that he would be able to suppress this devil. Trying to escape? Gu Fei was displeased to see Dharma Tian trying to escape. His other Taoist body used the desolate steppes and traveled 100 miles with a single step to chase after Dharma Tian. On the other hand, Gu Fei's real body was using the void steppes. It was as if he was traversing through the void as he chased after them. His speed was even faster than his Taoist body. The other Tao body that was forced back by Dharma Tian also rushed forward. He used the saint-level puppet doppelganger to display the three pure ones. The power of the two Taoist bodies was also at the saint level. It was as if three sages had appeared in this barren world. Wherever they passed, the aura emitted by Gu Fei and his two Taoist clones scared all the wild beasts away. Even the wild beasts that were comparable to almighty cultivators were no exception. The speed of both sides was extremely fast. They could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The speed of Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies was obviously much faster than Dharma Tian's Buddhist light. The distance between the two sides was gradually decreasing. Boom! When Dharma Tian saw that the situation was not good, he turned around and took out a Dharma treasure. A thunderclap sounded from his hand, and a ball of golden lightning shot towards Gu Fei. The ball of golden lightning fire exploded in the air before it could hit Luo Yunyang. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse. The ball of lightning fire suddenly turned into a golden sea of lightning and engulfed Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. In just an instant, he had entered a golden sea of lightning. Bolts of golden lightning bombarded him from all directions. Along with the golden lightning, there was also a terrifying Buddha fire. The Buddhist treasure that Dharma Tian had used had turned into such a void. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched out wanting to break open the void. Boundless lightning and fire dissipated under his fist, causing the entire void to tremble. At this time, his two Tao bodies also attacked. Very soon, the sound of something cracking could be heard in the void. The Buddhist treasure that could turn into a sea of lightning cracked. "Break from me!" Gu Fei's real body roared angrily and slashed forward with his saber. A dazzling saber radiance rushed out from the golden saber and tore the void apart, destroying the entire sea of lightning in front of it. Boom! With a loud bang, the already cracked Buddhist treasure was finally broken into millions of pieces by Gu Fei's saber. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies rushed out, but Dharma Tian had already disappeared. Damn it! Each of these baldies is more cunning than the last. Gu Fei was filled with hatred. He was truly displeased and unwilling to let the monk escape. Damn it! But there was nothing he could do. If a sage-to-be with a sage-to-be Buddhist weapon wanted to escape, there were not many people in the world who could stop him. Gu Fei quickly calmed down. He put away his two Tao bodies and chose a direction to fly forward. Not long after, he came to a lake surrounded by mountains. Spiritual qi gathered here, and there seemed to be a dragon vein hidden under the ground. It was impossible that there were no wild beasts in such a place. But Gu Fei was bold and skillful, so he directly landed on the ground. Wow! Just when Gu Fei's feet touched the ground, the sound of water suddenly came from the lake in front of him. Then, a green shadow rushed out of the lake. Roar! The beast let out a roar and directly opened its mouth to devour Gu Fei. A gust of fishy wind blew in Gu Fei's face, causing him to frown. It was a green Jiao dragon with 3 heads. The middle head was large, while the 2 heads on the sides were slightly smaller. "You're courting death." A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then, he pointed with his finger. A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger. Poof! The largest head in the middle of the green serpent immediately turned into a mist of blood. Plop! The azure flood dragon's huge body fell from the sky and fell into the lake. The lake water was immediately dyed red, but the azure flood dragon did not die because it still had 2 other heads. This flood dragon was the king of wild beasts in the nearby area. It was extremely powerful, but in front of Gu Fei, it was as weak as an ant. The flood dragon was badly injured. Gu Fei's attack scared it out of its wits. It directly swam towards the bottom of the lake. This human was too scary. Gu Fei did not continue to kill the flood dragon. Instead, he allowed it to escape. Although this flood dragon was the king of wild beasts in the nearby area, its strength was only equivalent to an immortal emperor or Shen king. Such an existence was not worthy of Gu Fei's attention. It should be known that Gu Fei's real body had already reached the Tao severing realm. After driving away the flood dragon, Gu Fei's saint-grade puppet avatar sat cross-legged on a big rock by the lake. Then he opened his inner world and his real body walked out. Gu Fei also released He Tian and put away the saint-grade puppet avatar. Boss, this place is... He Tian knew that they had broken into a barren land. However, this place was definitely not a barren land because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was too thick. I don't know where we are either. This was an unknown world. It was like the reappearance of an ancient desolate world. However, there was definitely no second desolate world in this world. This was most likely a world that was refined by humans. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? He Tian seemed to have thought of something, and the light in his eyes kept flickering. What legend? Gu Fei's interest was piqued. In ancient times, some people said that the place where the ancient Buddha lived was a trial ground for the Buddhist sections. Only after going through such a trial could the almighty of the Buddhist sects become saints. Erebus thought about it for a long time before saying this. A Buddhist trial ground? Gu Fei was taken aback. This Millennium Buddha Lord was too monstrous. He actually used such a method to train the Buddhist disciples in his sect. If I'm not mistaken, we are now in the wild world of the Third Holy Palace. He Tian said after looking at the surrounding environment. To see the first ad free, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1398. Heition's background was mysterious. Even now, Gu Fei still couldn't figure out this guy's background. This guy seemed to know many secrets of ancient times. Question mark. They entered a training ground refined by the ancient Buddhist lord, the savage world of the third-level Buddhist palace. This place was full of danger, with wild beasts running amok. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The wild beasts here followed the most primitive law of survival. Entering this place, even the Arhat could die. The cultivation world was cruel. Although Buddhists were particular about mercy, there were times when they had to kill. In the Buddhist sects, there were also guardian Vajras who could fight in all directions. In a lake surrounded by mountains, there was an emperor-level flood dragon. However, this flood dragon wasn't a threat to Gu Fei and the others. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on a large rock by the lake. He breathed in and out spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth constantly gathered towards him. After going through a series of battles, his cultivation level had long been stabilized. When the yin and yang true force in his body flowed, there was a faint sound of thunder. In his dantian, where yin and yang met, the yin and yang forces intertwined. A finger-sized mass of primordial qi was floating. Although this mass of primordial qi was only the size of a finger, every time it breathed in and out the yin and yang qi, Gu Fei's dantian would emit waves of thunderous sounds. The momentum was terrifying. This was the yin and yang transforming into primordial chaos. After Gu Fei successfully severed his Tao, his martial body had undergone a transformation. His martial Tao true force was also transforming, and the yin and yang essence energy began to evolve into primordial chaos. Gu Fei had embarked on a different path to become an expert. This path of Gu Fei was different from the indestructible martial body. The indestructible martial body, Gold Blood Qi, was a martial artist who only cultivated the power of the metal element. As time passed, the yin and yang essence energy in Gu Fei's body continued to breathe in and out. A yin-yang Tai Chi diagram appeared on his body, gathering spiritual energy from all directions and cleansing his body. This, from afar, when Heition saw this scene, his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei also cultivated the power of yin and yang. However, Gu Fei's power was fundamentally different from his. Although they were both cultivators who cultivated the power of yin and yang, Heition felt that the power of yin and yang cultivated by Gu Fei was purer and more primitive compared to his. Boss, you're a freak. Heition sensed the vast and boundless yin-yang true energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's body, and he couldn't help but be moved. After severing his Tao, just how powerful had Gu Fei become? A martial artist is invincible among his peers. This is definitely not a myth. Heition knew quite a few secrets of the archaic era. He himself had once seen an imperishable martial artist brimming with golden blood energy tear apart a supreme devil. That scene was something that Heition would never forget for the rest of his life. The imperishable martial artist's invincible spirit of dominating the 9 heavens and 10 earths still made Heition's heart tremble when he thought of it, and he felt his blood boil. Heition's cultivation had also reached a critical period of a breakthrough. He was already a half-step almighty and was only half a step away from severing his Tao. However, this half a step made him stagnate. The Great Era was coming, and experts were emerging in large numbers. Heition felt great pressure. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this great era that was about to change the world, he had to strengthen his cultivation and strength. I must succeed in severing my Tao before the great era comes. Heition's eyes revealed an incomparably firm look. He had definitely experienced a lot of hardships. Originally, he had a body that would die 100 times, but he could still defy the heavens and be reborn. He did not hesitate any longer. He also found a place beside the big lake and sat down cross-legged. Then he began to circulate the mysterious technique, inhaling and exhaling spiritual qi, and began to cultivate. At this time, Gu Fei was trying to speed up the transformation of the yin-yang true power in his body into the chaotic true power. However, he soon discovered that this method would not work. He was currently only at the first heavenly layer of almighty cultivation. If he wanted to quickly transform the yin-yang true power into the chaotic true power, he would have to increase his cultivation realm. He could feel that the mass of chaotic qi in his dantian, which was only the size of a finger, was floating in the endless yin-yang essence qi. It was constantly inhaling and exhaling immeasurable yin-yang essence qi. However, every time the mass of chaotic qi inhaled and exhaled the yin-yang essence qi, the amount of yin-yang essence qi that could be refined into chaotic qi was almost negligible. This transformation speed was simply too slow. Although Gu Fei had cut his Dao, he still felt a great deal of pressure. A great era was approaching, and no one knew what would happen. Right now, increasing his own strength was the most important thing. Gu Fei was originally an orphan. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he only had one goal, and that was to become a world-shattering powerhouse. For this goal, he had fought hundreds of battles, becoming stronger and stronger. He had never given up. The immortal ancestral dragon herb. Gu Fei recalled the stalk of immortal divine herb that had taken root in his inner world. If he were to consume that stalk of immortal divine herb, his cultivation and strength would definitely improve. However, the immortal ancestral dragon herb was the supreme sacred herb of the dragon clan. There was only one in the 9 skies and 10 earths. If he consumed it, it would become extinct. Moreover, Gu Fei didn't want to use the floral essence to increase his cultivation and strength. Only the power that he cultivated belonged to him. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei finally woke up from his cultivation state. The vast spiritual energy that had gathered around him was completely absorbed into his body the moment he opened his eyes. Phew! He let out a long sigh and stood up from the boulder. At this time, it was already nighttime. The sky was dotted with stars, and starlight sprinkled down from the sky. Could it be that this world is actually a real world? Gu Fei was truly shocked. It should be known that if an inner world had evolved to the point that it could evolve into stars, then it was not far from a real world. Even the inner world in his dantian didn't have such a phenomenon. The ancient Buddha's methods were too shocking. It was just a training ground, but it had truly evolved into a wild world. Boss! He Tian's voice rang out from below the boulder. He had stopped cultivating and came to the bottom of the boulder. Seeing that Gu Fei had woken up from his cultivation, he walked up to him. How's the refinement of the invisible sword going? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and asked. He Tian was a little embarrassed. Gu Fei had lent him the invisible sword, but he found that it was almost impossible to refine the invisible sword. The invisible sword was a sacred weapon, and He Tian was only a half-step almighty. How could a half-step almighty be willing to refine a sacred sword into a sacred weapon that he could control? In this place, I still have to rely on myself if I want to stay alive. Gu Fei sighed. In this wild world, wild beasts ran amok. No one knew if there were terrifying beasts comparable to sages in the depths of this world. It should be known that this wild world had existed since the immemorial age. During the immemorial age, there were many experts, and at that time, sages had not gone extinct. While Gu Fei was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed something. There seemed to be an obscure aura at the bottom of the lake, as if something was lurking at the bottom of the lake. Gu Fei knew that this aura wasn't the green flood dragon that he had beaten up earlier. The green flood dragon had been scared out of its wits and had long since hidden away. Let's go down and take a look. Gu Fei directly jumped into the lake, then separated the water channel and quickly rushed towards the bottom of the lake. The surrounding lake water was all blocked by the qi aura emitted from his body. Boss! When He Tian saw Gu Fei suddenly jump into the lake, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He didn't think too much and hurriedly chased after him. There was a completely different world under the lake. It was bottomless, and the deeper they went, the colder the surrounding aura became. It was as if there was a profound, in-earth vein below. When they first arrived at this place, Gu Fei could already see that there was a dragon vein hidden at the bottom of the lake. Could this be an ice dragon vein? Soon, they were thousands of feet deep into the lake. The surrounding lake water was already covered in ice. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure appear in the darkness ahead. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. How could there be someone here? They couldn't sense any fluctuations of life in front of them. The figure floated towards them, and soon, they saw this person floating towards them. When Gu Fei's group saw this person clearly, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient person sealed in ice. His clothes were ancient, and he looked extremely lifelike. This person seemed to be sleeping soundly, and there was even some color on his face. This was a young cultivator. It was unknown how long he had been sealed in ice. Just what kind of place is this? My Tian was also dumbfounded. He walked forward and arrived in front of the young cultivator who was sealed in ice. After sizing him up for a while, he took out the invisible sword and carefully cut off the thick layer of ice on the young man's body. Not long after, the thick layer of ice on the person's body was cut open. However, when He Tian wanted to check if there was anything on the person's body suddenly changed. After this ancient person came into contact with the air of the outside world, his originally plump body immediately shriveled. Then, his shriveled body continued to decay. His flesh, bones, and even his clothes and belongings were all rapidly decaying. In just a few breaths' time, the person turned into a pile of dust and dissipated in the void. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't expect this to happen. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The ancient person had disappeared before their eyes, just like that. After a while, they turned around, but at this time, in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, a few figures silently appeared. To see the first ad free, please go to Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1399. In the depths of the lake, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered an ancient person who had been sealed in ice. When He Tian broke the ice on the ancient person's body, the ancient person turned into a pile of dust within a breath's time. This is a human from the primordial era. He Tian said. The primordial human race had actually been sealed in ice at the bottom of this lake. Just what had happened back then? And what made Gu Fei and He Tian's hair stand on end was that in the depths of the pitch-black lake, several figures had appeared out of nowhere. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Could the bottom of this lake be some kind of dangerous place? So many people had actually fallen down there. There were no signs of life coming from the depths of the lake. Those people were all corpses that had already lost their lives and had fallen for countless years. Gu Fei and He Tian were very careful. They were not in a hurry to descend. They opened up a domain and blocked the lake water around them. The bottom was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The green flood dragon had already hidden itself somewhere. It had almost been killed by Gu Fei and was scared out of its wits. Just what is going on? Gu Fei frowned. In the cold lake water, a dozen or so frozen corpses floated up. There were humans, foreign races, and even ferocious beasts among them. The frozen humans were dressed in strange, ancient clothes, but they were all vivid and lifelike, as if they were in deep sleep. There were also those who looked no different from humans, but had a single horn on their head or a divine eye between their brows. They looked just like when they were alive. These people seemed to have been frozen in an instant. There were all kinds of postures, and all of their movements were frozen in an instant. He Tian knew many primordial secrets, but now, even he was moved. Perhaps the bottom of this lake really was a dangerous place. Gu Fei's group continued to descend. They broke through the thick ice on several ancient corpses, but without exception, all of them completely decayed in a few breaths' time. Even the items on these corpses rapidly decayed. Nothing was left behind. Even the peerless divine materials had turned into dust. They aren't immortal materials. They can't withstand the erosion of time. He Tian sighed. Even if they were engraved with Tao runes, these materials would slowly decay. It was only a matter of time. The deeper they sank, the more frightened Gu Fei and He Tian became. Around them, ancient corpses sealed in ice were sinking one after another. It was an extremely eerie scene. That is, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a weak aura appearing below them. By this time, they had already descended several thousand feet, but they still couldn't see the bottom of the lake. Is this a bottomless lake? The faint aura came from less than 500 feet below. It was so weak that Gu Fei wouldn't have sensed it if his senses weren't far more sensitive than others. What is it? He Tian noticed the change in Gu Fei's expression and was bewildered. Is there still life in this place? Gu Fei murmured. Although the aura was weak, he couldn't determine what it was. One had to know that spiritual medicines, immortal materials, and living beings all emitted certain auras, especially the aura of a saint. Even immortals and spirits couldn't withstand it. A strand of saintly aura was enough to collapse the void. If a saint appeared on the ground without concealing his aura, then all life in this area would be threatened. What? He Tian tensed up after hearing Gu Fei's words. Who knew what would appear in such a strange place? No one could relax in such a place. Buzz. A clump of starlight rose from the top of my Tian's head. That was his astral magical treasure, a godly weapon at the almighty level. Although it was damaged, it could still unleash great power. What are you so nervous about? Gu Fei found it funny to see He Tian acting as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Gu Fei also knew that caution was the only way to go further on the path of cultivation. It wasn't easy for them to reach this step. Those of the same generation as them had either died or disappeared. There weren't many people who could make it this far. Soon after, they knew what was emitting that faint aura. It was also an ancient corpse. This ancient corpse was also sealed in ice. Inside the transparent sea ice, there was a white-haired old man sealed inside. When Gu Fei saw this old man, he was stunned. This old man still had a trace of aura on him, unlike those ancient corpses that he had seen before that were sealed in ice. This person, He Tian, was also shocked. One should know that the frozen humans and foreign races were all existences from the immemorial era. This old man should also be from that era. This old man had been frozen for countless years and still hadn't died. This was too shocking. The other ancient people had already fallen. After breaking the ice, they would quickly decay. Even the peerless materials had lost all their essence and turned into dust. It was a miracle that the old man was able to survive. However, the old man was only left with a faint aura that was almost undetectable. Ordinary almighties would not be able to sense this aura at all. Even Erebus, who had the cultivation and strength of a half-step almighty, could only sense the aura emanating from the old man in the ice when he got close to him. This old man was definitely a terrifying existence from the immemorial era. Even though he had been frozen for countless years, there was still a faint trace of life. Should I break it and take a look? He Tian was a little tempted, but he also knew what would happen if he broke the ice on this old man. However, he was very curious about the consequences. Wait, let me think. Now, Gu Fei felt like his head was about to explode. Was there really a connection between the two? Or could it be that this frozen ancient was the physical body of that existence? Was it possible for such a powerful person to end up with his physical body and primordial spirit separated? If everything was as he thought, then wouldn't the person who sealed this old man be extremely terrifying? Boss, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's extremely solemn face. Did Boss think of something? Did he know the origin of this old man? If Gu Fei didn't say anything, He Tian definitely wouldn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Gu Fei thought of the thing that was sealed in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. That day, not long after he entered the Heaven Realm, he came to the Eastern County City at the border of the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. There, he stayed in the Hidden Moon Pavilion, participated in the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, and obtained a stone man. It was a complete stone man, different from the broken stone man that Gu Fei obtained on the street of the Eastern County City. The stone man was imprinted with the great path divine patterns. Gu Fei obtained two things from these two stone men. Sealed in the broken stone man was a holy egg. It was an egg laid by an innate divine beast. The holy egg was imprinted with the great path divine patterns of the heaven and earth. This was a descendant that only a supreme divine beast could give birth to. The holy egg had a strong wave of life, but to hatch this holy egg, although it required an unimaginable amount of 5 elemental fire essence. However, this was not a problem for Gu Fei, because he had obtained a fire phoenix divine pearl and a true dragon divine pearl in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. The fire phoenix divine pearl contained endless fire essence, which met all the conditions to hatch the holy egg. At this time, in the void of the mountain and river cauldron, a fire was burning. A divine pearl and a holy egg with great path divine patterns were floating. The holy egg of the innate fire element divine beast emitted a strong wave of life. Inside it, a powerful life was growing. And in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron, there was also a deep dark void floating. It was a divine pearl that looked like a golden sun, emitting endless waves of the power of the metal element. There was also an extremely strong wave of life coming from the metal element divine pearl. In the golden light, countless ancient patterns could be seen faintly. In the divine pearl, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was an old man. This old man was naked, and his appearance was shockingly similar to the old man sealed in ice outside. When Gu Fei approached the old man sealed in ice, the old man in the metal element divine pearl seemed to move. Gu Fei was the clearest about the changes in the mountain and river cauldron, because he had refined the chaotic origin embryo that was bred in the mountain and river cauldron. In a sense, the inner world between Gu Fei's eyebrows was derived from a part of the mountain and river cauldron. Is there really a connection between the two? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He knew very well that the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl was definitely a terrifying existence of the saint level. If the old man sealed in ice outside was really the physical body of the old man in the metal element divine pearl, then this was definitely the physical body of a saint. Even a saint was sealed in ice, and his primordial spirit was separated from his physical body. What terrible thing had happened back then? It should be known that the ancient saints were extremely powerful and absolutely invincible in the world. Except for the great saint of the extreme Tao, no one could kill and seal the ancient saints. Did a great saint of the extreme Tao take action back then? The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more shocked he became. Such a great secret of the world was not something he could understand. Even among the people back then, not many people knew exactly what terrifying thing had happened that caused the entire untainted land to collapse. The untainted land collapsed and turned into endless starry sky and heaven and earth. The 3 realms and 6 paths were just a general statement. In fact, there were many unknown worlds that had not been discovered by cultivators. In the world of cultivation, there is a saying that the untainted land was broken into 3,000 worlds. What should I do? Facing the old man sealed in ice, Gu Fei did not know what to do. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1400. The Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist lord was actually a training ground. All the arhats who entered the heavenly Buddhist path could enter the Buddhist palace to cultivate as long as they successfully severed their Tao and became a Buddhist almighty. However, for thousands of years, other than those who entered the second Buddhist palace, no one else could enter the third Buddhist palace and above. When Gu Fei and Heavenly Dharma fought in the second Buddhist palace, they accidentally broke through the heaven and earth void's barrier and entered the third Buddhist palace. The third Buddhist palace was a desolate land. There were tall mountains and dense forests, and wild beasts roamed freely. It was a desolate land that was rarely visited by humans. After Gu Fei and He Tian entered this desolate land, they found a place to stay temporarily. However, who would have thought that the bottom of the lake where they landed was actually an extremely strange place? The lake surrounded by mountains was actually a bottomless lake. At the bottom of the lake, there were actually ancient frozen corpses floating in the water. It was eerie and terrifying. What shocked Gu Fei the most was that he actually saw an existence that shocked him to the extreme. It was an old man sealed in ice. This old man actually looked shockingly similar to the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl that he obtained that day. The metal element divine pearl was suppressed in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. This was because the metal element divine pearl gathered an endless amount of metal elemental energy and sealed an ancient saint. The ancient saint's aura could even pass through the seal and come out from the metal element divine pearl. Without a doubt, the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl was definitely an earth-shattering existence. Once he broke out of the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss, He Tian saw that Gu Fei's expression changed several times as he stared at the old man sealed in ice. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Did Boss really know of this old man's existence? However, this was absolutely impossible because this old man was definitely a human from the primordial era. How could Boss know someone from the primordial era? He Tian shook his head. He really couldn't understand why Gu Fei would have such a rich expression when he saw this old man. There must be some connection between the two. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Then, he took out the cauldron of mountain and river and held it in his hand. The fist-sized cauldron emitted an ancient aura. The patterns on the ancient cauldron were extremely ancient. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, and fish appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was as if everything in the world was included within it. This ancient cauldron was the number 1 cauldron in the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, it would suppress heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, possessing tremendous power. Boss, why did you take this thing out? He Tian was shocked when he saw Gu Fei taking out the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient cauldron was an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Fei would not use it. I want to confirm something. As Gu Fei spoke, he began to activate the mountain and river cauldron. Streams of pure martial path, true power rushed out from his hands and entered the mountain and river cauldron. Are you sure about one thing? Erebus was baffled by what he heard. Soon, the sound of wind and thunder came from the mountain and river cauldron. Rays of golden light rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. A layer of primordial chaos chi appeared on the surface of the fist-sized cauldron. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life. They were emitting traces of soul power. This was the aura of primordial beasts. The beast souls on the body of the cauldron seemed to be awakening. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, there were countless beast souls of primordial beasts. The beast souls of primordial beasts had already fused with the mountain and river cauldron. The beast souls were also one of the divine abilities of the mountain and river cauldron. He Tian felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. This aura almost made him fall to the ground. Saint aura? He Tian's soul trembled when he felt the aura. This was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. The aura coming from the mountain and river cauldron was too shocking. At this moment, more and more golden light rushed out from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. It became more and more dazzling. A vast metal elemental power came out from the mouth of the cauldron. What is that? Even though He Tian had a divine weapon to protect himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron was too terrifying and powerful. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He had to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the thing in the cauldron. Under the suppression of the power of the mountain and river cauldron, the terrifying aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron immediately weakened. The primordial chaos chi interweaved in the void and sealed the metal elemental power. Soon, a divine pearl that looked like a golden sun rose from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The golden light coming from the divine pearl illuminated the surroundings. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. The primordial chaos chi spread out from the mountain and river cauldron and sealed the heaven and earth void, trapping the divine pearl inside. What? When Tian saw this divine pearl that shone with boundless golden light, he was immediately stunned. He cultivated the yin-yang divine eyes, which allowed him to see through the void. He saw the old man in the divine pearl of gold. How can this be? Tian was shocked. Everything he saw was so unbelievable. On the metal divine pearl, layers of ancient formation patterns were faintly discernible, revealing the fluctuations of the saint level. The seal of a saint, however, Tian was not surprised. On the metal divine pearl, there were ancient formation patterns of a saint. An immemorial saint had sealed the old man in the metal divine pearl, condensing the metal elemental power into a divine pearl and sealing the opponent. With such cultivation and strength, the saint who made the move in the immemorial era was definitely a metal great saint. Cultivating the power of the 5 elements could also become a saint. The path to becoming a saint was not the only one, and the power of heaven and earth was not the only one. The 5 elements, yin and yang, chaos, and all kinds of power could be cultivated to the peak. Although Gu Fei had already used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to seal the metal divine pearl, the saint aura emitted from the metal divine pearl still spread out. This pressure made Tian not dare to approach. Is it really like this? Suddenly, Gu Fei's heart trembled because he saw the old man sealed in the metal divine pearl move. Although it was only a slight movement, who was Gu Fei? He immediately sensed that something was amiss. At the same time, the faintly discernible aura coming from the old man who was sealed in ice and floating in the lake seemed to have become a little stronger. This change confirmed Gu Fei's conjecture. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. An Empyrean saint was actually sealed in such a way. The physical body and primordial spirit were separated. The physical body was sealed in the 3rd Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord, while the primordial spirit was sealed in the metal divine pearl and hidden inside the golem. The golem was obtained by Gu Fei in the heavenly realm, but the old man's physical body appeared in the depths of a large lake in the 3rd Buddhist palace. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord sealed this old man? However, Gu Fei quickly rejected this idea. The power that sealed the old man's primordial spirit was not the power of the ancient Buddhist Lord. How could these things appear in the place of the ancient Buddhist Lord? This was truly perplexing. Who was the ancient Buddhist master? It was impossible for him not to know that there was such a place in his Buddhist palace. Since he knew about this place, but still allowed it to exist, what was the ancient Buddhist Lord's idea? Boss, stop! Suddenly, Tian's shout woke Gu Fei from his contemplation. At this time, the primordial spirit in the metal divine pearl had already changed. Wisps of black gas began to emit from the primordial spirit. A fiendish aura spread out from the metal divine pearl, as if an ancient true demon was about to awaken from its slumber, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At this time, black gas also appeared on the body of the frozen old man, and the aura on his body gradually became stronger. This person is a demon? Gu Fei felt the demonic power. He was inexplicably shocked, and then hurriedly used the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi immediately wrapped around the metal divine pearl, and then sank into the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The power of the mountain and river cauldron could shock the heavens and crush everything. Even the metal divine pearl was no exception. The power of the metal divine pearl was sealed. When Gu Fei sealed the metal divine pearl in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron, the changes on the body of the frozen old man in front of them also disappeared. This old man can't be that fierce person from the primordial age, right? Tian seemed to be frightened. He seemed to think of something, and his face became extremely ugly. What's wrong? After sealing the metal divine pearl, Gu Fei asked Tian, why did the old man's body show signs of demonization? It was really hard to understand. This person is probably the primordial age demon. We can't let him out. If we let him out, it will be a disaster. Tian thought for a while before saying such words. Primordial age demon? Gu Fei was shocked, although he didn't know about the primordial age demon, because it was too long ago. Just hearing the name was enough to make him shocked. In the primordial age, there was a madman who cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation. He wanted to open up a new path of cultivation. He Tian told him what he knew. It turned out that in the primordial age, there was a madman of the human race who obtained the cultivation method of the demonic path. However, he cultivated the immortal path, so he had a crazy idea. That madman began to cultivate the demonic scripture he obtained, but very soon he encountered a problem. The power of the immortal path and the demonic power clashed in his body. Sometimes the power of the immortal path would gain the upper hand, and sometimes the demonic power would suppress the power of the immortal path. The power of the immortal path and the demonic power used his body as a battlefield. When the power of the immortal path suppressed the demonic power, this madman was an immortal god. However, once the demonic power in his body suppressed the power of the immortal path, this madman would turn into a fierce demon. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1401. The Millennium Ancient Devil was one of the most talented human beings. He wanted to cultivate both immortal and demonic cultivation to create a different cultivation path. But in the end, this primordial human expert became a human devil. Sometimes he was an immortal, and sometimes he turned into a demon. This caused quite a commotion during the primordial era. The Millennium Ancient Devil was an extremely dangerous person because he could not control the immortal and demonic power in his body. He did not know when he would turn into a demon. When he turned into a demon, the Millennium Ancient Devil would lose all reason and only know how to kill. Blood would flow like a river wherever the demon went, and all living things in the area would be slaughtered. But when the Millennium Ancient Devil turned into a demon and slaughtered in all directions, a great figure attacked him. That battle was earth-shattering, and a part of the primordial era was turned into a land of calamity. No one knew the result of that battle. But that extremely dangerous person, the Millennium Ancient Devil, disappeared, never to be seen again. That great figure was gravely injured and dying. Some people said that the Millennium Ancient Devil was killed by that great figure, but others said that the great figure sealed the Millennium Ancient Devil. No one knew which was true and which was false. The great figure that attacked the Millennium Ancient Devil passed away not long after. That great figure was injured by the Millennium Ancient Devil in that battle. After returning, he only lived for about 200 years, but his injuries were too severe. I didn't think that this savage's body would be sealed here. The more He Tian thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. The Millennium Ancient Devil could not come out. If he did, the entire human world would be in trouble. No one could fight against such an existence. Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that this old man with his primordial spirit sealed in the metal divine pearl and his body sealed in ice at the bottom of the lake would have such a great background. What do we do now? Gu Fei was confused. According to what He Tian said, this Millennium Ancient Devil was definitely an unimaginably terrifying savage. Even the great figures of the primordial era could only seal him and not kill him. This, He Tian fell into deep thought. The Millennium Ancient Devil was an extremely dangerous person. If his primordial spirit and body were to merge, the Millennium Ancient Devil might come back to life. Once the Millennium Ancient Devil came back to life, Gu Fei and the others would be the first to suffer. Maybe I can use this monster in the future. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a long time, then activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron and swallowed the old man who was floating in the lake water in front of him into the mountain and river cauldron. Bossu! Seeing this, He Tian was dumbfounded. Even in the primordial era, where experts were everywhere, the eternal human devil was definitely an extremely dangerous person. This kind of extremely dangerous person, anyone who saw would be too late to hide, but Gu Fei actually put the body of that fierce person into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was very careful. He sealed the metal element divine pearl and the old man's body in 2 different places in the mountain and river cauldron, not allowing them to touch each other. The inside of the mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. The space inside was frighteningly large, almost boundless. It was as if a real world could fit inside. After doing all this, Gu Fei and He Tian continued to sink towards the bottom of the lake. It was pitch black below, and they couldn't see the bottom at all. Gu Fei used the power of his domain to block the lake water within a radius of 300 meters around him. Could it really be a bottomless lake? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be moved. This lake was not simple, and there were constantly frozen corpses floating in the water. Soon, they sank another 3,000 meters. Along the way, they couldn't feel any signs of life at all. The deeper they sank, the more intense the yin qi became. The yin vein of the earth's yin qi gathered, and perhaps it would give birth to something incredible. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to be careless, and they both tensed up. "What is that?" Suddenly, He Tian asked Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei also discovered something strange. In the endless darkness below, there was a faint flash of blood light. Although it was very far away, a trace of a strange aura still came over. There was definitely a shocking secret hidden at the bottom of this lake. A demonic aura. Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed. They could feel the aura of a demon from that ball of bloodlight. This was not a good thing. There's a demon in the Buddhist palace refined by the Millennium Buddha Lord? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't believe it. After all, Buddhas and demons were mortal enemies, irreconcilable enemies. Throughout the ages, all the major Buddhists had taken it upon themselves to slay demons. Who knew how many demons the Millennium Buddha Lord had released from purgatory? Gu Fei and He Tian were on high alert. As they continued to sink, the ball of bloodlight grew brighter and brighter, emitting a demonic bloody light. That is, when Gu Fei and the others got closer, they discovered that the ball of bloodlight was just a pile of crushed flesh and bones sealed in ice. A demon was turned into meat paste. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This demon was definitely an incredible existence. Even though it had fallen for countless years, its flesh and bones still had remnants of its demonic nature. It was a false alarm. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to sink. After an hour, they finally reached the bottom of the lake. The ball of starlight above He Tian's head lit up the surrounding space for thousands of meters. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, blocking the terrifying cold air that was surging over from all directions. Gu Fei and He Tian discovered that the bottom of the lake was actually covered in white bones. They could even see the pitch-black bones of demons and other beasts. Aside from the cold air, there was also an aura of death at the bottom of the lake. Where did that green flood dragon hide? He Tian muttered to himself. The green flood dragon that Gu Fei had injured was not at the bottom of the lake. It was probably hiding somewhere. What really moved Gu Fei and He Tian was that there were many broken buildings at the bottom of the lake. It seemed to be a settlement, but it had sunk into the ground. "Boss, there's something wrong with this place." He Tian felt a little uneasy. The yin vein of the earth was definitely not inhabited by humans. The cold air of the earth could freeze everything. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just observed carefully. Soon, he found the right direction and headed towards the source of the yin vein of the earth. The source of the yin vein of the earth was definitely a place that was blessed by heaven and earth. Perhaps it could nurture something different. Gu Fei wanted to go there and take a look. He Tian had no choice but to follow behind Gu Fei and head towards the source of the yin vein of the earth. The yin vein of the earth gathered the cold air of heaven and earth. It could freeze everything. At this time, the cold air around Gu Fei's body surged. The surrounding lake water was blocked by the cold air. There was no lake water at the location of the yin vein of the earth. The yin vein of the earth was like a real dragon swimming underground. Gu Fei was very careful. The bones under his feet did not disappear at all along the way. He Tian was getting more and more uneasy. He seemed to sense that something was about to happen. He took out the invisible sword that Gu Fei had given him. A ball of starlight lit up the sky. This was a divine weapon of an almighty being. It had an incomplete Tao pattern imprinted on it. Although it was only an incomplete Tao pattern, it could still be used to resist the surrounding cold air. Gu Fei had already severed his Tao. His physical body was so strong that he did not need any divine weapons to protect him. The surrounding cold air could not affect him at all. Swish! Just as they were approaching the source of the Yin vein of the earth, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the darkness in front of them. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to become nervous. What is that? Although Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Tao Heavenly Eye, he still couldn't see clearly. The speed of the black shadow was too fast. There are no signs of life. Could it be that it's not an undead creature? He Tian's face revealed a shocked expression. To be able to disappear in front of his eyes, the black shadow was definitely not simple. It might even be able to threaten him. I don't know. Gu Fei couldn't be sure because he didn't sense any death aura from the black shadow. What kind of existence was it? He was very curious. However, he didn't know where that thing had hidden itself. When Gu Fei and the others advanced for another 3 kilometers, another black shadow appeared in their vicinity. This black shadow also flashed and disappeared with extreme speed. Gu Fei and He Tian knew that they might be in trouble. They seemed to be targeted by something that made them feel a sense of danger. Swish! Just when Gu Fei and He Tian were about to continue forward, a huge black hand suddenly appeared above their heads. It seemed to have sealed off an area and was about to grab them. The terrifying existence that was hiding in the dark had finally made its move. Gu Fei sneered and sent out a palm strike. Bang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the black hand, issuing a muffled explosion. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations shook the entire Earth Yin vein. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei remained unmoving like a mountain. The black hand that was about to grab them crumbled in the air. However, at this moment, a black divine spear shot out from the front and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched the black divine spear that was piercing through him. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the black divine spear. The black divine spear was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist. There was actually such an expert in the Earth Yin vein. However, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't sense any signs of life. They didn't know what was attacking them. Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably strong. After sending the divine spear flying with a punch, he immediately disappeared. The next moment, the void in front of them suddenly splattered with a large amount of blood. A corpse fell out of the void. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1402. Gu Fei and He Tian had finally reached the bottom of the lake and were searching along the Yin vein of the earth towards the source of the Yin vein. Just as they were about to reach the source of the Yin vein, they encountered an inexplicable attack. Swoosh! Gu Fei struck with lightning speed, slashing down an unknown creature in the air. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the Yin vein of the earth. The blood wasn't frozen by the Yin vein of the earth, and it splattered everywhere. Every drop of blood emanated an even colder aura. Arcane Yin creature. That's an extremely cold constitution. I didn't think I'd see one here. When He Tian saw the creature that was slain by Gu Fei, he was incomparably shocked. Within the Yin vein of the earth, the frigid chi of heaven and earth had condensed. Even they could feel a bone-piercing chill. The blood of an ordinary creature would have been frozen by the extreme cold the moment it splashed out. It wouldn't have flowed freely on the ground like this. Gu Fei's figure materialized in the air. He just used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Ballad, the anti-void secret art, to kill a creature hidden in the air in an instant. This was a humanoid creature, but it wasn't a human. This was because this creature had an incomparably malevolent dragon head. Even though it had been killed by Gu Fei, this creature's corpse was still emitting a fiendish aura. The blood of creatures like this is cold, and they can hide in the air, making them extremely difficult to find. Mahakala said these words. This type of creature with the coldest physique was already extinct in the current world. Even in the archaic era, it was still a rare race that was rarely seen. However, If these creatures cultivated to a certain level, they could freeze thousands of miles with a single breath of cold air. It was incredibly powerful. A single drop of blood from such creatures could freeze immortal gods. Fortunately, Gu Fei and He Tian weren't immortal gods, but existences that surpassed immortal gods. They could resist the extreme cold here. Two more of these creatures have escaped into the source of the Yin vein of the earth. Gu Fei sensed the existence of 3 of these terrifying creatures, but he could only kill one of them with his cultivation and strength. The other 2 had escaped. What? When Erebus heard this, he was shocked. There were 2 such creatures? The Yin vein of the earth was incredible to have given birth to 3 of them. This was a creature born from the cold Yin energy of heaven and earth. It could be said to be an innate life form that was blessed by the heavens. It possessed extraordinary talent and constitution. However, in front of Gu Fei, these innate life forms could not withstand a single blow. He killed one of them and scared off the other 2 innate life forms. The heavens and earth needed 100,000 years to nurture life. It was not something that could be nurtured in a short period of time. This great earth Yin vein had definitely been formed for millions of years, maybe even millions of years. Such a long period of time was even longer than the immemorial era. The recorded history of the human race was only a few 100,000 years old. This was because even the oldest records of the human race only existed for a few 100,000 years. However, some humans didn't think so. Some thought that there was a gap in the history of the human race. The history of the human race shouldn't be just a few 100,000 years old. The immemorial era recorded in the ancient records was a period that happened a few 100,000 years ago. This great earth Yin vein had already been formed since ancient times. After a long period of evolution, this great earth Yin vein had given birth to a life form. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The Buddhist Lord's 3rd Buddhist palace was definitely not simple. This desolate world shouldn't have been created by the Buddhist Lord. One had to know that the Yin vein of the earth existed even before the Buddhist Lord's enlightenment. This desolate world already existed before the Buddhist Lord's enlightenment. The fact that Gu Fei could kill a life form born from the heaven and earth made He Tian's heart palpitate. However, He Tian soon felt relieved. Although the life forms born from the heaven and earth were born from the heaven and earth, they didn't necessarily have heaven-defying physiques and strength. One had to know that the human race was also born from the heaven and earth. Life forms with innate physiques needed strength, just like humans, to become strong through cultivation. It wasn't a miracle that Gu Fei could kill a life form with innate physiques. Come, let's kill our way in. He Tian knew that the source of the Yin vein of the earth had most likely given birth to something else. His eyes flashed with excitement. Buzz! The star artifact above Mahakala's head shone with starlight, shielding him within. Then, he strode forward, and the cold air around him was repelled by the power of the stars that spread out from the starlight. The power of the starlight illuminated the heaven and earth, making the void as bright as day. This guy was still holding the invisible sword, a sacred weapon. He was very cautious. One had to know that there were 2 terrifying life forms at the source of the Yin vein of the earth. It wasn't without reason that He Tian could live to this day and survive all kinds of calamities. People who were cautious at all times often lived longer than ordinary people. Gu Fei and the others continued forward for a few miles. The void in front of them suddenly opened up, and they entered a huge cave. The cold air here was so thick that it was almost liquid. Under the illumination of the starlight, they could see many skeletons scattered on the ground nearby. Among these skeletons, there were human bones, and there were also bones of the foreign races. Gu Fei and the others even saw a pitch-black skull. What's going on? Is this also a battlefield? Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. This was a secret from the primordial era, and it was impossible for them to know about it. Perhaps even the Buddhist masters throughout the ages wouldn't know about it. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the darkness in front of them. In front of them, cold and gloomy air gathered. Even the starlight of the starlight, floating above Erebus' head, could not penetrate it. That's Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked when they saw the black fog in front of them. It was a kind of extreme, cold fog that had been condensed in the vein of the earth for countless years. The black fog didn't flutter. Instead, it gave people a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt a great pressure. Roar! A deep roar came from the black fog, making people's scalps go numb. Target equals _blank. Chapter 14:03. Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the space and devour the lunar frigid mist. The lunar frigid mist, which was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain, was continuously sucked into the cauldron. In the end, even the two terrifying creatures hidden in the lunar frigid mist were devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river. In front of the divine weapon of the Great Path, even the creatures born from the heavens and the earth were definitely not enough. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to completely destroy the two creatures that were devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river. After the lunar frigid mist was completely devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river, a divine pearl appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a pitch-black divine pearl that emitted waves of lunar frigid qi. All the lunar frigid qi in the huge cave originated from this divine pearl. Lunar divine pearl. At this time, He Tian appeared again. He could not help but exclaim when he saw the divine pearl floating in the space in front of him. He did not expect that the lunar frigid vein would give birth to such a heaven-defying item. This lunar frigid vein was formed before the primordial age. Not only did it give birth to living creatures, but it also condensed an endless amount of lunar qi into a divine pearl. Swoosh! He Tian was the first to make a move. He directly reached out and wanted to take the floating golden divine pearl away. However, the lunar frigid qi emitted by the divine pearl was too powerful. Before the hand that He Tian had conjured could grab the lunar divine pearl, it had already dissipated in the space. What a terrifying treasure of the heavens and the earth! He Tian did not dare to go forward. The frigid qi emitted by the lunar divine pearl was something that not many cultivators of the severing path could withstand. It was difficult for cultivators of the heavens to move such a primordial treasure. Gu Fei wanted to use the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to take the divine pearl. However, this time, he could not move the lunar divine pearl. The cauldron of mountain and river displayed its power. The space around it collapsed and was swallowed by the cauldron. However, the celestial pearl remained as still as a mountain. No matter how hard Gu Fei tried to activate the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, it was all in vain. The fragment of the Great Path within the divine pearl was a saint-level spirit treasure. Unless Gu Fei could draw out the extreme power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to use the mountain and river cauldron to take away this spirit treasure. Boss, this He Tian, who knew the ins and outs of Gu Fei, saw that Gu Fei was unable to take away the lunar immortal pearl even after using the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Damn it! Gu Fei was unwilling to accept the fact that the lunar heavenly pearl was a heavenly material and earthly treasure. It was definitely a peerless divine material. By itself, it could already emit endless cold air and freeze thousands of miles. How can I return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Gu Fei did not give up. He continued to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to devour the lunar immortal pearl. However, at the same time, he took out his saint-level puppet clone. When his primordial spirit entered the saint-level puppet clone, it was like another Gu Fei. However, this was a saint-level aura and power. The saint-level puppet clone was extremely powerful. The saint-level clone took the mountain and river cauldron and sat cross-legged on the ground. It began to use its saint-level power to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. An even more terrifying power surged out from the mouth of the cauldron. This power was much stronger than the previous one. This time, the lunar immortal pearl was finally affected by the mountain and river cauldron. The saint-level puppet clone's power continuously surged towards the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh! At this time, Tian once again retreated from the large hole. The saint-level power was not something he could resist. He was just a half-step cultivator. A wisp of saint-level power was enough to kill Tian thousands of times. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the large hole. Gu Fei used all his strength to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The lunar immortal pearl gradually moved towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. This was not an easy task. The terrifying waves from Gu Fei's saint-level puppet clone were like moving 100,000 primordial divine mountains. It took a lot of effort and energy. Gu Fei's real body stood behind the clone. The saint-level clone was full of immortal Tao power. 9 rays of immortal light appeared on its body and circled around it. Time passed. After a full 6 hours, the lunar immortal pearl finally approached the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. It was about to be sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! At this time, a muffled sound came from outside the large hole. Someone was fighting with Tian, but was stopped by Tian. A powerful wave of Buddhist power spread out. Yin-Yang reincarnation. Mahakala let out a loud roar and unleashed his own great art. All sorts of sceneries appeared around him, as though a world was evolving. Everything in the world grew from nothingness, and then went downhill from extreme prosperity. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined to form reincarnation. The sudden explosion of reincarnation power completely enveloped a golden figure. A large amount of Buddhist qi was destroyed. A Buddhist expert has discovered this place. At this time, Gu Fei was at a critical juncture. He used all his strength to control the mountain and river cauldron. The lunar immortal pearl was moving very slowly. If he relaxed, he might be able to break free from the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buddha deliverance. A calm and dignified voice sounded. Then, the Arhat started chanting Buddhist scriptures. He actually dispelled the resentment in this place and wanted to deliver Tian. The yin-yang reincarnation power was broken. A golden Buddha figure walked out. This, Tian was shocked. He never expected that the opponent would be able to break through his great technique so easily. This person actually appeared in the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace of the Millennium Buddha Lord. To be able to enter the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace, this Arhat was definitely weaker than Lawless. Furthermore, this person was definitely a super antique, because in the past thousands of years, no one could enter the 3rd level of the Millennium Buddha Palace. Swish! The son of Buddha stretched out his hand, and a huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void, grabbing towards Mahakala. The vast Buddhist energy that came out from the hand sealed the surroundings. Tian was extremely shocked. The moment the opponent made a move, he had severed all his escape routes. It made him feel as though there was no way to dodge. This Arhat was comparable to Lawless. He was so powerful that it caused one's heart to palpitate. Even if Tian had a supreme divine weapon or even a sacred weapon, the formless sword, it would still be hard for him to withstand it. The time that Tian obtained the formless sword was very short. It was impossible for him to refine it or use this sacred weapon. Just as the golden Buddha palm was about to destroy Erebus in both body and soul, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and blocked the golden Buddha palm. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1404. The arrival of the Earth Fire Dragon caused Gu Fei and Tian to feel immense pressure. The earth vein in front of them had already turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding rocks, which were as hard as divine iron, were burned red by the fire. Some places even showed signs of cracking and melting. The terrifying temperature had dispersed the cold air in the yin vein of the earth. Only the huge underground cave around Gu Fei and Tian was emitting a frigid aura. Even the endless fiery aura could not disperse the frigid aura in the cave. Gu Fei and Tian were at the place where the fire energy and the cold air converged. The two forces of yin and yang intertwined, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to feel as though they were in a world of ice and fire. At this time, Gu Fei's real body did not appear. Rumble. At this time, the huge underground cave behind Gu Fei's clone emitted the sound of wind and thunder. The entire cave was shaking. You guys, the Earth Fire Dragon seemed to be taken aback. Two terrifying divine lights shone out of the sea of fire and swept towards Gu Fei and the others. Swish! At this time, He Tian's figure flashed. He decisively used his divine weapon to protect himself. A divine light that looked like a huge star appeared above his head, and he retreated into the cave behind him. Lowly ants, how dare you covet the lunar pearl? You deserve to die. The Earth Fire Dragon's powerful divine sense emanated from the sea of fire. A monstrous, ferocious aura spread out in all directions. The entire depths of the earth shook. Cracks appeared on the incomparably hard rocks in the surroundings. Oomph. It's hard to say who's the ant, Gu Fei said. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Die! The Earth Fire Dragon was extremely arrogant. He was a natural Earth Fire Dragon. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was his territory. All the wild beasts in this area had to lower their heads to him. Bang! A gigantic crimson dragon claw grabbed out from the sea of fire. The power of fire was vast and mighty, and the dragon claw was covered in crimson scales. There was an endless amount of fire surrounding it. The dragon claw tore through the void. Everywhere it passed, a few black claw marks appeared. Although it was a casual attack, the combat strength it displayed was enough to make Gu Fei serious. This was a Khanate beast. It was a life form born from the endless fire essence of the earth. This life form was nurtured by the heaven and earth. It was born with great magical power. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out in the void. Gu Fei didn't retreat. He took a big step forward and punched towards the dragon claw. A terrifying force shook the void. This was an invincible fist intent. The moment he punched out, Gu Fei's aura instantly rose to its peak state. A terrifying fluctuation surged out from Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of immortal light condensed around his body, as though a peerless immortal lord had descended. Boom. Gu Fei's fist collided fiercely with the mountain-sized dragon claw. The violent force spread out in all directions, and the surrounding rocks were instantly turned into dust. Bang! Bang! Pong! Gu Fei took 3 steps back. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Pain radiated from his right fist. Good heavens! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This saint-level puppet had already been refined by the ancient great saint of the human race to the point that it looked like a real person with flesh and blood. This fierce dragon actually made him feel pain. Could it be that this dragon's body could actually contend against a saint physique? Of course, a saint-rank immortal body couldn't be compared to a saint-rank martial body, but it was still incomparably powerful. Gu Fei's punch just now could even blow up an immemorial god mountain. At this time, the Earth Fire True Dragon in the Sea of Fire was even more shocked than Gu Fei. This puny human was actually able to block its claw. It was truly inconceivable. When did the fleshly body of the human race become so powerful? This area of 10,000 miles was the territory of the Earth Fire True Dragon. There were quite a few humans here, but this Earth Fire True Dragon had killed more than one human before. The third layer of the Buddha Palace was a desolate world. In this vast world, savage beasts could be seen everywhere. Such a world shouldn't have been refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. However, that ancient Buddhist Lord was truly incredible. He actually refined this desolate world into the third layer of the Buddha Palace. It became a trial ground for the Buddhist sons who entered the heavenly Buddha Tao. This trial ground was incomparably dangerous. The Buddhist sons who entered this place had to face this cruel world. If they wanted to survive, they would have to fight against the countless savage beasts in this world. A savage beast king comparable to a sage. Gu Fei's gaze became incomparably sharp. Like 2 resplendent divine weapons, he swept his gaze over the peerless, ferocious beast in the Sea of Fire. In the Sea of Fire, there was a scarlet fire dragon that was over 1,000 feet long. This trial ground of the Buddhist Tao was truly perverse. It even had a savage beast of this level. This was simply sending these Buddhist sons to their deaths. No wonder that middle-aged monk had to retreat. Facing such an existence, even a quasi-sage would have a headache. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from the cave behind Gu Fei. Very soon, he felt that the cold air surging out from the cave was starting to weaken. Success. Gu Fei couldn't conceal his joy. However, the expression of the earth-fire true dragon in front of him changed. He knew that the lunar god pearl that was born from the earth vein source was going to be taken away by his opponent. Damned human race. The earth-fire true dragon roared, igniting boundless earth true fire. It pounced towards Gu Fei ferociously. The entire void was crushed by the immense force. Kill. Gu Fei's battle intent was boundless. His long hair fluttered wildly as he charged towards the earth-fire true dragon and clashed with it. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. Immortal Tao energy and earth fire clashed. The entire earth vein was shaking as though it could collapse at any moment. Gu Fei's Saint-class clone displayed his supreme combat strength and intercepted the earth-fire true dragon. Roar! Terrifying dragon roars rang out continuously. The surrounding rocks tumbled down. Cracks spread out in all directions. The earth-fire true dragon roared again and again as it tried to charge into the cave behind Gu Fei. However, it was forced back time and time again by Gu Fei. Boom! Finally, the earth-fire true dragon spat out a dragon pearl. It was a dragon pearl that emitted boundless flames. It contained the purest heaven and earth fire pearl. The moment the fire dragon pearl appeared, the entire void was burned to the point of collapsing. The surroundings of the fire dragon pearl turned into a chaotic void. Buzz! Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, a surge of sword chi exploded from his body. Thereafter, a purple-gold sword chi rushed out from his body and turned into a purple-gold divine sword. He grabbed the purple-gold divine sword and pointed it at the earth-fire true dragon. As soon as the purple-gold divine sword appeared, the earth-fire true dragon immediately felt a sword chi fluctuation that made its heart palpitate from the ancient sword. Of course, the earth-fire true dragon didn't know that the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was an extreme sacred sword that could make all cultivators go crazy. It instinctively felt fear. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and strands of purple-gold sword chi circulated on it. Roar! The earth-fire true dragon felt threatened by the purple-gold divine sword. It roared angrily and attacked first. The fire dragon pearl immediately seemed to have turned into a ball of divine sun as it charged towards Gu Fei. The entire earth vein finally collapsed after the fire dragon pearl smashed into it. Endless soil, sand, and stones were melted into ashes by the mighty fire from the fire dragon pearl. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the divine sword in his hand, and an unparalleled sword chi immediately spread out from the divine sword. The sword chi wave blocked all the surging earth fire. At this time, other than the huge cave behind Gu Fei, the entire Tai Yin earth vein collapsed under the attack of the earth-fire true dragon. The endless cold air was evaporated by the power of the earth fire. Swish! Gu Fei stabbed forward with his sword. This was the simplest sword move, but the simplest sword move was often the most powerful sword move. The purple-gold sword light that shot out from the purple-gold divine sword directly broke through the heavy earth fire and hit the fire dragon pearl. The fire dragon pearl that was smashing towards Gu Fei like a divine sun immediately trembled when it was hit by the purple-gold sword chi. It almost fell from the sky. How is this possible? The earth-fire true dragon suffered a huge impact. Its thousands of feet long body trembled. The fire dragon pearl was the life dragon pearl that it had condensed. When the life dragon pearl was hit, it would also be injured. The earth-fire true dragon didn't know that this was the result of Gu Fei showing mercy. Gu Fei didn't want to destroy the fire dragon pearl. The life dragon pearl that the Earth Fire True Dragon had condensed was definitely a treasure. Swish! Gu Fei immediately extended his hand and used the supreme Immortal Dao technique to form a primordial spirit hand. A palm the size of a small mountain grabbed towards the Fire Dragon Pearl. He wanted to take away the Fire Dragon Pearl. The Fire Dragon Pearl contained the purest earth fire essence in the world. It could be used to refine a saint-tier killing weapon. As long as this Dragon Pearl was taken out, an area would probably turn into a sea of fire. Everything would be burned into ashes, and both body and soul would be destroyed. Even Gu Fei was tempted by the Fire Dragon Pearl and wanted to collect it. However, this Fire Dragon Pearl was the Life Dragon Pearl of the Earth Fire True Dragon. How could it be taken away so easily? Seeing that the situation was not good, the Earth Fire True Dragon immediately rushed up, then opened its mouth and swallowed the Fire Dragon Pearl into its body, then turned into an existence with a dragon head and a human body. Holding a spear, it rushed towards Gu Fei. Swish! The divine spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Gu Fei's head. Its speed was extremely fast. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1405. Gu Fei was fighting the Earth Fire True Dragon underground. He used the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sacred weapon. With a slash, he almost cut off a fire spirit pearl that the Earth Fire True Dragon spat out. Phew! The Earth Fire True Dragon sensed danger and transformed into a human with a dragon head. With a divine spear in his hand, he pierced through the void and stabbed at Gu Fei's head. Swoosh! The divine spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left. This was a divine spear that was completely red in color. There was true fire essence, chi, circling it, and it emitted a terrifying saint-level wave. This was a sacred weapon. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei faced the Earth Fire True Dragon head-on. With a thrust, the tip of the sword turned into a ball of purple gold divine light and pierced through the divine spear. Clang! With a metallic clang, the tip of the purple gold divine sword collided with the sacred spear in the Earth Fire True Dragon's hand. The Earth Fire True Dragon only felt that his hands holding the divine spear shook violently. A powerful force came from the divine spear, causing him to retreat more than 10 steps. However, Gu Fei was as still as a mountain as he charged at the Earth Fire True Dragon with an awe-inspiring might. The purple gold divine sword was an extreme sacred weapon after all. Although it did not emit an extreme aura or power, it still displayed a terrifying might in Gu Fei's hands. The Earth Fire True Dragon was dumbfounded. His opponent's combat strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially the divine sword in his hand, it could actually restrain a sacred weapon. Swoosh! With the purple gold divine sword in his hand, Gu Fei slashed out a sword that made the heavens and earth lose their color. In an instant, the purple gold divine sword soared tens of thousands of feet, as if it had transformed into a purple gold divine dragon. Roar! The Earth Fire True Dragon roared again and again. It raised a sea of fire, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into it. The layers of fire constantly destroyed the sword light that Gu Fei slashed out. However, it was all in vain. Gu Fei's purplish-golden sword light was extremely sharp. It broke through the layers of fire chi and directly slashed at the Earth Fire Real Dragon in the sea of fire. Buzz! The Earth Fire True Dragon shook the divine spear in its hand, blocking the unparalleled sword light. The entire void undulated like transparent water waves. Clang! The saint weapon in the Terraflame Dragon's hand collided with Gu Fei's sword light. With a metallic sound, the spear in the Terraflame Dragon's hand was sent flying. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. Although the saint-grade puppet doppelganger was only a doppelganger, it still displayed frightening combat strength. How is this possible? The dragon-headed Earth Fire True Dragon was stunned. There was no doubt that the opponent was powerful. It couldn't believe that someone could actually go head-on with the divine weapon, the Red Dragon Spear. Could the divine sword in that person's hand be the legendary extreme Dao Sacred Sword? The Terraflame Dragon was shocked. The red dragon spear in its hand was a saint weapon left behind by a great sage of the dragon race. No wonder the opponent dared to covet the lunar pearl. Rumble, at this moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from the huge cave behind Gu Fei. A powerful wave of energy came from the cave. Damn it! The Terraflame Dragon knew that something extremely unfavorable was happening at the source of the Yin vein of the earth. Someone in the cave was using a powerful divine sense to obtain the lunar pearl. However, Gu Fei guarded in front of the dragon. No matter how powerful the Terraflame Dragon was, the result was the same. It was still intercepted by Gu Fei. The Terraflame Dragon was furious. It desperately activated the Dragon Yuan in its body, and a steady stream of Dragon Yuan flowed into the divine spear in its hand. The blood-red light emitted from the red dragon spear became more and more intense. With a strong physical body and the great saint-grade sacred weapon, the red dragon spear, the Terraflame Dragon and Gu Fei engaged in a life-and-death battle. The divine spear in its hand kept going head-on with the purple-gold divine sword. The mighty wave of energy caused the entire earth to boil. The ground was undulating, and mountains were collapsing. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel it. On the ground, countless birds and beasts were fleeing for their lives. Saint-grade energy. In the depths of this desolate world, a black figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain woke up from his meditation. He then looked towards the source of the wave of energy. And in the depths of this desolate world, a monk in white walked out of a temple. Those two fellas. The person who walked out of the ancient temple was the great monk Fation. Fation could not help but frown when he sensed Gu Fei's aura. In other areas of the desolate world, several powerful divine senses also swept towards the place where Gu Fei and the others were. The battle between Gu Fei and the Terraflame Dragon had alarmed experts from all sides. "Boss, it's a success." At this moment, He Tian's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then a loud sound came from behind him, and the entire earth vein collapsed in an instant. He Tian and Gu Fei's real bodies had collapsed the cave and escaped from the extreme Yin cold vein. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. With the lunar pearl, he had gained a great killing weapon. However, once this killing weapon went out of control, it would be a disaster. "I'll fight you to the death." The Terraflame Dragon's heart was bleeding. Its millions of years of scheming had been destroyed by these people in front of it. The lunar pearl had been taken away by these people. It was born from the essence of earth fire in the endless depths of the great earth world. It had a physique of extreme yang. If it could obtain the lunar pearl, it would be able to complement yin and yang, evolve the great Tao of heaven and earth, and break through its current cultivation shackles to become a saint dragon. Roar! The Terraflame Dragon roared in anger. It was close to going crazy, and a violent aura erupted from its body. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Its entire aura suddenly soared. Swoosh! The Terraflame Dragon's real body instantly disappeared into the void. Then, several blood-colored figures appeared in the void. There were a total of 10 blood-colored figures that emitted terrifying fluctuations, and they fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. This was a secret technique of the Dragon Clan, the Blood Clone. Each Blood Shadow clone had a cultivation and strength that was close to the real body. This secret technique could be said to be heaven-defying. Rumble, the 10 blood-colored figures fiercely pounced towards Yi Futian, and the entire void seemed to collapse from this unimaginably powerful force. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This secret technique seemed to have the same effect as the 3 Pure One secret technique, but the secret technique displayed by the Terraflame Dragon was even more bizarre and bloody. Kill! Without hesitation, Gu Fei displayed an indomitable and powerful aura. He charged forward with his sword, and the purple-gold divine sword in his hand bloomed with dazzling purple-golden sword light. Buzz! The purple-gold divine sword vibrated, and 10 purple golden sword lights rushed out, piercing through the 10 blood-colored figures. The extremely sharp sword chi directly tore the void between the heaven and earth. However, a strange scene appeared. The extremely sharp purple golden sword lights actually pierced through the 10 blood-colored figures, but the 10 blood-colored figures did not dissipate. What? Seeing such a scene, Gu Fei could not help but be secretly shocked. He must not let these 10 blood-colored figures pounce on him. He knew that if these 10 blood-colored figures pounced on him, his saint-level puppet avatar would probably have to change owners. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly retreated, breaking through the layers of rocks and soil. In an instant, he was 10 miles away. Under the ground, there was a terrible collapse, directly affecting the ground. Above the ground, it was as if there was a giant dragon passing through the ground. Mountains collapsed, rivers stopped flowing, and the topography of the ground was completely changed. All of this, Gu Fei could not care less. Some wild beasts that could not escape in time were directly crushed to death by the boulders and swallowed by the cracks in the ground. The speed of the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows was extremely fast. Every dragon shadow was faint and illusory, but Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Even the sword light emitted by the purple gold divine sword could not destroy it. This made Gu Fei secretly shocked. The secret technique displayed by the Earth Fire True Dragon was too terrifying and frightening. The Earth Fire True Dragon had no choice but to use this secret technique. This secret technique of the Dragon Clan was only used when fighting with one's life on the line. Even if it could kill the opponent, its vitality would be greatly damaged. Wherever the blood-colored dragon shadow passed, all the sand, stones, and soil were directly and silently annihilated. I don't believe that I can't kill you. As Gu Fei retreated, he used the Immortal Dao mystic art. A vertical purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The vertical mark emitted a dazzling divine light, as if a divine eye was about to open. The power of the Immortal Dao was condensing. Swoosh! The power of the Immortal Dao condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A purple divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a purple gold sword. Buzz! The purple gold sword vibrated and then turned into 10 purple gold sword shadows. They pierced through the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows. The Essence Soul Dao sword could destroy everything. Swoosh! The speed of the Primordial Soul Dao swords was unbelievably fast. The 10 sword shadows flashed across the void. The Earth Fire True Dragon immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the 10 blood-red dragon shadows dimmed all of a sudden. The fluctuations of the Earth Fire True Dragon's Essence Soul were instantly weakened by more than half. The Essence Soul Dao sword specialized in attacking the Essence Soul, causing the Earth Fire True Dragon's Essence Soul to be severely injured. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the Essence Soul Dao Sword. This secret technique that was known to be invincible almost broke the Earth Fire True Dragon's Dragon Blood clone technique. Buzz! The power of the Immortal Dao condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows again, and the Essence Soul Dao sword appeared again. Roar! The Earth Fire True Dragon sensed danger. Each of its scarlet dragon shadows emitted boundless true fire. Then, they split up and charged in 10 different directions. Where do you think you're going? Kill! Gu Fei roared angrily. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. The Essence Soul Dao sword instantly turned into 10 sword shadows, shooting directly at the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows that had turned into flames. The Essence Soul Dao sword pointed and scared the Earth Fire True Dragon out of its wits. To see the first commercial free, please go to please share _blank. Chapter 1406. Gu Fei's saint-level puppet avatar displayed a supreme secret technique of the Immortal Dao. It used the power of the spirit to form a Dao sword and slashed at the spirit, severely injuring the Earth Fire True Dragon. Whoosh! The power displayed by the primordial soul Dao sword was so terrifying that the Earth Fire True Dragon sensed danger and immediately tried to escape with fire. Swoosh! 10 true dragon blood shadows emitted dazzling divine flames and rushed out in all directions. Each flame was like the true body of the Earth Fire True Dragon, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, Gufei didn't care about which one was the true body of the Earth Fire True Dragon. Buzz! The void trembled, and the Dao sword that emerged from Gufei's glabella turned into 10 beams of sword light. They pierced through the void and caught up with the 10 flames in an instant. Roar! The Earth Fire True Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Wherever the sword light passed, 9 of the 10 fiery lights were instantly extinguished. Only one flame was not extinguished by the primordial soul Dao sword, but it was also dim as if it could be extinguished at any time. In the flame, there was a dragon shadow wrapped around it. It broke through the void and disappeared instantly. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped. Gufei walked over, his eyes flashing and his body emanating a murderous aura. Just now, he almost killed the Earth Fire True Dragon. However, the Earth Fire True Dragon was protected by the sacred weapon, the Crimson Dragon Spear. Although it was seriously injured, it didn't die. The battle under the ground caused terrible turbulence. The bottom layer collapsed, and the topography on the ground changed completely. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, the lake evaporated, and the rivers stopped flowing. This area became a chaotic place because of the collapse of the lunar earth veins. Countless lives were lost in this disaster. Even some extremely powerful wild beasts were affected and fell in this area. Gufei broke through the bottom layer and rushed out from the ground. Roar! He roared at the sky, his voice shaking the sky, and the entire area shook. The aura of a sage spread out, causing the beasts in all directions to be frightened. A sage has appeared. This is the power of a saint. A few incomparably powerful divine wills swept over from afar. Some incomparably powerful existences were alarmed and immediately released their divine wills to investigate. Such existences were not afraid of anyone. This was because such an existence was infinitely close to the sage level and could also use the power of the sage level. I need to get my hands on the Buddhist treasure in the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace as soon as possible. In the depths of the wildlands, inside an ancient temple, Heavenly Monk was searching for something. When he sensed Gufei's aura, his expression turned extremely solemn. The wildlands was different from the 2nd level of the Buddha Palace. There was no suppressive force set up by the ancient Buddhist Lord to suppress one's cultivation base. Here, all the cultivators could freely unleash their cultivation base and power. However, very quickly, Heavenly Law Monk walked out of this ancient temple as if he had gained nothing. Then, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Gufei had obtained the extreme Yin Pearl that had been nurtured in the extreme Yin Earth vein for tens of thousands of years. This was a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth that could be refined into a saint weapon. The extreme Yin Pearl was a rare divine material. Although it wasn't an immortal divine material that would make an extreme saint jealous, it was still a divine material that could be used to refine an extreme saint weapon. Underground veins were not rare, but the extreme Yin Earth vein was absolutely rare. Even if a dragon vein appeared in an area, it would be difficult to condense extreme Yin Earth vein. The extreme Yin Earth vein was even rarer than the peerless dragon vein. Thousands of miles away, Gufei's true body and He Tian stood on the peak of a mountain. At this time, a figure appeared in the distant sky. Swoosh! The figure took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gufei and He Tian. This person had the same appearance as Gufei, but his aura was completely different from Gufei's. This person who looked exactly like Gufei was surrounded by immortal qi and a faint immortal light. This person was Gufei's saint-grade puppet doppelganger. Gufei directly put the puppet doppelganger into the inner world in his dantian. Congratulations on obtaining a rare divine material, boss. He Tian was extremely envious. It should be known that it was extremely difficult to obtain an extreme pearl even in the primordial era. Even in the primordial era, only the Tian Saint level had obtained an extreme pearl. In the primordial era, the Tian Saint was also a great figure that shocked all heroes. Once the extreme pearl appeared, it would freeze thousands of miles, and its ferocious power would shake the primordial era. This extreme pearl should not be the one in the hands of that fierce person in the primordial era. At this time, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron. The fist-sized ancient cauldron floated above his palm. Vast primordial chaos qi emanated from it, and it exuded a boundless ancient aura. Wisps of cold qi seeped out from the mouth of the cauldron. This is indeed a heaven-defying treasure. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. Even under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the cold qi from the extreme pearl was still able to seep out of the cauldron. "Boss, what should we do next?" He Tian asked. They had entered the Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddha Lord to retrieve the Buddhist treasures left behind by the ancient Buddha Lord. However, they had no idea where the ancient Buddha Lord had hidden the Buddhist treasures there. Apart from the two decent Buddhist treasures in the first Buddhist palace, they didn't gain anything else. Gu Fei and the others had gained nothing in the second Buddhist palace. "Find that big monk and blow up that big bald head of his," Gu Fei said. Heaven Dharma was truly despicable to attack them in the second Buddhist palace. That big monk is a quasi-saint Buddha. He Tian was shocked when he heard this. One should know that Heaven Dharma's cultivation was only a step away from the sage realm. He was the strongest existence in the world. Such an existence was not someone they could provoke. If they encountered such an existence, it would be too late to avoid it. Why would they find trouble with them? This is the trial ground of the Arhats, but can also be our trial ground. Gu Fei thought for a moment before saying this. In the desolate world, the laws of heaven and earth were the closest to the primordial era. In such a world, the chances of a cultivator comprehending the Tao were many times higher than in the outside world. The great Tao of heaven and earth in the desolate world was not unfathomable. Many Arhats would have a breakthrough in their cultivation and strength after entering the desolate world. Although they could not become sages, they could still become experts below the sage realm. "Boss, you are going to—" He Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was still a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from severing the way. Severing the way in this untainted land was undoubtedly the best choice. If he cut his Tao here, he would definitely be stronger than other almighties of the same level. "Let's go. Let's meet the experts here," Gu Fei said as he kept the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and flew towards the depths of this world. In this world, there was no lack of powerful beasts. Gu Fei needed to improve his strength because the great era was coming. Only with powerful strength could he survive in this huge storm that would sweep through the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying wave suddenly exploded in a certain area of the desolate world. A monstrous evil aura swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. A terrifying savage beast emperor was startled. "Lowly human tribe, how dare you barge into my territory? You deserve to die." An earth-shattering roar shook the whole world. This savage beast emperor could actually speak the human language, which really surprised Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei and He Tian found this savage beast emperor. They wanted to conquer the desolate world and use the savage beasts in the desolate world as their whetstones. Rumble! A green beast claw the size of a mountain fell from the sky towards Gu Fei and He Tian, who were standing on the peak of the mountain. It was like the claw of the heavens, smashing the void between heaven and earth. This was a savage beast emperor whose cultivation and strength were around the 5th heaven of almighties. Its combat strength was unparalleled. The huge green claw had not really clawed down, but the energy storm that came from the huge claw caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. Humph! Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. His battle intent was like a rainbow. He had no intention of retreating. In fact, he had never thought of retreating. He directly soared into the sky from the mountain peak. Kill! He roared angrily. His long hair danced in the wind as he punched with all his might. Blazing earth chi exploded from his fist. His fist seemed to have turned into a divine sun, illuminating the whole world. At this time, it was evening. Gu Fei's fist became the only thing in the world. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with a huge green claw that came down from the sky. The fist force of the extreme yang exploded in an instant, shaking the world. The huge green claw was directly penetrated by Gu Fei's fist. Red beast blood splattered everywhere. Gu Fei's entire body passed through the huge claw with unparalleled strength. Bam! The huge green claw was shattered by Gu Fei's fist force and fell from the sky. A large amount of blood splattered from the sky, like a bloody rain. Roar! A huge roar came from a valley. Bam! 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 Heavy footsteps caused the whole area to shake along with the footsteps. A huge monster walked out of the valley. It was a devil ape that was even bigger than a mountain. This was a devil ape with green fur all over its body. The eyes of the devil ape shot out a green light that was more than 10 miles long, sweeping towards Gu Fei in the sky. Lowly ant, you have angered me. The devil ape spoke in human language. Its entire body was covered with a murderous aura that swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. That extremely powerful, murderous aura shocked in all directions. Even the world lost its color. At this time, the right claw of the devil ape was dripping with blood. Its flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Soon, the palm of the devil ape was completely healed. This big guy doesn't even know that death is at hand. At this time, He Tian had already soared into the sky and hid far away. In a battle of this level, he could only watch. He was not qualified to intervene. To see the first commercial, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank.